Chapter 1, Crossing the Gold Finger. The sky is blue and the sky is clear. In an English-style building on Slyland Street, London, the boy sitting on the bed was staring blankly at his hands. Zhang Liang watched as he shrank more than doubled his hands, and sighed. Not long ago, he was helping a doctor to cut the appendix on the operating table, but he never thought that the hospital circuit was aging and there was a fire. Zhang Liang had no time to escape to take care of the patient, and both patients were buried in flames. Damn yellow old monster, runs fast. Zhang Liang gritted his teeth. The old yellow monster was the doctor in charge at that time. Hearing the siren and seeing the smoke billowing outside, he ran away without looking back. He yelled, "Run! Run!" There were only the stunned Zhang Liang and the patient who had just been taken out of the appendix and comatose. In desperation, he could only push the bed to escape, and finally he was smoked to death. "All right." Zhang Liang, who had come back to him, looked around and murmured. "I realized that I had passed through. I was an orphan in my last life. I grew up in an orphanage. I had to rely on state funding to be admitted to college. Finally, I chose a nursing major. Originally thought it was a job of iron rice bowl, but he did the dirty and tired work, and finally died in the fire. I think it's a matter of living." Thinking of this, Zhang Liang slowly started from the bed, frowning, and his head still faintly hurt. The fusion of the two souls still has sequelae. The memory of the 8-year-old boy in the soul also appears vaguely. The boy is called Canaan and was born in a middle-class family in London, England. Father is a well-known local pastor named Lincoln Bryan, and his mother is Helen Miller. He is a physician at a nearby Wellington hospital. He heard that the income is very good. "Canaan, come down to dinner." A crisp female voice came from downstairs. "Got it, Mom." Zhang Liang no longer thought much, accepted his new identity, and quickly got up from the bed. Is what he has come to, and he will be Canaan Bryan in the future. Poop stepped on the wooden stairs. Canaan slowly went downstairs, saw the man near the dining table, and quickly merged with the figure in memory. A bright suit, golden oil head, thin figure, and handsome face, it looks a bit majestic. "Daddy, good morning." "Good morning, Canaan, your mother made your favorite French breakfast." Lincoln took a bite of buttered croissant and his voice was a little blurry. When Canaan heard the French breakfast, the body had some instinctive resistance and was too late to think. His father shouted again. "I have work to do later. Remember to go to school after breakfast and listen to my mother." Lincoln took the last piece of bread in his hand and took a sip of milk. "Okay, Dad." Canaan nodded cleverly. "Why are you so anxious that you don't eat together?" the mother who just came out of the kitchen said dissatisfiedly. A piece of bright brown hair was pierced into a ponytail, the face revealed the beauty of the combination of Chinese and Western, and it was a mixed-race beauty. Canaan heard that his maternal grandfather was a Chinese, but he had never seen it. Okay, I won't be next time," Lincoln said hurriedly, with a perfunctory tone. As they said, they snuggled together and whispered. Canaan glanced at it and felt a little dog abuse, so he ignored it and concentrated on the food in front of him. At this time, the sound of ding interrupted Canaan's complaint about food. "I saw 4 big blue characters, altars of the heavens, appearing in my mind, followed by the appearance of a circular and simple altar, followed by a string of words. Altar of the heavens. Number of possible sacrifices, 1. Personal items, none. Rely." Canaan uttered a national curse silently in his heart, his face agitated. The cheat has arrived. Canaan looked up at his parents, and found that he was still tired, a little speechless, and did not find his abnormality. He no longer cares about the food in front of him. He sipped milk and hurriedly packed a few slices of bread. He carried his school bag and greeted his parents and left the house. Waited for the meeting at the intersection platform. Canaan got on the 96 bus. Most of the children on the bus were also children of the same age. They were carrying bags and were energetic. He found a rear seat and quickly sat down. Thomas Battersea Preparatory Elementary School, a famous private elementary school in London. I heard that the Queen and Prince also attended this elementary school. Kanan did not know the truth. Now he was lying on the chair with some boredom, listening to the teacher teach the addition formula. Looked at the blue altar in his mind, and he couldn't help feeling anxious. He studied for a long time, but the golden finger in his mind did not give a little reaction. Since the name is the altar of heaven, it should be possible to obtain items from other worlds, but it is also an altar. Is it necessary to sacrifice? Kanan guessed. The class time is not long, and it is noon soon, and the school cafeteria serves a lunch buffet. Kanan picked a steak deliberately and drank it with tomato sauce. After school, Kanan hurried back home, saw her mother was busy in the kitchen, greeted, and came to the bedroom, locked the door and closed the curtains. Kanan, who was sitting by the bed, slowed down, looked at the altar in his mind, and whispered sacrifice. I was afraid that the sacrifice would have too much influence, so I held back at school. No response. Kanan looked around, licking her dry lips, anxious. Do you really need sacrificial items? Thinking about it, Kanan came to the desk, opened a book at the bottom, and withdrew a ladle of paper money, which added up to £40. This is the pocket money that his predecessor has accumulated over the years. Should I give money? Kanan was a little uncertain. After all, these pounds were his most valuable items. Try it, this is all my belongings. Be successful. Kanan meditated and whispered sacrifice. The blue pillar of light in the center of the altar in my mind rises into the sky. In a short time, the banknotes in Kanan's hands also disappear with blue light. Ding! Extracted a mysterious gift box *1. A mechanical sound came from the ear. I saw that the blue light on the altar gradually disappeared, and a slab-sized exquisite gift box appeared on the altar. At this time, the words in my mind also changed. Altar of the heavens. Number of possible sacrifices, 0. Personal items, mysterious small gift box, the birthday gift of the unknown king fairy from the wilderness king, available. Kanan was a little excited. There is something in this altar. Although there are only 3 lines of text, there are still items introduced. And look at this introduction, Eastern King Fairy King. I am afraid that it is not an ordinary person, the gift should be not bad. Extract. Kanan said silently. A faint blue light appeared in front of him, dragging the mysterious little gift box in the air, and Kanan immediately caught his hands. The gift box is made of gold wood, which is quite heavy and exudes bursts of fragrance. The hollow fairy relief is also carved on the outside, which looks very beautiful. Kanan stroked the wooden box and smelled the fragrance that was scented into the air, expecting more and more things in it. After calming down a little, he opened the gift box without hesitation. What is this? Kanan is a bit foolish. www.readwn.com. I saw a piece of neatly stacked pink clothes in the box. Open it and see the triangle. Is this? Xiao Nene. He was really ignorant, and his brain was down for a while. Why is this popular in the wild world sending this? Kanan, who was still fantasizing about the immortal cheats and immortal medicine, was a little crying and laughing. Fortunately, after being nurtured by the culture of the 21st century, Kanan, who is more capable of accepting, can only default on this fact. The pink inner and inner are embroidered with golden veins, the texture is delicate, just like a girl's smooth skin. Kanan fiddled with it in his hands for a while, fancy bells and whistles. Still a little unwilling, he looked at the words in his mind. Altar of the heavens. Number of possible sacrifices, 0. Personal items, none. How do I get the number of sacrifices? Is it related to the items I sacrifice? And personal items can only store things in the altar? Kanan is a little puzzled, but unfortunately this golden finger is too rudimentary, and there are no rules of use, only bare 3 lines. System? System elf? The altar came out. Re-sacrifice. There was only an echo in the empty room, and nothing happened. After trying many methods, Kanan had to give up what he saw as a fool. After dinner, Kanan conducted an in-depth study of Xiao Nene obtained, and found that in addition to being exquisitely made, this piece of Xiao Nene turned out to be invulnerable. Yes, he tried it with a match, but the cloth was all right. The burning match was extinguished. Put it in the water, the inside did not sink, it just floated on the surface of the water. The surface seemed to be isolated by a layer of material. Good stuff, it's a pity. Kanan rubbed Xiao Nene again, folded it neatly and put it in a small gift box, stuffed into the bottom of the cabinet. Chapter 2, This is the correct way to open. In a few days, Kanan slowly began to adapt to a new life. In addition to disgusting food, boring class, and unresponsive gold fingers, other aspects were on track. He also began to get used to the behavior of a 7-year-old boy. No abnormalities are revealed. However, in the eyes of his parents, the child has changed a lot, much less than before, and he is silent at the dinner table. On the table. After eating, Kanan greeted his parents and hurriedly ran into the room. Recently, he has been addicted to the research of Xiao Nene. He does not believe that the pink cloth is so simple. The couple looked at each other. Is Kanan bullied at school? Lincoln asked. I don't know, I haven't heard the teacher say. Enough teachers said that Kanan's recent math scores have improved a lot. Helen was a little happy. Lincoln nodded after hearing it, without saying much. After solving the dinner, he came upstairs. Boom boom. Caw, after hiding the inside, Kanan opened the door and saw the elegant father outside. Is there anything? Dad. Kanan, are you convenient now? Dad wants to take a walk with you. Okay. At this time, London, England was very prosperous, with modern buildings lined up, and street lights up to a few meters in height appeared particularly dazzling in the dark environment. But these days the weather is getting cooler and there are few people on the streets. Father and son walked along the street. Daddy, just ask whatever you want. Kanan looked at Lincoln with a tangled look. Lincoln's old face was red, but it was not obvious in the dim light. Kanan, how have you been at school recently? I mean, did you encounter any difficulties? No, I'm fine. On the surface, there was a quiet reply, but my heart was a little shaken. Am I exposed? Did Mom and Dad discover something? Lincoln didn't know his son's careful thinking that his son was unwilling to say. Nothing is best. Dad just thinks that little Kanan has grown up. In the past, there was something that he liked to tell his father the most. Now he has his own secrets. Lincoln said, as if thinking of Kanan when he was a child, his face gradually smiled. Kanan also recalled his past experience, many lessons learned, and smiled unconsciously. Dad, I'm just confused about my future, and I don't know what I can do. Suddenly, Kanan didn't know what it meant to come to this world. The incompetent gold finger, and a useless little inner. Good son sees Kanan who has confided to himself. Lincoln is very happy. Dad used to be confused like you, but at that time my father was 16 years old. Your grandfather was also a priest at that time. The tutor was very strict. I had to pray before eating and pray before going to bed. I couldn't stand this at that time, just I did mat killing with a few friends and dyed my red hair. Unexpectedly, your grandfather saw me and taught me a hard lesson, and closed my little black room. Fortunately, your grandmother secretly brought me food. At the time, I also felt that I was useless. I didn't know what to do in the future. Your grandfather wanted me to follow him, but I didn't think there was any money. Later, I have studied music, worked as a teacher, and also sold newspapers. What to do, what I think is bad. Your grandpa is very angry and thinks that I am not pragmatic, so I don't care about me anymore. Until your grandfather passed away, I thought a lot, and then met your mother in the church. Lincoln rubbed his red eyes. And after? Later, your mother was attracted by my handsome appearance, and with the help of your grandma, I was willing to do things in a down-to-earth manner, and I was with your mother again, and then I got you. Lincoln smiled proudly. Started. Shameless, I heard from my grandma that you met my mom in the church, and then you passed by early in the week, just to see my mom, and finally let my grandmother take the line by the face. Kanan also smiled. Retorted. Lincoln didn't refute, laughed twice, and said, Son, Dad told you so much. I want to tell you that you have encountered a problem and need to solve it early, and your parents can only give you inspiration and advice and be a man. The most important thing is to be happy, don't keep yourself in a pessimistic environment. Your recent situation is not right. When you are in a daze when you eat, you shut yourself in the room when you come home from school. You frown every day. Your mother and I are very anxious. Lincoln said seriously, and his son's usual performance was all right. It was in his eyes. Kanan was relieved, but felt the concern from his parents, which he had never experienced as an orphan in his previous life. Dad, I just feel that the school life is a bit boring, it's a waste of time. I was recently conceiving a book and I was going to write it out. Kanan reflected on his recent behavior and was somewhat negative. Even if the golden finger is not working, it can't affect the current life. After all, I can't be sorry for my life again. Thinking of my previous writing plan, I just came up with an explanation. Really? My son is awesome. I have to wait until the book is published. Although Lincoln was not very optimistic about his 8-year-old son's writing, he gave encouragement. After finishing speaking, hugged Kanan into his arms and carried it on his shoulders. Let's go so far, your mother should be in a hurry, and you should go home. On the way, you tell me the storytelling concept. By the way, give Dad a role, and Dad will give you some ideas. Okay, let's go home. Kanan, who was lying on her shoulders, was a little bit uncomfortable, but somewhat inexplicably happy. The name of the book is Marvel. It is a story of a group of superheroes saving the world. There are smart and handsome rich second generations, thin but just soldiers, and ruthless and beautiful killer agents. This setting is quite interesting, but you think the image of your father does not match that of the rich second generation. Under the street lights, the figure of the father and son grew longer and longer. The time is fast and unconsciously, Kanan has been passing by for almost a month. After the last father's enlightenment, his mentality is much better. There are no tangled golden fingers and a confused future. He found that there is no Marvel Comics company in this world, and there is no hero like Captain America. Therefore, he is prepared to write out the Marvel movies he had previously thought about, which is the only thing he can do to make money at this age. The Marvel series consists of multiple movies. It is not realistic to remember all the plots. Now it can only be rewritten according to the main plot. By the way, some amazing Chinese heroes are added. The Marvel series of the previous life has not waited for the Chinese heroes that I was expecting, which is a pity. But now the whole Marvel will be created by me. Kanan couldn't help but think of it. After finishing this month, Kanan put out the outline of Marvel's plot. In addition to a few original superheroes, Kanan added Kung Fu Panda with Chinese elements. The setting is a story of a Kung Fu and a human panda who joined the protection of the Earth's army. He changed the story to London, England, and Captain America became Captain Britain. No way, political and human needs. Other character settings have not changed much. But every effort is made to make every great country have its own superhero. The time passed quickly, near Christmas 1987, and it had been almost 7 months since Kanan crossed over. Kanan is very excited these days, except that his Marvel series of works has been completed and is about to be published, and more importantly, he finally discovered the important role of Xiaonane can make people smarter and directly enter the state of sages. As if intelligence plus 200 is to help Kanan to recall many details of the Marvel movie, which undoubtedly accelerated his writing progress. The only side effect may be to wear it on the head, which is also found when Kanan is bored and put on the head. After taking it at that time, he immediately felt a cool brain, and many of his previous memories also appeared in front of him. Kanan was surprised and happy. After groping for so long, he finally discovered the role of Xiaonane. This is the correct way to open it. Could it be that the small inner inside of the wild continent is used on the hedging? No wonder I never found out that the research direction was wrong. Kanan nodded while guessing, thinking he was right. Although it needs to be carried on the head, it is not important for Kanan. Relying on this small hanging inside, he gave a transparent 600-page English dictionary in half a day. With such a strong ability, Kanan feels that he is directly at the peak of his life, and the side effects are not important. Considering the problem of his personal image, he tried his best to sew Xiaonian in the Christmas hat. A big red hat with a slightly crooked tip. This is handmade by Kanan. Due to the invulnerability of the small gun, even the needle cannot be penetrated, so it has to be sewn into the hat. He took a hat and took a picture in the mirror. It's pretty good. www.readwn.com. Kanan, come on, your book is sent. The voice was very excited. Okay, Dad. Came downstairs, Lincoln handed over a book. Look at how. A well-made blue book with a smooth hardcover and the words Marvel printed on it. Below the words is a handsome man in comic style, holding a shield painted with the British flag. At the bottom is a string of conspicuous fine print, by Kanan Bryan. It's really good. Smelling the fragrance of ink, Kanan was very happy and had a special sense of accomplishment. Although he borrowed from the original Marvel movie, he also conceived many plots on this basis. It also counts as a contribution to the promotion of Earth culture. The publishing house said that although it is very optimistic about your book, you need to print the first edition to try out the water, and prepare to sell it in a few days. By the way, several big publicity meetings are held at Christmas. Lincoln took a big bite. Brett said that he has undoubtedly made great efforts to publish the books written by his children. And he was also attracted by the plot of the book, magical magic and high technology, and evil alien forces. Had to say that it was under his soft rub against Kanan that the name of Iron Man in the book was Lincoln Braun. Kanan just felt a little sorry for Tony. By the way, there is one more thing. Your mother changed to a hospital job. We may need to move. I saw a new house on Lichhen Road in Xiaowijin district this morning, which is bigger than ours. Of course, if we move, you may want to change to a new school. What do you think? No problem, Dad. For the school, there is no place for Kanan to commemorate. The original owner has a lonely and introverted personality and no good friends at the school. Only this old house carries many memories of the original host. Chapter 3, Front Teeth Girl. Kanan, have you packed up? We are about to leave. It's almost time, Mother. Kanan inside the house looked at the heavy snow outside the window and shook his head. Mom, why do we have to go out under such heavy snow? You can wait a few days for the snow to stop, and we will go out again. Kanan took his red hat and rubbed his red hands. Mother doesn't have so many vacations, we have to move when we come back. And your Auntie Jenny has been urging us for a long time, but I didn't expect it to snow so much today. Helen responded hurriedly. Then he stuffed 2 large boxes of red wine into the compartment. Okay, come up soon, your father has been waiting for a long time. Okay. After just Christmas, Kanan thought that there would be a few days off, but did not expect her mother to temporarily decide to visit friends. I heard that she was a good friend in college. Lincoln watched his son listlessly sit in the car. Sighed. Does he know that this party is not what he said before? Just because his wife sent his son's book to many friends, he didn't know what happened, so he had this party. Even he had to give up the hard-won vacation and was used as a driver. Seeing that Kanan and Helen had entered the car, Lincoln stopped thinking about it and quickly started the old black car. Kanan, remember to be polite when you go there, and call Aunt Jenny and Uncle Wendell. Also remember to give them your book, I have wrapped it in a gift box. They have been looking forward to the plot for a long time. Helen said quickly. I have to say that the Marvel series of books have been selling well in the past few days, and it has spread all over the UK. I heard that the publishers are already preparing to translate and sell them in many countries. However, several subsequent books were printed first, so Helen was used as a gift. Okay, Mother, but can we rush back at night? Driving at night is too dangerous. We will squeeze at your Aunt Jenny's house at night. But there is a little girl in their family. You may want to sleep with her. Helen looked back at Kanan with a smile and blinked. Son, come on, early love is not impossible, Dad supports you. Lincoln interjected and laughed. After seeing the ridicule of Mom and Dad, Kanan laughed a few times and stopped responding. He turned to look at the snow scene outside the window. Driven for about 3 hours, the car came to a small town. Kanan looked up, and every household seemed to have a small courtyard plus 3 floors. The architectural style is slightly different from that of London. There are many open spaces. From a distance, it is more holy and quiet under the snow. Okay, here we are, Kanan, straighten your hat, and tidy up your collar. Make a good impression. Looking at the mother who was preparing clothes for Dad, Kanan moved a bit stiff, and sighed with sorrow. Ding ding ding. With the doorbell ringing, the door was opened quickly. Helen, Lincoln, I haven't seen you for a long time. The last time I saw you was at the wedding. There was a tall blonde woman greeted by a big hug. Come in, you are all frozen, and hot cocoa and desserts are prepared in the room. Is this our little genius writer? It looks so beautiful. The blonde looked at Kanan aside. Holding a gift box, blushing, although wearing a rustic hat, but cannot stop the handsome appearance of Kanan, perfectly inherited the advantages of parents. Although it is true that he is handsome, the praise of Aunt Jenny still made Kanan happy, and he no longer complained about staying in the snow for a long time. Pretty Auntie Jenny, just call me Kanan. Kanan did not mean her praises very well. Okay, handsome little Kanan, really a polite little guy. Jenny rubbed Kanan's little face. Sweetie, Hermione, come down, your favorite writer brother is here. Jenny shouted upstairs again. Little sweet. Kanan was completely attracted by these 3 words, not paying attention to the next 2 words at all. Really interesting breast name. She has loved sweets since she was a child, we called her Xiao Tian Tian, but after understanding, she did not want us to call it. Jenny explained with a laugh. There is a patient with a toothache. Wendell went to help. He should come back later, don't care about him. You eat some dessert first and try my craft. Kanan sat on the sofa near the stove, ate a few bites of cake, sweet and delicious, and took a big sip of hot cocoa, dispelling most of the chill from his body. So cool. I like. Much better than Mom's craftsmanship. Seeing that there was no movement upstairs, Jenny blinked to Kanan and said, Kanan, can you help me call Xiao Tian Tian? This little girl loves reading, and then forgets the time. Okay, Aunt Jenny. Kanan came upstairs, and the door was half open in a room with bright lights. Stepped forward, a little girl was lying on the desk, making small snoring sounds, with a book under her hands, the first part of the Marvel series. Seems to be my little fan, but are you afraid of getting cold? Kanan thought to himself. What is this? Kanan picked up a pencil on the table with an exquisite Rapunzel on it, which still looked beautiful. He took it in his hands, curiously, and exerted a little force. Snapped. In the silent room, the sound of the broken pencil is particularly harsh. Kanan stayed for a while, and under his great power, the princess came directly away from the pen. Broke in? So unreliable. Kanan, who was about to destroy the corpse, greeted an angry look, and found that the little girl who was awake somehow looked at him with red eyes. That, Xiao Tian, I'm your Kanan brother. Kanan smiled kindly. The words didn't finish. The little girl's eyes were red, her mouth wide open, revealing two prominent front teeth. Then loud and cried out, the tears rushed. Hermione just woke up and saw a boy with a crimson hat, broke her favorite Christmas gift, and called her with a wry smile, "Sweetie." "Wow! You pay me Snow White." "Oh. Don't cry, I'll pay you, my brother will go back and buy a big Snow White doll for you, okay?" "I don't want it, I want the pen my father bought me, you are a bad person," the little girl said while wiping her tears. "Why are 6-year-olds so hard to coax?" "Good, brother will buy it for you later, okay?" "Oh." After the incident, Kanan was rigorous, sincerely apologized to the little girl repeatedly, and promised many gifts, and promised to give her the new book Harry Potter to be conceived as soon as possible. Only then ended the tragedy. As for the expected sleep, Kanan said that she wanted more. The bed in the little girl's room was a bunk bed, and Kanan was honored to sleep in the upper bunk. "Does Aunt Jenny want to have a second child?" Early the next morning, the Kanan family was ready to leave for home. Hermione stood outside the door and waved her hand, "Big scoundrel, remember my gift and book www.readwn.com, okay, sweet?" Kanan grinned back, and for a night, I know that the little girl hates people calling her Xiaoshanation the most. While the holiday had not yet passed, the Kanan family quickly sorted out the debris in the home and prepared to move to a new residence. 33 Lichen Road. This is the place. Lincoln drove the car to the door skillfully, followed by a large truck, pulling the furniture. "Let's help move the furniture in," Lincoln asked some temporary workers and ordered. At this time, Kanan sitting in the car felt that someone seemed to be staring at him. He looked back. On the second floor of a room across from him, a thin little boy with glasses and unkempt hair looked here. "I wear glasses at such a small age, is it a waste to grow up?" Kanan thought maliciously. It is estimated that the movement of the house is too big, and the neighbors are noisy. Kanan didn't think too much, he was recently preparing to conceive his new book, the Harry Potter series. The Marvel series has been sold for almost a week now, and hundreds of thousands of sets have been sold all over the UK. Only 9 years old, Kanan has become a household genius writer. Although he is still a minor, Kanan also has a large amount of pounds that can be squandered freely. It is estimated that various copyright fees will also receive hand cramps in the future. It seems that life has been lonely like snow without much effort. Bathed in the sunlight through the car window, Kanan lay lazily on the car seat. Invincible, so lonely. Snapped. A large hand waved and Kanan was awakened directly. "Stinky boy, what do you want? Come and help, your father and I are almost exhausted. And how to arrange the furniture in your room, tell some uncles in advance." "Oh. Got it." Chapter 4, Harry Potter. At night, Kanan looked at his brand new hut, and the walls around him were covered with azure blue wallpaper. Near the window was a large wood-colored desk with a computer added to it. A very large location, but also pitiful. He was a little excited when he thought of a new grand piano and custom violin in the study next door. This is a Christmas gift prepared by Lincoln and Helen for him. It is a pity for Kanan to have the big red hood, if he doesn't learn much. Think about it, you can't call it Big Red Riding Hood anymore, the name is so low, it's called Sage's Hat. Upscale. Kanan happily changed the name of the hat. Lying on a soft chair, Kanan picked up the sage hat next to him and took it on his head, preparing to recall the details of the Harry Potter movie. The pictures in the movie came to Kanan's mind frame by frame, as if they were watching the film again. The Dursleys. Harry Potter, live in Ziowigan district, number 4, Privet Drive, Kanan remembered while taking notes. A bit familiar. Kanan suddenly stood up from his chair. Ziowigan district? Isn't my home at 33 Huijan Road, Ziowigan district? And Harry Potter's home is Ziowigan district, number 4 Lichhen Road. This is the world of Harry Potter. And, he and I are neighbors. Kanan put down his pen excitedly and patted the table fiercely. I knew this world was not easy. He shouted excitedly. Maybe it's a coincidence. Calm down, no matter what, go and see first. Kanan calmed down a little bit more. He quickly ran downstairs, taking advantage of the darkness, preparing to bring some gifts to visit the owner of number 4 Privet Drive. Number 4 Privet Drive, here it is. Ding ding ding. Kanan found his new home behind this house. Is that boy during the day? Too late to think, the door was opened quickly. Hello, guy, is there anything wrong? A bloated man opened the door. Hello, sir, my name is Kanan Bryan. I am a neighbor who just moved here today. I guess the sound of moving in the morning will disturb you, so I brought you a small cake made by my mother. The harmless appearance of humans and animals. Oh. It turns out to be you, come in quickly, it's cold outside. Mr. Fat said kindly. Sir, don't know what to call you. My name is Vernon Disley, just call me Mr. Disley. Stabilized. I remember that Harry Potter's uncle called this name, and Kanan was overjoyed. Uncle Vernon, I brought 4 boxes of small cakes. I don't know if it is enough for your family. He shouted directly. Oh, just right. After an in-depth discussion with Mr. Disley, Kanan finally determined that his world was the world of Harry Potter. He also met Ms. Penny Disley, who had a clean habit, and Dolly, a bear child. It's a pity not to see Harry Potter. Remember that the Disleys in the movie were not very willing to let Harry meet outsiders. At this time, in the narrow staircase room, a little sloppy boy looked at the little cake in front of him and showed a happy smile. Well, it's delicious. He took a small bite and showed an intoxicated smile on his face. For him, there was not much chance of eating such a delicious cake. And Kanan, who had finished washing, lay on the fluffy little bed, with thoughts in his mind. He never imagined that this is the world of Harry Potter, before thinking about writing Harry Potter. The fascinating magical world of magic, and that magic school Hogwarts. What a look! Before, he also suspected that the world he traversed was not simple. He did not expect it to be the world of Harry Potter. This was his favorite movie. I don't know if I have a talent for magic. It seems that there are very few talents in the original book. And usually awakened before 11 years old, and then received a notice. Those who cannot be awakened are called muggles and will not receive letters from Hogwarts. Kanan was thinking in bed, worrying that he could not enter school without magic talent. Pen, float, float for me. He looked at the pen on the desk with a serious look. The pen did not respond. Kanan, wearing the sage's hat, tried again. Still did not respond. Kanan gave up the behavior of S2. It seems that he does not have any magic talents, nor is there any place that is different from ordinary people, except for the golden fingers that did not respond. Thinking of this, Kanan opened the golden finger that he hadn't seen in a while. Altars of the heavens, Kanan meditated in his heart. A quaint altar surfaced again. Only 4 lines of text appeared behind. Altar of the heavens. Number of possible sacrifices, 0. 1 sacrifice at 10 luck points. Luck point, 7. Personal items, none. Has changed. There is a more lucky point. 7 o'clock luck point? I don't know when this luck point appeared. He used to watch Gold Fingers once a day before, but nothing has changed. The last time I looked at the altar was only about a week from now. What did I do during this period? Going to school every day, writing books hot, visiting Aunt Jenny's family, meeting the protagonist Harry? Seems to be nothing else. It seems likely to be related to these. Kanan thought about it. However, the main task is to find out the source of the luck point and the law of the golden finger sacrifice, and then contact Harry Potter. After all, the increase in the luck point may be largely related to him. In a dream. Kanan Abraham, you have learned black magic, and you will be in Azkaban for the rest of your life. A grandfather with a white beard pointed his wand at Kanan. Kanan, I will kill your parents, kill your girlfriend Rouse, and hand over the magic stone. No, Voldemort, no, Rosie. Rose. Rose. Kanan awakened from her dream. Who? Who is Rosie? Kanan rubbed his faint head, gasping for breath, and gradually recovered his thoughts. Boring dream. At present, it is still necessary to solve the problem of the luck point, find out the origin of the luck point, and then use the golden finger to see if it can solve the problem of magic talent. It would be a pity if you can't go to Hogwarts to learn mysterious magic. Downstairs, the dining table in the hall, the washed Kanan was drying the bread. I miss Aunt Jenny's dessert a bit, and the bread baked by my mother is a little bit hard. I glanced at the opposite Lincoln, and found him chewing zheng xiang. It's not without reason to be together. Kanan sighed. Kanan, your little sweet letter. Lincoln drew a letter from several newspapers. My sweetness. Appears to be a letter from the crying girl, but she doesn't know her name yet. Kanan opened the envelope, which read: Big villain, I'm about to pay my gift and Harry Potter to me. I've been waiting for several days. One letter occupies a few lines, and although there is only a short sentence, it is full. Paper. Okay, it seems that I am going to revise the itinerary today and go to the store to buy some gifts. Well, buy more sweets and sweets. It is best to let her eat tooth decay and decay those 2 front teeth. Kanan thought viciously. Fortunately, Harry Potter only talked to the little girl, or wait to write it, just wait to enter Azkaban. It is estimated that it will be ingested by many big men with God's thoughts or a bottle of vomiting. Agent waiting. But how to deal with the little girl, think about it, really a headache. Quickly resolved the breakfast, Kanan walked to the community supermarket. So much food should be enough to satisfy this little girl. Kanan, who came out of the supermarket and prepared to go home, turned over the snack bag in the hand. Seeing his home not far away, Kanan could not help but speed up the pace, but a small figure in front left Kanan froze. This is that little boy yesterday, Harry Potter. Saw that he was stumbling and dragging the black garbage bag, step by step toward the garbage bin in front of the community. The huge trash bag and the petite body are in sharp contrast. www.readwn.com. Hello, are you Harry Potter? Kanan quickly moved forward. You, how are you, are you? Mr. Porter, who had just thrown away the garbage, looked a little restrained and gasped in his mouth. Obviously, he was exhausted by throwing garbage. I'm a neighbor who just moved yesterday. My name is Kanan Abraham. You can call me Kanan. Kanan smiled his signature kindly smile. Yes, I was disturbed by the move yesterday. This is the chocolate I just bought. You try it. It's delicious. He couldn't help but stuff 2 boxes of chocolate into the boy's hands. In addition to having a good relationship with the future actor, Kanan also felt a little distressed about this thin boy. He lived in a cubicle under the stairs from an early age. The clothes he wore were old clothes from his Aunt Dolly. This is too much, Kanan, thank you. Mr. Porter was very excited. No one had treated him so well. It seemed that yesterday's cake was also from him. Harry, why have you been dumping garbage for so long? Come back for breakfast. There was a woman's sharp voice in the room. This was Ms. Disley's unique voice. No more, no more, I still have a lot of them. By the way, if you have time, you can come to my house as a guest. Your aunt hastened you and said no more. Seedlessly peeping outside by the window inside Madame Canaan, who wanted to talk more, had to end the topic. Thank you, Canaan, bye. Goodbye. Mr. Potter looked at the back of Canaan's departure and smirked. Apart from the Dursleys, he did not have many contacts. Most of the school's classmates looked down on him and did not get along with him. It is really happy that a partner of the same age is so friendly to him now. After tucking 2 boxes of chocolate into his arms, Harry walked carefully back to the house. Chapter 5, Tears of the Goddess. Altar of the Heavens. Number of possible sacrifices, 1. 1 sacrifice at 10 luck points. Luck point, 12. Personal items, none. Sure enough, the point of luck increased. Back in Canaan, he immediately opened the golden finger. Unexpectedly, just 2 boxes of chocolates were sent to the protagonist, and I added 5 points. Just because of the intersection with the protagonist? Or some other reason? Canaan was a little puzzled, but it was a bit clue as to how to earn luck. It seems that I need to continue to contact Harry Potter and earn more luck points. Canaan thought for a while. Looking at the altar in my mind, the 12 o'clock luck point can be sacrificed once. The last sacrifice was a small amount of pounds, and I got Xiao Nene. What kind of offerings are used this time? Since it is called the altar of heaven, the sacrifice item must be crucial. To whom is this sacrifice given? Money made from paper is not a rarity for the bigwigs. It's better to sacrifice another 40 pounds to see what you can get. Canaan found a pound of pounds. The face value of each pound was the same as last time, adding up to exactly 40 pounds. This time he wanted to see if he would get the same item if he used the same sacrifice. Sacrifice. He squeezed the banknote in his hand. No response. Waited for a few seconds, Canaan found nothing happened, and there was no scene from the last sacrifice. What reason? Is it the same problem as a sacrifice? Or is there too little money? Canaan took out a brand new pound of pounds. The amount was probably more than 10,000, which was given by his father Lincoln not long ago, saying it was pocket money. Sacrifice. After a few seconds of silence. Remains unchanged. Can't be reconciled. Canaan adjusted the amount of pounds again and tried a few times, but the altar still showed no response. It should be the pound that has been sacrificed before and cannot be sacrificed again. He guessed. However, this gold finger is really disgusting. UI design is bad. User interaction is even worse. Canaan looked at the chocolate on the desk, which he had deducted from his share for the little girl. It's better to try this. It is estimated that it is also a rare thing to get the heavens and the world. He picked up a box of chocolates. Sacrifice. In the mind of the altar, a blue pillar of light suddenly rose into the sky, and the chocolate in his hand disappeared. Ding! Tears of the Goddess *1. Haha, succeeded. Altar of the Heavens. Number of possible sacrifices, 0, 1 sacrifice at 10 luck points. Luck point, 2. Personal items, Tears of the Goddess *1, a drop of tears from the unknown goddess of the Valoran mainland, the effect is unknown, edible, extractable. 10 points less luck, Tears of the Goddess. Extract. Canaan looked at the thumb-sized crystal bottle in his hand, and a drop of light blue liquid glowed faintly, which was very beautiful. Although I do not know who this foodie goddess is, but Veroland is indeed the official background continent of the League of Legends game played in my previous life, and the Tears of the Goddess is still a piece of equipment in the game. It seems to increase mana and then passive skills can increase the upper limit of mana. Anyway, try it first. He pulled out the crystal bottle and drank the blue liquid. It's so cool. Cool. Thoroughly coolness spreads all over the body through the throat, and then a great sense of comfort. What? Canaan couldn't help but called out, his body twitching, and he collapsed on the chair. Fortunately, my parents are not at home. It's so comfortable, I feel that my soul has been purified. Hey! Kanan started from the chair, took a deep breath, and felt that there was an extra energy in his body. Is this mana, or magic? But this thing seems to be out of control. He tried to mobilize this energy, but nothing happened. Some methods should be needed, such as magic spells and so on. He guessed. Kanan, who had come back to God, found that in addition to a lot of sweat throughout his body, kaihui and trousers were wet. Let's take a bath. A week soon passed, and Kanan's new admission procedures have been completed, but the semester is almost over, which means that he only needs to take a few days of class, and there will be another winter holiday. I really envy you, son, there are so many holidays. Lincoln said while eating food at dinner. Clinton Elementary School is the best elementary school in this area. You have to study hard. However, as soon as I heard that you are enrolling, their principal immediately said that they are free of tuition, and there is a scholarship to take it. Mother Helen said. Awesome! As good as your father was when he was a kid. Lincoln said blushingly. Kanan was used to his father's cheeky face, glanced at Lincoln, and took a sip of milk expressionlessly. Mom, can I leave these uneaten bread to Harry? He said he likes the bread you make best. Of course, no problem, this poor child, remember to bring more points to Dolly, although naughty. Helen responded. Through these days of hard work, the Kanan family successfully established diplomatic relations with the Dursleys. The Lincolns also learned about the tragic life of Harry Potter through Kanan and paid more attention to the child. Although they do not understand the Dursleys' impersonal approach, they are Harry's only relatives after all. The Lincolns, as outsiders, have no way to make too many accusations, but can only give Harry extra care and help. Kanan, when is Harry's birthday? At that time we can hold a birthday party for him. Lincoln thought and asked. He was also thinking about how to give Harry more care. It should be August or September, I will pay attention. Kanan remembered that it seemed that Hagrid had given Harry a birthday in the movie, and it was not long before Hogwarts School Day on September 1st. It's still early. Well, okay, this child is too pitiful, how much you usually care about? Lincoln said. Okay, Dad. Kanan responded. The source of the current luck point seems to be related to Harry, which is enough for him to treat it with heart. On January 15th, this day happened to be the Chinese New Year. Kanan was going to invite Harry to be a guest at his home. He wanted to entertain with hot pot. On this day, he came to Chinatown, a Chinese gathering place in London early, and bought a large package of ingredients. Considering that some people could not eat spicy food, he prepared an extra large Mandarin duck hot pot. The meal is seated. The middle is a 20-inch Mandarin duck hot pot, about half a meter in diameter, surrounded by fresh ingredients and Kanan-made sauce. In the Mandarin duck pot, one side is the authentic Chongqing spicy pot bottom, and the other side is the bottom of the fresh mushroom ribs pot. 4 people were around the table, and the hot pot in the middle was boiling. Kanan, is this really edible? Will it be too much? Harry looked at the boiling hot and spicy bottom of the pot and swallowed saliva. He said uncertainly, this was the first time he saw this kind of eating law. Relax, Harry, this is a Chinese specialty. If you can't eat too spicy, just eat the bottom of the pot. Helen explained softly. Lincoln also nodded nervously, remembering the fear of being dominated by spicy hot pot at his father-in-law's house. However, he felt that the pot in Kanan was large enough. Kanan poured a glass of cola for Harry and smiled unintentionally, if you feel spicy www.readwn.com drink some soda, super cool. Then, under the leadership of Pastor Lincoln, the people prayed the meal and started. Woo, it's so spicy. Harry took a few bites of lamb brushed with spicy soup, and he swallowed with difficulty, exhaled heavily, and then drank a large soda. Hiccup, a long hiccup. Harry saw his face flushed with red eyes when he saw everyone's eyes. Haha, Harry, don't believe you Kanan next time. Lincoln laughed. Harry fanned in front of his mouth while nodding his head in response. Kanan, you are not allowed to bully Harry like this next time, Helen said, turning his head to look at Harry again. Harry, before I leave, bring the bread I baked to your aunt's family, and your love. Little cake to eat. Oh, Kanan, give Harry your Marvel book. You can pass the time when you are bored. Helen continued. Okay, Mother. Is that the 8-year-old genius writer's book? I saw it in the newspaper. Dolly had a set, but he never showed it to me. Was it written by Kanan? Harry's eyes were full of little stars. Look at Kanan. Kanan responded with a smile. Although he was already familiar with the praises of the people around him during this time, he was very proud of the admiration from the protagonist. Poor boy, it seems that I will talk to your aunt and aunt next time, it's too eccentric. Helen said distressedly. It's okay, Aunt Helen, I'm used to it. Harry replied. Okay, let's eat first. This is the pork ribs at the bottom of the pot. It's very fragrant. Eat less spicy food, which is bad for your stomach. Helen grabbed a large piece of ribs for Harry, but decided in his heart to find a time have a good chat with the Dursleys. Chapter 6, Looking for Diagon Alley. After dinner, in order to prevent Dolly from bullying Harry, Kanan accompanied him to the Dursleys' home. After the bread was delivered to the Dursleys ended up looking at Har. A sharp and fierce look. Harry returned to his own small bedroom, packed up the presents he brought back, and then took out a small diary from a worn drawer mezzanine and wrote it. No, January 1988, I received gifts from Aunt Helen and Uncle Lincoln today, and ate Chinese hot pot. I heard them saying that China has a lot of delicious and fun food. I hope to have a chance to see it. But my clothes, a large piece of chili water was stained. Harry stopped the pen, looked at the stain on the cuff, frowned, and then wrote. Although Dolly wears the rest, this is my latest dress, but unfortunately I can't wear it next time. But Aunt Helen and his family are really good. Why isn't my aunt and uncle? And Kanan, wrote such a well-known book, and gave me a set. Uncle Lincoln said to be grateful, to find happiness from unhappiness. Yes, I also want to make myself happy, but why do I always feel that Uncle Lincoln loved to speak big? Today is my happiest day. Harry happily drew a smiley face at the end of the article, then hid the diary in the mezzanine of the drawer. At this time, returned to Kanan in the bedroom and opened the golden finger in his mind. Altar of the Heavens. Number of possible sacrifices, 0, 1 sacrifice at 10 luck points. Luck point, 4. Personal items, none. Added 2 points of luck. It seems undoubtedly that you can brush luck points from Harry. For the next week, Kanan brushed his favor on Harry, trying to earn more luck. It is worth mentioning that not long ago, the Lincoln and Helen couples deliberately and the Dursleys talked deeply about Harry's unfair treatment for an afternoon. Based on the large amount of gifts brought by the couple, the Dursleys readily agreed. Everything is going in a good direction. The only thing that makes Kanan depressed is that the luck point has risen to 6 o'clock, and it hasn't risen again. These 2 points are still after the Dursleys agreed to improve Harry's treatment. This morning, Helen received a letter from Aunt Jenny. There is a page in the letter written to Kanan, but the content above surprised Kanan. Big Villain Collection. I have received your Snow White doll, and there are many delicious ones. My father also bought me a new Snow White pen, so I will forgive you. However, you are not allowed to call me Xiaoshanation anymore. I have a name. My name is Hermione Granger. Otherwise, I will not forgive you. Oh, I have read all of Marvel you wrote. When did you tell me about Harry Potter? I can help you refer to the plot. My composition won the first prize in school. Look forward to your letter. After reading Kanan, he couldn't help crying, but did not expect that Hermione, one of the three protagonists, turned out to be the crying girl. Although she was young, she could already see the traits of the future schoolmaster. It seems that the next task is to attack this little girl. No, it is to earn luck. After all, it is one of the protagonists, and there are not too few luck points to earn. Kanan quickly wrote a reply, explaining that Harry Potter's story was not in a hurry, and then told her later, and then said that the name of his next book was The Lord of the Rings, hoping to discuss the book with Hermione. Plot. After Kanan sent a reply to Hermione, he bought a map of London at a bookstore outside the community. He was going to find Diagon Alley that appeared in the movie and enter the magic world in advance. One is to see if he can earn more luck points in Diagon Alley, and the other is that he is not sure whether he can be admitted by Hogwarts. After all, his magic can be obtained by cheating. He has only watched movies, and there is no detailed mention of Hogwarts' admission method. According to the memories of the movie, Kanan found Diagon Alley in the backyard of the Broken Cauldron Bar, but there is a Muggle shielding spell outside the Broken Cauldron Bar, which ordinary people cannot find. But I can tell that this bar is in the middle of an old record store and bookstore. So as long as you find nearby record stores and bookstores on the map, you should check them out. Kanan put on the sage's hat and quickly found it on the map. Here is also. He marked the target position with a red pen. There are 13 in total, which is quite a lot. Kanan counted on the map. London is not small, and these locations are scattered on all sides of the map. It seems that it will take a lot of work. These days are still holidays, but in order to save time, Kanan rented a taxi and spent a day running through these 13 points. Finally, the place where the cauldron was suspected was found on Charing Cross Road in Westminster. An old dilapidated house. Kanan did not rush out of the car to check, but asked the driver master. In the driver's eyes, the bar is an abandoned shop with a danger warning sign in front of it, saying "Danger, do not enter." It should be here. Kanan guessed. But it was getting late and he took note of his position and was ready to leave. The next day, Kanan brought the little wizard robe prepared for himself in advance, wore a sage's hat, and carried a small bag with a small amount of pounds, food, and a dagger to defend himself. This time just try the water, but some preparations are necessary. After all, the movie is different from reality. Come to the Shabu Cauldron, Kanan put on the wizard's robe and hid the dagger in his waist. Walked into the bar, and instantaneous noisy and loud noises came from the surroundings, and groups of wizard-dressed people gathered around the small table and drank wine. Many people looked at Kanan. Kanan pretended to be calm, and walked straight to the counter to look at the man who was cleaning the cup. "Are you Mr. Tom? I want to go to Diagon Alley. Could you please open a door for me?" Kanan smiled. Tom looked at Kanan and glanced up and down. "Come with me." Then he walked to the backyard. "How about your parents? Why have I never seen you?" Tom asked. "My parents are Muggles. I have a good friend. He went to school at Hogwarts. He said that I have a talent for magic. He also wrote that if I want to go to Diagon Alley, I can find the kettle bar. Mr. Tom helped you and said that you are very helpful." Kanan answered sincerely. Tom's face smiled. "Although Diagon Alley is safe, it is best to let your parents come with you next time." He brought Kanan to the backyard. There was a small patio, and the walls around them were covered with garbage and weeds, which was not very similar to the pictures in the movie. "It's always necessary to cover up, doesn't it?" Seems to see Kanan's doubts, Tom explained. "The door is behind this wall, but it needs a wand to open it." He pointed his wand at the red brick on the wall. He went on to say, "Count the wall tiles on the trash bin 3 times upwards, count 2 more horizontally, and gently tap the wall with a wand 3 times. With the demonstration of old Tom, the bricks on the wall gradually moved, and a big hole appeared, and then a street paved with cobblestones appeared in front of them, with shops on both sides. "Okay, go in," you can knock on the wall when you come back, and I will pick you up. Thank you, Uncle Tom. Kanan hit the snake on the stick and called his uncle directly. Well, you are too young. Pay more attention to safety. If you have any questions, please contact me www.readwn.com. Tom, who is not prejudiced by pure blood, is more kind to Kanan. After speaking, he returned to the bar with a smile. Kanan looked to the left and right streets. The first one on the left is the crucible shop, and the first one on the right is the pharmacy. After some time, you can visit it. However, it is imperative to go to Guling Pavilion to exchange magical currency. Remember that in the movie, British pounds can be exchanged for gold gallons. Kanan walked along the Lewin Stone Road. He found that Diagon Alley was not too large. After a few steps, he saw the 3-story Guling Pavilion with white brick walls outside. There are 2 fairies standing at the door. Kanan glanced at it more and found it somewhat novel. Long nose, pointed ears, and a little baldness in front of hair. Then he walked in. There was a lot of space in it. It was splendid, and even the floor was paved with jade, just like a mirror. Standing on it, you can see your reflection clearly. After Kanan came to an empty counter and looked at the goblin, who was still working with his head down in front of him. Hello, sir, I want to exchange some pounds for pounds, he said. The first redemption requires an admission letter from Hogwarts. The goblin did not look up. Kanan was taken aback for a moment, but I didn't expect a Hogwarts notice to be exchanged. It was not mentioned in the movie. Do you need a notification letter? The goblin looked up at Kanan, narrowed his eyes, and put his hands together. It is really necessary. If there is an admission letter from another school, please go to the country where the school is located. The Guling Court is only for Hogwarts students. Or someone with the relevant certification from the British Ministry of Magic handles the currency exchange business. After he finished, he lowered his head again and looked at the documents in his hands. Looking at the goblin's unwilling action, Kanan had no choice but to say, well, that disturbed Mr. Chapter 7, Earn Gold. Kanan left the Guling Pavilion, sighed as he watched the people around. Originally planned to exchange some gallons through the currency exchange business of Guling Pavilion, and then buy some books and related magic items to understand the magic world. After all, there are some things in the movie that are not very comprehensive. Unexpectedly, the conversion of Garen still requires a Hogwarts notice or the Ministry of Magic certification. It seems that the control of the Ministry of Magic in this world is still very strict, preventing unidentified people from obtaining magic currency. How to earn Jialong, but now Kanan urgently needs a headache. In the Muggle world, you can earn a lot of pounds by writing books, but in the magic world, the Marvel series of books are not necessarily popular. Despite the disadvantage of being a teacher, Kanan took advantage of sufficient time to walk around Diagon Alley, except for an alley with a sign of Overturning Alley, and the entrance was not far from the Guling Pavilion. This upturned alley in the movie is a place frequented by many black wizards. Kanan suppressed curiosity in his heart and looked away from a distance before leaving. In Lichhen bookstore, Kanan stayed for 2 hours. Although he had no money to buy books, the bookstore owner Rast did not prevent the little wizard from reading here, and he was very enthusiastic about communicating with Kanan. And cute, she also gave Kanan a cup of hot milk, and said that she has always welcomed Kanan to come over. Here, Kanan found Hogwarts' way of admitting students, the Book of Admission and the Pen of Acceptance. 2 powerful magic items made by the 4 founders of Hogwarts. The Book of Admission on the black dragon skin cover is made of sheepskin, with powerful and lasting magic on it. Detecting newly born and magically talented children across the UK, and never made mistakes. So, from the birth of a child, you can know whether you have a gift, and the name is written in the Book of Admission. He thought about it secretly. So how do I count this special case? Can the Book of Admission detect my talent? Kanan was unsure. Write a letter back and ask Old Deng to see if there is my name in the Book of Admission. I believe that a little wizard of a Muggle family can understand Hogwarts expectations and should not be doubted. He made up his mind. He is not afraid of not attending school. As the wizard grows up, there will be more and more magic in the body. Little wizards who do not know how to control will become silent. The Ministry of Magic will definitely stop this phenomenon and ensure that every little wizard you can learn to control the magic. Came to a thrift shop, also called a scrap shop. Most of them used old magic items and books by wizards. The manager was a stingy bald German named Duran. Kanan found a good wand here, but the worn rod and some crippled head indicate that the wand was abandoned by the owner for a reason. Kanan wanted to try his magic wand, but Duran refused directly. This magic wand is worth 2 gold gallons and 3 silver CK, but it can't let you break it even if it is intact. The stingy German bald guy, Kanan muttered in his heart. In addition, Kanan also found many second-hand books, The Beginner's Guide to Transforming, Standard Spell Collection. Many of them are designated by Hogwarts, and the price is much lower than that of Lycang. Wait, this is? Kanan saw a book with a burnt black cover. The damage of this book was so high that he could only vaguely see the words black magic. Ghost, this is not something you can touch. Kanan raised his head to see Dellen's fierce eyes and dropped his hand. When you have the money, buy them all, you can try simple magic. Kanan was full of anticipation. Seeing that it was not early, he was about to leave. Bald Dellen stared at Kanan intently, as if he was going to go something when he left. Kanan returned to the bedroom and lay on the blue bed, thinking about how to get Jialong. Do child labor? Not to mention the harshness of the Ministry of Magic's juvenile wizard protection law, Kanan will soon start school, and there is no time to do it. Going to Diagon Alley in the future can only be spent on weekends. Secondly, no one will to 9-year-old children. Selling books? The creators of the Marvel series undoubtedly have the right to sell the book to the magic world, but the books in the magic world are generally more expensive. Kanan was a little worried about the financial ability of the N family. But this is indeed a good way. After preparing, he will talk with the owner of Lichhen bookstore to see if he can let the bookstore agent sell the Marvel series of books. Finally, Kanan came up with another way to show off. Should be able to earn Jin Jialong quickly, to solve the urgent need. Christmas Mother gave Kanan a violin. This month, with the help of the Sage Hat, he has been able to play a lot of music very skillfully. If you can perform in the Cauldron Bar, you should be able to earn a lot of gallons, provided that you only have a good relationship with old Tom. I believe this is not difficult to solve. The next day, Kanan came to Diagon Alley with a violin and a set of Marvel books. It was not easy to carry these things. He thought of the bag with the space expansion spell that appeared in the movie, the legendary storage bag, although this bag is very easy to damage, and the amount of stored items is also related to the strength of the spell and the material of the bag. He still hopes to get one. Came to the Broken Cauldron Bar, Kanan explained to Tom directly. Under his pitiful eyes, Tom reluctantly agreed, but he said that if there were guests disgusted, he would stop. However, regardless of the result, he will sponsor some Kanan to help Kanan buy some badly needed magic books. What a good person! Kanan exclaimed. Turned around in the bar, Kanan came to the table not far from the counter. There was a large window next to it, and you could see the Muggle world. Choosing a good position, he stood on the stool, turned his back to the window, put an orange gentleman hat in front, cleared his throat. Dear gentlemen and ladies, please allow me to play a Purple Passion for everyone. This piece was specially selected by Kanan. The violin solo music is undoubtedly somewhat thin, and there are not many suitable tunes. Under the sunlight outside the window, Kanan's figure was elegant and upright, and the earth-red hat did not affect his temperament. With the light swing of the arm, the bow jumped on the 4 strings, and a passionate music spread throughout the bar. The wizard under the field suddenly became silent, and it wasn't until Kanan finished playing that they sparsely applauded, but they were extremely shocked. The magic world has many spells and magic items that can release music, but for the first time they saw such a small wizard playing such an exciting music, a beautiful melody, and a golden figure under the sun. Undoubtedly it sounds popular. After that Kanan played a few more songs and was praised by many wizards. One of them was Hagrid and gave no less than 10 gold gallons. It's another point of luck, but I didn't expect Hagrid to be so rich. Kanan thought to himself. After the end, Kanan looked at about 30 Jinjialong and a few pieces of silver zik in his hat, and his small eyes were full of smiles. Little guy, it's really good, if you come every day, my bar business is estimated to be several times. Tom laughed and threw 10 gold gallons in Kanan. Thank you Uncle Tom. Kanan accepted it directly. At this stage, he lacks money, and he is not polite. Turned his head, Kanan was going to talk to Hagrid and found that he didn't know when he was gone. Hearing Uncle Tom saying that he often came to drink. There is always a chance. Kanan thought. He put Jinjialong in the small storage bag sent by Uncle Tom. The space inside is not large, and it is specially used for small objects. Then the Marvel series of books brought on his back came to Diagon Alley. Ljian Bookstore, Aunt Rast, can I consign this book to you? Britain's hottest book this year. Kanan handed the book. Look at me, Muggle's book. The owner, Lust, took the book and touched his long blonde hair with his finger. Well, this was written by me. Although it is a Muggle book. But the magic and technology in it are believed to be loved by many wizards. Kanan said with a smile. He heard Uncle Tom on the way to this is Rast very smart and capable. Little Kanan, you must know that Muggle books have never been sold here with us. Rastet put down the book in his hands and stared at Kanan with bright eyes. Well, Aunt Rast, please read the book first, and then we can discuss it again? If the book is not good, then I have nothing to say. Kanan pursed his lips. That's fine. Lust's voice was a little reluctant, but he still picked up Marvel 1. Kanan also picked up the Where Are the Magical Animals that he had not finished before and watched them for free. Newt wrote an introduction about many magical animals here, which is very interesting. An hour later, Rastet put down the Marvel 2 in his hand, looked at Kanan, and said excitedly, Little Kanan, did you really write this? The voice revealed incredible. Well, Aunt Rast, my book is not bad. It's so beautiful, you said how did you think of the 6 infinite gems, the setting is really awesome. Rushter opened his mouth www.readwn.com with a look of excitement, obviously surprised by the plot in the book Endless. There is also the magic of the ancient master mage, and it would be nice if we also had this kind of circle magic in our magic world. Circle magic. Kanan couldn't help crying or laughing. And you said that in the future there will be aliens invading the Earth, can we in the magic world fight? By the way, I think Dumbledore is not worse than the Ancient One. Rastus kept on going. Aunt Rast, can we discussing the sale of books? Kanan frowned and interrupted. Oh, good, good. Lust said with a smile, Little Kanan, although your book is good, but you have to know that we have never sold Muggle books, we have to take a lot of risk and pressure. Aunt Rast, I brought all my books from the Muggle world. As many as you sell, I will provide as many as you want. There is no cost and no risk. However, I want to sell 90% of the books. No, 90% are too much. I need manpower and resources here. We have 5 points. Obviously, she agreed to sell the book. What do I bring to you every time? Just sell it in your bookstore. I can give you up to 20%, no, I will go find someone else. Kanan insisted. Okay, it's cheaper you smart little guy. Lust said with a smile. After signing the magic contract, Kanan wiped the virtual sweat on his head. The first time I met and delivered milk, I was very kind. When it came to money, it seemed to change people. Little Kanan, can I ask why you came here to sell my books? Rast asked kindly, and she wanted to know why Kanan chose this place. Because your book sells the most expensive. Chapter 8, Magic Wand. Came out of the Lichhen bookstore, Kanan turned upside down the small storage bag, although there is no weight, but there are 50 gold gallons, of which 20 gold gallons are the deposit paid in advance by Mrs. Rast. Hidden the storage bag, Kanan is ready to stroll around Diagon Alley at random, but now with some initial funds, it is possible to buy the goods that were previously optimistic. Today, there are not many people in Diagon Alley. Kanan came to the owl shop, which is the most complete owl shop in the UK. Of course, although the main owl, some other types of pets are also available here. The snow white owl has been attracting Kanan's attention. I saw it raised its head in the cage, looked at Yuan with 2 eyes as he approached Kanan, and called twice. Cuckoo! This owl sells so much. Kanan was very interested, looked at the fat lady next to her and asked, she is the owner of this shop, her face covered with freckles. This is called Syndra and needs 7 gallons. Okay, then I will get this one. Kanan took out 7 gallons and handed them to the fat lady. This is a special feed for owls. I can give you a bag. You can usually feed some biscuits and bread crumbs. Also, Syndra is more afraid of water and you take good care of it. The fat lady's voice was very kind. Okay, ma'am. Kanan nodded seriously, and he could see the fat lady's love for these pets. Then, Kanan carried Syndra to the thrift store, and he was about to buy the wand and some magic books. Originally his plan was to go to the wand shop to buy it, but learned that he could not buy the wand without the Hogwarts admissions notice. In desperation, he could only buy the damaged wand first. Hi, good morning Mr. Dillon. Kanan looked at Dillon at the counter and found that there were no customers in the shop at this time. It's you kid again, I can't touch anything here. Dillon showed a fierce expression. I know, sir, I came to buy the last wand and a few books. This time I brought enough money. Kanan had a fire in his heart, but said with a smile. You wait. Duran stood up slowly from the chair. I'm saying, devil, although each wand is essential for the wizard, it is best to buy the wand for the first time. Go to the wand shop to buy. Although this wand can still be used, it may not be suitable for you. He paused and came to Kanan with a pair of murky eyes looking at Kanan. You'd better go to Ollivander. The wizard's wand is your partner. You need to choose carefully. His tone was abnormal. A lot kindly. Sir, I know, but I haven't reached Hogwarts school age yet, I can't buy it yet, Kanan explained. Oh, forget, there are many restrictions on wizards in this Britain. Dillon seemed to be remembering something, and looked at Kanan and asked, why do you want a wand now? Sir, I want to try some basic magic, and I think every wizard should have his own magic wand, just like our partners. Kanan said sincerely. Very well, a wizard without a wand is not a wizard. Come with me. After he closed the door, he took Kanan into the back room. Kanan didn't know what the bald guy wanted to do, felt the dagger in his waist, calmed down in his heart, and then followed carefully. Dillon took him to a room like a bedroom, surrounded by a mess. Then Duran pulled out his wand and waved it, which was a black curved wand all over his body. Rumbling. I saw a hole in the front floor, and a stone stairway led to the depths. Come with me, be careful of the steps. Dillon waited for Kanan to ask, and gave a fluorescent flash to go down first. Walked along the steps for about a minute, came to a wide space, and the lights were instantly lit around. Kanan found a large number of wands floating in the air, and there were a lot of wood and tools not far away, which looked like a wand. These are my magic wands, a total of 321, they are all looking forward to their masters, and my task is to help them find a good master. Mr. Then seemed to know what Kanan wanted to say. Dillon interrupted and said, the wand outside is actually my first wand, and my first wand, child, I know it is not for you. As for why I made so many magic wands? Boy, you know that there is a fierce Duran in my thrift store alone, and it can't feed me. He laughed and said before making the gruesome grimaces seemed to be mocking himself. Choose your wand quickly, I believe there is always something for you here. Kanan nodded and walked forward, looking at the many wands floating in the air, somehow, tilting his head and looking at Dylan in doubt. Feel attentively, child. Old Duran encouraged. Although Kanan didn't know what kind of ghost it was, he calmed himself down, closed his eyes, and slowly mobilized his magic. Then, a large number of wands in the air began to tremble, and some of them even emitted a slight blue light. Brush! A wand seemed to have defeated many competitors and flew to Kanan, floating in front of him. Kanan opened his eyes and looked at the wand in front of him. The wand waved gently, as if nodding his head. Every wand has its own spirituality, and they will choose the master according to the physique, magic, personality of the wizard. The material of this wand is ash and unicorn core, 13 inches. It seems that you are a little guy with firm belief, Dylan explained with a smile. Kanan took the wand in front of him and waved it in his hand, as if he could feel the joy in the wand. Fluorescent flash. Kanan waved his wand and tried the first magic. The tip of the stick began to glow, and gradually the light became brighter and brighter. Very good talent, it's not too late, let's go out. Dylan said with a smile. Sir, I don't know, how much gallon is needed for this wand? Kanan asked. I think this wand can find a favorite good friend and will be very happy, maybe you should ask me for money, don't you? Dylan laughed. This wand is given to you as a gift, but you need to take good care of it, as I said just now, can you use it as your partner? Dylan showed a serious look. Okay, sir. Kanan could feel Dylan's love for the wand revealed from his bones and replied seriously. Before leaving, Dylan also gave Kanan several second-hand books that Kanan had fancy, including the Broken Black Magic book, and then he returned to the Broken Cauldron with a pile of things. You said you bought these books at a thrift store? That brutal bald guy. The voice was incredible. Little Kanan, I should have told you earlier, that old guy often buys fakes. A wizard had bought a magic mirror from him before www.readwn.com said that he could see dead souls. The result is an ordinary mirror, just screaming. Oh! I hope the books you bought are not fakes. Tom was annoyed when he heard what happened to Kanan. Uncle Tom, these books were given to me by Dylan. I think he may not be so impersonal. Kanan knew that Dylan's ferocious appearance was disguised. Give it to you? Well, it seems that he is not that abominable, even the children are cheating. However, you will be farther away from him and secretly tell you, Tom posted to Kanan's ear, many people have heard that the Baldhead's parents were under Grindelwald's underworld, and he was a black wizard. You know, Grindelwald. It is said that the Baldhead fled to Britain at that time, and he hated the British very much. Well, Uncle Tom, I know. Kanan nodded. It seems that there are many secrets in old Duran, but he has no self-protection right now, so he is not suitable to participate, so there is no intention to explore. Bid farewell to Tom, Kanan returned home, after packing his belongings, looked at Syndra eating feed and flapping his wings in front of him. It seems to be a good confession with my parents, and I also need a small secret room where I can store my belongings. At dinner, Kanan directly confessed his recent behavior on the table, and pushed the reason why he could find the magic world to his friends who are in Hogwarts. At the same time, he also showed his magic fluorescent flashing. The couple were surprised and had to believe in the existence of the magical world that Kanan said. He also said that he would invite his friend to be a guest at home on holiday. Kanan was helpless, but he planned to take his parents to visit Diagon Alley in the near future, and by the way buy some new magic items for them. Chapter 9, Famous. The time passed quickly, and a month had passed. During this time, Kanan deliberately rented a small house not far from the Ligastrom community to practice magic. Because this wand was obtained from Dylan and has not been reported to the Ministry of Magic, I am not afraid of being discovered by the Ministry of Magic. During this time, with the help of the Sage's Hat, Kanan was already able to master some basic magic skills. Among them, the 2 spells with heavy obstacles and weapons except yours were the most proficient. When wearing the Sage's Hat, Kanan can send these 2 spells smoothly. Even without a hat, Kanan can cast these 2 spells at the speed of an adult wizard. He now feels more and more that this hat works great, it is self-evident to his importance. The only pity is that the 2 kinds of high-level magic that Kanan wants to learn most are the Brain Closure spell and the Phantom Body spell. But the former is unable to get started. The former is to prevent others from peeping into his memory. After all, Old Deng and Snape are both masters of dementia. Kanan does not want his secrets to be discovered, and the latter can increase the means of protecting himself, and go after school night tours can also prevent being caught. He discovered that these deep spells require special casting skills, and they can only be learned by reading books. Even Kanan with the Sage's Hat in his hand also expressed the difficulty. In particular, the pronunciation method and the gesture of waving the wand are only mentioned a little in the book, and there is no detailed introduction. And these are indispensable factors for the success of the spell casting. It seems that it is necessary to think of a way, which is also the significance of Hogwarts. Kanan thought of several professors at Hogwarts. If he can consult them, I believe that he must help him quickly master a lot of high-level magic. Curse! Kanan came downstairs from the bedroom and saw a big white slap kitten chasing a stupid bird. This stupid bird was bought by Sindra for a month, and the white kitten was a pet that Helen was looking for when Kanan took his parents to Diagon Alley not long ago. It's called Alice, a Persian female cat less than a month old. With a trace of magic blood and running fast, the pet shop owner Fat Lady explained patiently at the time that this is why it can be sold here. As for Lincoln, he bought a magic mirror, which can remind people in front of the mirror whether their clothes are neat. If the clothes appear irregularly in front of the mirror will emit red light. If it is neatly dressed, the mirror will emit green light. This is Kanan's special selection for Lincoln. Lincoln expressed his love. "Oh, Alice, stop now, and you are not allowed to bully Sindra." Helen came out of the kitchen, screaming with frowning at the messy living room. She regretted that she bought this naughty kitten. During this time, cat-bird battles happened repeatedly, causing her headaches. Alice looked at the stupid bird still hovering in the air, turned her head and looked at Helen again, as if considering whether to listen to the master's orders, then shook her head, and she returned to the sofa unwillingly. "Kanan, clean up!" Helen commanded skillfully. Since Kanan showed the clean-up magic in front of her, the cleaning work at home was handed over to Kanan to practice magic. "Okay, mother." Looking at her mother, who was more skilled than herself, Kanan couldn't help crying, and immediately waved her wand. The messy living room suddenly returned to its original state. Sindra saw her master coming, surely, quickly flew to Kanan's shoulder, provocatively shouted to Alice, "Cuckoo!" Alice was not willing to show her weakness, and she raised her paw. "Okay, don't worry about it anymore, make your mother anxious, and be careful that you have no food." After stopping the possibility of 2 pets fighting again, Kanan came to the table and opened the Daily Prophet. This was ordered by Kanan not long ago, and requires 18 Yinxico a month. For Kanan, the price is not too expensive. During this time, he received a total of 1,030 gold gallons for his part-time job at the Cauldron Bar and the books sold by Lichhen Bookstore. This is still the gift money purchased by Lincoln and Helen. According to Kanan, the salary of an ordinary wizard is about 50 gold gallons a month. Kanan earns more than a year of ordinary wizards in a month, and the part-time job of breaking the Cauldron Bar is only available on weekends. Time goes, otherwise it will make more money. As for Kanan, there is also a reason for ordering the Daily Prophet. He turned over the back of the newspaper skillfully. The photo in the lower left corner of the plate was Kanan. I saw him playing the violin as if it was shaking elegantly with music. The caption next to the photo reads Genius violinist and writer Kanan Bryan. The following is an introduction to Kanan and many comments. Genius musician from Muggle family. The marvel of the Muggle world. Genius boy under red hat. From the first time he played Purple Passion Love, Kanan became famous in the Broken Cauldron Bar. In addition, each performance of Kanan brought a new classic music, which attracted many wizards to watch. In just a few weeks, he was awarded the title Beethoven in the wizarding world. Kanan said he didn't feel the name at all, and didn't Beethoven play the piano? And after the Marvel series of books were sold in the Lgian bookstore, they also attracted a lot of wizards to buy. Mrs. Lassett also specially made a magic poster to promote this book. Future high-tech, bizarre magic, and heroes who save the world will undoubtedly conquer many wizards. With the combination of the two, Kanan became more famous, so it attracted the interview of the Prophet Daily. This is half the official daily report of the wizarding world. Although the Kanan interview only occupies a small section, it also shows that Kanan has some not a small reputation. Kanan opened the golden finger in his brain and found that the point of luck has risen to 15 points. This is the second method he found recently to earn luck points. Previously, he had been brushing the favorability of Harry and Hermione. However, he found that the growth of the luck point was extremely slow. It was not until a while ago that he became famous, and he found that his luck point was rising sharply. He was also happy to see the interview of the Prophet Daily. Kanan also speculated that the source of the point of luck did not come from important plot characters. Is the changed magic world, or the original plot of the magic world? It is also possible that you can also get lucky by increasing your influence in the wizarding world. But these speculations need to be slowly verified. Was originally just to earn some gold gallon, but I didn't expect to get a lot of luck points. I also discovered that the new way of luck points is a surprise for Kanan. Kanan, breakfast is ready, call your dad to eat down. Helen brought out a small dumpling and a pile of sauce from the kitchen. Okay. Kanan looked at the new style breakfast with joy. Not long ago, under the protest of Kanan, Helen finally changed the daily bread into a Chinese-style breakfast, soy milk fritters and small dumplings. Food from China quickly conquered Lincoln's stomach. Only Helen said that it would take a lot of time to make these breakfasts, but she had already prepared to resign and concentrate on the two fathers and sons, and the two new family members could not take care of it. Kanan, after some time, I am going to take you to meet your grandfather. He knows that his grandson is a great writer, and he must be very happy. Helen showed a rare look of nostalgia. Mom, how come I have never seen my grandfather? In the memory of Kanan, the Lincoln couple rarely mentioned it. Your grandfather is a very stubborn person, and does not want to see your father, so my father and I were elopement. Wow! Kanan thought the news was very powerful. www.readwn.com. I didn't expect my parents to be so bold and decisive. What about later? Kanan was curious about the story behind. Later, your grandfather moved from the United Kingdom to the United States. I didn't come when I married your dad, and I didn't contact you again. Kanan looked at Helen's gradually red eyes and comforted, Mom, you can rest assured that when I see my grandfather, I will persuade him to come back. When the family lives together, do not be too sad. At this time, Lincoln also came down from the upstairs. He also listened to the conversation between the two, and looked at the sad atmosphere. He laughed, Kanan, are you bullying your mother? He came Helen's side, my little baby Helen is so beautiful after crying. Kiss one. He said he was still kissing Helen gently in the corner of his eyes. Spicy chicken. Kanan looked at this scene a bit dazed, and refreshed his shameless recognition of someone. Dad, you. Can you? Don't sprinkle dog food in front of me. Kanan frowned, his tone flustered, and he went straight in. Has been with Kanan for a long time, and Lincoln also knows the meaning of spreading dog food. There are 3 of us at home, whoever you don't eat this dog food. He looked at Kanan weirdly. And, father, this is the true meaning of teaching you to be a girl. Looking at the funny father and son, Helen burst into tears and smiled, okay, I'm okay. Let's eat quickly, the buns are cold. Try the sauce. Isn't it delicious? I specifically increased it according to the book. Holding the sauce, a small dumpling was put between the father and son. Alice on the sofa is stretching and rolling, looking at the 3 people who were noisy, and now they are full of warmth. He said he didn't know what happened. Meow, it's better to be a cat. It licks its paw happily. Chapter 10, Diary of Ancient One. These days Kanan was very helpless, because the Lincoln couple and the 2 went on a global tour. Son, your father and I happen to have a holiday, and your mother has also resigned, so she plans to go out to play and let your mother relax. As for why not take you? You still go to school, your new book is not finished, the most important yes, you have grown up and can no longer make a qualified light bulb. Be good, Mom and Dad will bring you gifts, and remember to take care of Alice and Sindra. This is the original words of Lincoln. Kanan felt very tired. Since they showed their genius in front of them, they did not regard themselves as human beings, no, they were not regarded as children. No one's parents will leave a 10-year-old child at home, and then have been to the duo world. Came home from school and saw the mess in front of him, Kanan sighed, and the living room was messed up by Alice and Sindra again. He took out his wand and cleaned it up. He felt that the magic became more and more proficient. Watching the 2 pets still chasing and making trouble, Kanan simply issued a petrified spell. Cats and birds that had been huddled together quickly stiffened in place. Mother is not at home, you still give me trouble, I will not get used to you. He stuffed 2 petrified pets into a bird cage, you love each other for a night. He also put a warming spell on the bird cage. This is a partial door spell that Kanan accidentally discovered in the bookstore. It can only be applied to static objects. It is a bit tasteless, but it is just right now. Cold. He plugged Alice's little white-tipped legs out of the birdcage again, covered the birdcage with a blanket, then settled the dinner and came to the bedroom. Altar of the Heavens. Number of possible sacrifices, 2, 1 sacrifice at 10 luck points. Luck point, 21. Personal items, none. This is the latest achievement of Kanan, earning a total of 17 points, plus 4 points accumulated before a total of 21 points, but it is possible to sacrifice twice. He took out the annotated spell set from the drawer and the Gouvet magic ball. The former was a Hogwarts textbook previously purchased from a thrift store, and the latter was purchased by Kanan for 150 gold gallons from France. Alchemy items, a magic ball that can store magic power, of course, the postman is Sindra. Kanan prepared to use these 2 items as sacrifices. He had sacrificed twice before, once to sacrifice pounds to get Xiao Nene, and once to get chocolate to get the tears of the goddess. Although the 2 have no commonality, Kanan speculates that the sacrifice and the reward of the sacrifice are still related. Today's attempt can justify his guess. He first picked up standard mantra and whispered, sacrifice. Ding! Extracted ancient diary *1. The worn-out book of spells disappeared out of thin air, then a blue light flashed over, and a quaint book made of sheepskin appeared on the altar in my mind. Sure enough. Kanan looked at the golden finger in his mind. The luck point has been reduced by 10 points, leaving 11 points, and an introduction appeared in personal items. Diary of the Supreme Master Guyi from Marvel World. Extractable. After extraction, Kanan looked at the dilapidated book in his hand, some of which turned yellow, and the number of pages was not much. It seems that my guess is not wrong. Different sacrifices will be chosen by different gangsters in the world, and then give feedback rewards. I do not know why the first pound was fancy by the Eastern King Xian Jun, but the second time the chocolate was fancied by the goddess of foodies, and this time the magic spell was also fancied by the magician, but I didn't expect it ancient master mage in Wei Hong. Kanan knew that the supreme master was very powerful. However, the prompt says that it is just the diary of Master Guyi, and I don't know if there will be any gains. Kanan was going to study this diary before making sacrifices. The cover of the book has only a magic symbol, a large circle, which is a pattern composed of irregular curves, which is strange. From a distance, this magic symbol is like an eye, and as the curve moves, the eyes seem to come alive. Kanan touched it unconsciously, but found nothing. I hope there is nothing like a curse. He opened the first page, which was full of English. Today, Karu took me carefully to a cave, where we found traces of magic runes carved on the walls of the cave. I dare not believe. We also found a corpse. I was so scared that Karu found a book on the corpse, a magic book. This looks like when Guyi first came into contact with magic. The following paragraphs are some trivia recorded by Guyi. Kanan skipped these and then read on. The magic book describes how to exercise magic and some basic magic spells. Karu said to put the magic book first. I secretly came over to study magic with me at night, and I was very happy. Karu believed me so. After reading this page, Kanan turned to the second page, but found that the following content was blank. What the hell? Kanan quickly browsed the following pages and found nothing. At this time, a series of small words appeared on the second page. Only one page can be seen a day. It seems that this book was enchanted by Guyi, and he can only read one page a day. However, Kanan did not understand the reason why Guyi set this magic. Moreover, Guyi sent this diary book, which also shows that she is willing to let others read this book. There is no need to cover up. Kanan had no choice but to treat this as the evil taste of Guyi, and then put down his diary book in preparation for the second sacrifice. He picked up the Gyuwit magic ball and read, "Hope can bring me good luck. Sacrifice. Ding. Extracted alchemy mirror *1. The magic ball disappeared. After the blue light flashed, a silver mirror appeared on the altar. The alchemy mirror from Hornheim in Grineer extractable. Extract. The silver mirror appeared in the hands of Kanan. The outer layer of the mirror was Yindu, carved with some strange plants, which looked like plants unique to the Grineer continent. The mirror is only 6 inches big. Kanan held the mirror in his hand for a while and found an inconspicuous protrusion under the mirror surface, like a button. He pressed it, and then a picture appeared in the mirror. A small room, filled with bottles and jars, looks like a laboratory, and then a grey-haired www.readwn.com. Some sloppy old people appeared in the mirror, and then the picture was frozen, and a line appeared word, Hornheim's Alchemy Teaching Live Room. Don't ask how Kanan knows, because this line is Chinese. Is it an old predecessor of a traverser? Kanan who wondered. After all, it is in Chinese and in the live broadcast room. It is easy to think of a masterpiece of a traverser. Suddenly the picture in the mirror changed, and a red exclamation mark appeared as a warning sign. Warning. No connection to the central master tower, no magic signal. Kanan smiled. This magic item is very similar to the previous mobile phone, as if the mobile phone has no signal. He went on and found that the mirror could still touch the screen, and there was a product introduction in it. The full name of this mirror is Hornheim. It is produced by the master alchemist of Grineer Continental Hohenheim, and can realize communication, live video and other business functions through the magic machine. Kanan felt that the magic machine was like a mobile phone replica. However, there is no master tower in this world, just like a mobile phone has no base station, no signal, so the function of communication live broadcast is no longer useful. The only thing that thanked Kanan was that he found the video cache of the Hornheim live broadcast in the magic machine, a total of 132 episodes, ranging from alchemy basics to advanced alchemy masters, which are more comprehensive. Time. And the energy problem of the magic machine does not need to worry about Kanan. The magic machine depicts the energy magic array in the magic machine, which is a unique magic array of the Green Nour magic system. Kanan was very interested in this magic array. It's still too early to watch. Kanan is ready to learn alchemy videos. If one day can apply the magic machine to this world, I believe it will definitely get a lot of luck. Chapter 11, Ancient One Magic. The next day, Kanan did not wake up until noon. Today is Saturday and he can have a good rest. Last night he watched 3 episodes of alchemy videos in one breath. Although he leaned on the hat of the sage and remembered the intelligence bonus, but Kanan Nan said that alchemy is really difficult. In the basic teaching video of Hornheim, just getting started requires familiarity with the properties of 198 metals and related chemical reactions, the characteristics and growth environment of 58,674 medicinal materials, 3,862 basic runes and the magic array they can form. Many of these materials are unheard of in Kanan, and are estimated to be proprietary to the Green Nour continent. I don't know what the alchemy of our world is. Kanan can't wait to understand the alchemy of this world. Remember that the more famous alchemy item in the movie is the magic stone. It was also the introduction of the first movie plot, Voldemort. Baby who wants to snatch. The magic stone that can make people live forever is a precious item even in Green Nour. Kanan thought about it, even if the magic system and the alchemy system of the two worlds are different. Kanan was going to take the time to buy some alchemy raw materials in Diagon Alley in the afternoon. Hornheim left homework at the end of each episode. He said that simply listening to lessons does not improve the ability of alchemy and requires a lot of practice. Kanan is also convinced of this. Although he has a sage hat, he cannot handle the materials and the magic array in such a detailed manner as Hornheim in the video. After all, real knowledge comes from practice. Came to the living room and saw a cat and a bird still petrified in the cage. It seemed that Kanan remembered something and patted his head. Oh, I forgot, poor 2 little guys. He cast a petrification curse to remove the curse, and took them out of the cage with some pain. The 2 little guys looked a little sluggish and called out weakly. Kanan hurriedly took some feed from the kitchen to feed them. They originally wanted to punish them for one night, but did not expect to sleep until noon. Judging by their irresistible appearance, it is estimated that the petrified mantra is not very pleasant. He made some milk for Alice and fed Sindra some almonds he loved most, and compensated them well. Then I took a steak from the refrigerator and used it as my lunch. After solving the lunch, Kanan came to the Broken Cauldron bar. The style here was very different from before. The uneven ground was covered with a layer of jade tiles, and the surrounding walls were all replaced with white wallpaper, and the ceiling was still hanging on the ceiling. A huge crystal magic lamp. The whole bar is completely new. This is Kanan's suggestion to Old Tom, who has sponsored more than 500 gallons. Kanan believes that the elegant and comfortable environment will definitely attract more customers, and that Old Tom has helped him a lot before, and Kanan is willing to give back. And for Kanan, this environment and his violin are believed to be more experience for customers. Little Kanan, why are you here? Are you going to Diagon Alley? Tom saw Kanan's figure and said happily. The recent business is much better than before, and the bar environment has become so good. He was also very happy when he was working, and he was very grateful to Kanan from his heart. Most of the people in the bar knew Kanan, and they all greeted Kanan with a smile, and Kanan also responded one by one. Now his show time is fixed on Sunday afternoon. At this time, there are far fewer people in the bar. Yes, Uncle Tom, please open a door for me. Kanan smiled back. Although there is a wand, the source of the wand is not correct, he did not reveal it, so the daily entry and exit of Diagon Alley is still the help of Old Tom. Yes, Uncle Tom, remember to leave me a cup of Venus. This is the Muggle drink recommended by Kanan to Tom. It is welcomed by many wizards and sold out every day. Okay. Keep it for you. Old Tom laughed and responded. Today, there was drizzle in Diagon Alley, and there were also cold wines. Kanan tightened his neck and felt the extra cold. Troped to the Lich Hen bookstore, Kanan and Mrs. Rushter settled the balance of this week, and quickly took out dozens of sets of Marvel series books from a storage bag. This storage bag was purchased by Kanan not long ago for 400 gold gallons, and the space inside is equivalent to a small warehouse. Little Kanan, some of my friends abroad also want to sell your books, do you read? Mrs. Rastus asked kindly. Recently, she made a lot of money by selling Kanan's books. I'm optimistic about this little genius who is gaining popularity in the wizarding world. Aunt Rastal, just make a decision. Just like you, tell me how many books you need in advance. Kanan is happy to see that its books can be sold to foreign wizarding circles. Then, Kanan came to the thrift store. Dellen's temper was still the same as before. Kanan saw him scolding 2 customers away. It seemed that he was kind to him. Uncle Dellen, this is the music I recorded. You can usually listen to the pastime. Kanan handed over a Muggle recorder. He had a show before and he saw Dellen in the crowd and learned that he also liked it. Music. In order to repay him, he recorded all the songs he played. Hearted, little guy, thank you for your gift, I like it very much. Dellen changed the look impatient with customers before and said to Kanan with a smile. Only in front of Kanan would he show such a gentle face. During this time, Kanan would come to the thrift store whenever he had time, send some cakes to Dellen, chat with him, and make Dellen very happy for a long time. Therefore, Dellen has a good opinion of Kanan. And then Dellen looked at him with a serious face. Kanan, listen to me, try not to go out these days. He approached Kanan and lowered his voice. Also, the activity of the broken cauldron will stop tomorrow. Stop. Kanan was unknown, so when he wanted to ask questions, he was interrupted by Dellen. Some things, what you know is not good for you. Your current fame may also attract some people's attention, but remember my words. After that, he looked at Kanan deeply and then took Kanan. Nan drove away and closed the door of the shop. Kanan is unknown, but it can be guessed from Dellen's words that there may be a big event in the wizarding world. Looking at the scattered people on the street, Kanan always has a bad hunch in his heart. After buying the necessary alchemy materials, Kanan quickly returned to the Broken Cauldron bar, told everyone to cancel tomorrow's show activity, and chatted with Tom briefly, inquiring about the recent situation in the wizarding world. It seems that Uncle Tom didn't know about it. There was no gain here in Old Tom. Kanan finished drinking Venus, reminding Old Tom of a few words, let him pay attention to safety these days. Kanan came home, relieved, and saw Alice and Syndra snuggling together in the living room watching TV, but couldn't help but want to laugh. It seems that yesterday's punishment was quite effective, and now they have become good friends. Came to the bedroom, Kanan opened Guyi's diary book, wanted to see the content of the second page. We found a way to materialize elemental energy in the magic book www.readwn.com. At the same time, this method is also applicable to the magic in our body. Karu used magic to condense a golden shield to resist attacks. He also integrated the defensive spells mentioned in the book. How come I didn't expect it? I can also condense the magic into a golden whip. Unfortunately, the magic in my body is still very small. It seems that I have to practice meditation every day. The following content of the diary excites Kanan, and records the methods of materializing the elemental energy as well as the golden shield condensing gestures and magic guidance methods. The only regret is that there is no way to practice the idea of meditation mentioned in the book. Kanan noticed that his recent magical growth rate is very slow. Just casting a few spells, the magical power is almost exhausted. If you can get this kind of meditation, you will great help for yourself. Kanan looked at the diary book and tried to condense the golden shield in the way. He found that this method of casting is completely different from the Harry Potter world using the magic wand to cast spells. and does not require spells. The most important thing is the way to guide the magic and the casting gesture. First cast, the golden round shield formed in Kanan's hands and dissipated. The magic guidance method is a bit complicated, and it is not difficult to portray this defensive spell in the round shield. Kanan frowned and tried the spell practice again. After about half an hour of practice, he finally successfully exhibited a golden shield. Similar to the picture in the movie, a golden round shield with a diameter of about 30 centimeters appeared in the hands of Kanan. He touched it with his hand. It was still physical. Hard, it seems that it can block not only magic spells but also bullets. Also saw that the magic patterns on some parts of the golden shield flickered. It should be that the spell spelled out some problems, and I need to practice again. Kanan thought. Chapter 12, Attack. After practicing for a long time, Kanan shook his sore hands. He can now use this magic skillfully. With the blessing of the Sage's Hat, you can complete the cast in 1 second. The main way is that the magic guide is very complicated and needs to be matched with specific gestures, making the entire casting process very cumbersome. He feels that his current casting speed is already his limit, unless he spends a lot of time practicing later. Seeing that the sky outside was dim, Kanan came downstairs, settled his dinner, and fed some pets with feed. He brought a storage bag and came to a remote small house he rented not long ago. Here he was going to use it as his magic base for alchemy experiments. After all, it is inconvenient to conduct some dangerous experiments at home. He took out the utensils and experimental materials he bought from Diagon Alley from the storage bag. Fortunately, this alchemy experiment was relatively simple, and he made a warm protective gloves that can be perfectly attached to the human skin. For housewives is an excellent helper. Kanan wanted to make it and give it to Helen. She should be very helpful when she was cutting vegetables and washing clothes. Although the glove has few functions, the magic array above is very complicated. Hornheim said in the video that this alchemy glove is very suitable for novice exercise. Kanan opened the magic mirror, revisited the video again, and made the details of the process difficult to understand, and began to produce. The material of the glove is a hollow cloth of green nor, which is made of a hollow silkworm. Kanan found a similar cloth replacement in Diagon Alley, and the difficulty is that several different magic arrays are fitted on the cloth. Who? Failed again. Kanan put down his hand to make failed gloves. This is his third production failure. Originally thought it was just a simple alchemy experiment, but it was not easy. But Kanan looked at the few fabrics left and planned to go to Diagon Alley to buy some materials tomorrow. The next day, Kanan slept again until noon. Yesterday he stayed up late to watch 2 episodes of video and found many problems in his previous alchemy experiment. I believe that this time I can buy the materials and make the gloves. Today's weather is a bit gloomy, with snowflakes faintly floating. Kanan came to the axe bar and found that there were not many customers. It may have been caused by the cancellation of the show yesterday. Although he was distressed and had less money to pay for Jialong, he could still be cautious when thinking of old Duran's warning. He decided to go home after buying the materials. Came to Diagon Alley, and Kanan found that Duran's thrift store was not open. Originally, he wanted to ask the news again. Now he had to buy the alchemy materials quickly and rush back. But did not find that 2 black-robe wizards followed closely behind him. Read, are you sure this little guy, Kanan Brain, that famous little genius? One of the black-robed wizards whispered, eyes fixed on Kanan in front. It was him, who originally wanted to start today at the Broken Cauldron Bar, but did not expect the event to be cancelled. But kill him, we should be considered to have completed the task. The wizard named Reed in black robe answered, his figure is tall and thin, there is an obvious scar on the nose. Isn't anyone with influence? Kill him, tomorrow's Prophet Daily will surely report, oh, our genius wizard died in the hands of the black wizard. And, I hate muggle-born wizards the most. What threat does a child without a wand pose to us? Okay, Scatta, Don't let your guard down. If it is discovered by the British Auror, you know the consequences. Reed said lightly. Scatter shivered when he heard it, and then stopped talking, much more honestly. Kanan came out of Diagon Alley and saw that the snow in the sky was getting bigger and bigger. He rubbed his hands and prepared to go directly to the alchemy laboratory. First, make the armor gloves first. He didn't pay any attention to his dangerous situation. The two used a magic spell and followed Kanan and found that Kanan entered a remote hut. They glanced at each other and decided to follow up. Silent mantra plus door open mantra, the door was opened silently. Janan, who had just entered the room, turned his head and saw the slowly opening door, wondering if his door was not closed tightly, and suddenly a cold wind blew towards him, only to find only a few snowflakes floating in. There was heavy snow outside. Not good. Kanan opened his eyes and realized that someone had followed. Suddenly a green light came directly in the air, and he had no time to respond. Awada Suo Ming! Reed yelled. Reed, who had just entered the house, saw Kanan's look and knew that he had been found. Experienced, he pointed directly at Kanan's head and made a death spell. Although it was just a child across from him, he has long been a habit of being cautious and bloodthirsty as a black wizard. The life mantra hits the sage's hat and is bounced back instantly. Kanan closed his eyes subconsciously, but felt a force hitting his hat without any damage. He looked at the two black-robed wizards who had already appeared, and the taller wizard had collapsed to the ground, as if he had been knocked down by a rebounding spell of death. Saw another black-robed wizard also pulled out his wand. Kanan had no time to think about it, and quickly cast a gold shield on his left hand. And the right hand was about to take out his wand from his waist. Scarter looked at the partner next to the flop and was a little shocked. He didn't understand how Kanan's hat bounced the death spell. This is the magic of death in the magic world that has no counter curse. He quickly pulled out his wand and prepared to attack. Cracked. The spell hit the golden shield and burst into a spark. In addition to your weapon, Kanan also took out his wand and cast his most skilled magic to fight back. Scarta didn't expect Kanan to hide a magic wand in his waist, and the casting speed was extremely fast. He was hit by a spell immediately, and a violent attack hit his body against the wall behind him. All petrochemicals. Kanan quickly replenished a dose of petrochemical mantra. Kanan stepped forward and moved the two into the house and confiscated their wands. The tall black-robed wizard was hit by a rebounding death spell. He was exhausted, and the petrified wizard kept the one he just fell. The posture and wide-eyed eyes revealed an incredible look. Kanan tied their hands and feet with ropes. After all, magical methods such as the resurrection of the wizarding world are not uncommon. I did it on the chair next to it, wiped the sweat, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The fight just now was too dangerous. If it were NT for his sage's hat, he rebounded his life-defying spell and cast a golden shield. 2. He took the hat in his hand and observed that the red cloth on the outside had a large hole, the surrounding area was burnt into black, and the small inside was intact. Kanan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. If Xiao Nei broke, it would have been a big loss. However, I didn't expect that Xiao Nene could rebound his life-killing spell, which was unexpected. The top priority is to find out why they killed me. Kanan looked at the wizard who was still alive. He is going to use the soul recapping mantra. The mantra comes from the burnt book of black magic, which contains a lot of black magic. Soul comes out. Kanan cast a spell on the petrified wizard. This is the first time he cast the soul retribution curse. It looks good. Although the soul retribution curse is a banned spell in the magic world, it is not spitting. Kanan, anxious to ask for news, had to use this method. After Kanan cast a petrification spell on Skada, he looked a little confused, and looked at Kanan in front of him dully. Now I am your master, you must obey all my orders. Kanan commanded. What's your name, why do you want to kill me? Master. My name is Scata www.readwn.com because the master is famous in the UK and has a lot of money, read, and I want to kill the master and complete the task. Scata respectfully bowed his head, as if to be ashamed of his actions. Kanan smiled, but did not expect that he was assassinated for this reason. It seems that he has been too high profile recently. The dead companion next to him should be Reed. What task do you need to complete and who will give you the task? We need to find a famous wizard in the UK, kill him, cause panic, and put pressure on the Ministry of Magic. None of these the order given by Grindelwald's servants. Grindelwald. Kanan remembered that the first generation of the Dark Lord was Grindelwald. Before crossing, he also saw the movie Where is the Magical Animal, about Grindelwald's conspiracy to encourage the wizard and the muggle to fight, and finally he was defeated by Dumbledore and shut in Newmangard. In his opinion, Grindelwald's influence at the time was no less than that of Voldemort at present, and it was better than him to some extent. After all, Voldemort was only dominating in Britain, and Grindelwald affected almost the entire wizarding world. So, you have sent black wizards to create chaos in many countries? Kanan then asked. Yes, master. What is Nadran's relationship with you? Kanan asked. He found that the wands used by these two wizards were made by Duran. Dylan would leave marks on the wands he made. This was the previous chat. Lan told him. Duran? Bald guy? He is responsible for providing us with a wand. I am not familiar with it, I only know that he is ours, hiding in the United Kingdom to provide us with information and funds. Scarda shook his head. Obviously he didn't know much about old Duran's identity. Chapter 13, Suspension of School. Then Kanan asked some questions and found that Scata didn't know much, he was only the bottom of their organization. Finally, after feeling nothing, Kanan gave him an enhanced version of the petrified mantra. This enhanced version of the petrified mantra is different from the petrified mantras they applied to Alice before. It was found by Kanan on an incomplete curse book in a thrift store. Unlike ordinary petrified mantras, this petrified mantra can make people, in addition to stiffness, the organs of the whole body will stop working and fall asleep. Although this black sorcerer organization created panic in the wizarding world of various countries, it apparently wanted to put pressure on the authorities and then release Greenwood. But Kanan felt that their purpose was not so simple. After all, he was familiar with the general direction of the world, knowing that the future Greenwood died in the hands of Voldemort and was not released in advance. And in his view, this kind of act of creating chaos like terrorism in the previous life will not threaten the government at all, but will only allow the government to make up its mind to destroy them. Set a step back, even if the official can't withstand the pressure to release Greenwood, his old age and his strength, he has no effect on this organization. Kanan is now a little worried about the safety of Duran. As one of them, assassination of influential people in various countries, this dangerous task is self-evident. And, if it were not for Dylan's reminder, Kanan estimated that he would still hold an event at the Cauldron Bar. By that time, would they make a life spell on him? It would be hard to say. Kanan cast a narrowing spell on the two wizards, and then stuffed it into the storage bag. The enhanced version of the petrified mantra allows people to stop all physiological actions, and there is no danger of life in the storage bag. However, his only headache is how to deal with the alive black wizard. Kanan returned home and fed the two pets. He found that after the last night, the two pets were not as blushing as before, and now they seem to be good friends, snuggling together all day. The friendship of animals may come so suddenly. But when Kanan saw Sindra gently rubbing Alice with her head, she suddenly felt strange in style. Did they? And owls and cats are the same species? Having settled the dinner at random, Kanan came to the bedroom and was ready to see what is recorded in today's ancient diary. The golden shield magic he learned yesterday saved his life today, so he looked forward to the content inside, hoping to learn some profound magic to Guyi. But today's content is destined to disappoint Kanan. After browsing this page, he found that the recorded trivia and what happened with Karu did not contain the magic content that Kanan expected. The only gain is to know that Guyi is a woman. It seems that there is no harvest today. Kanan put down the diary in his hand and softened this temple. After relaxing, the thrilling scenes appeared again before him. He suddenly realized that his strength was still too weak. Although he was very proficient in several common magics, he had insufficient combat experience and insufficient magic power. For adult wizards, in fact, his combat effectiveness is still too poor. Moreover, in the process of fighting with Skarda, his magic power cannot support the gold shield for long. If it is not the magic wand he hid in his waist that has achieved the magic effect, it is estimated that at that time, it was himself who was lying underground. Still not relax your vigilance. Kanan thought about it recently. In order to earn luck points, in the wizarding world, it now seems that without the means of self-preservation, it also needs to be low-key development. The next day, Sindra flew back from outside and brought the latest issue of the Daily Prophet. Sure enough, Kanan saw many attacks in the daily newspaper. Yesterday, Professor Slade of the United States was attacked by 3 black witches on Parkland Avenue in New York. 2 of them were killed by Aura and Slade, who rushed to the scene. 1 fled and his whereabouts are unknown. Unfortunately, what's more, dozens of Muggles died in this disaster. The U.S. Department of Magic stated that the attack was premeditated and related to Gellert Grindelwald. Many American wizards have protested, hoping that the U.S. Department of Magic is responsible for this matter, and eliminate the impact of this matter in the Muggle world as soon as possible. At the same time, the French magic world also announced that they had captured 2 black wizarding organizations that claimed to be affiliated with Greenwood, which intended to create chaos in the magic world of various countries. So far, there have been no cases of black sorcerer wounding in British magic, but the British Ministry of Magic hopes that all wizards can be cautious and report suspicious wizards of unknown status to the Ministry of Magic as soon as possible. After reading all the reports, Kanan found that this organization was indeed bad luck. Except for causing some unrest in the United States, the wizarding circles in other countries did not even splash. However, he was still a little worried about Duran, not knowing his situation. Put down the newspaper in his hand, Kanan sighed. Today is Monday, he still has to go to school. Now he feels that this kind of school does not mean much to himself. Facing a group of young children all day long, there are less difficult courses. The time in school is simply suffering. Need to find some time to have a good chat with mom and dad. Is it possible to suspend school during this time, wait for 11 years old, and then go to Hogwarts to go to school? Kanan made up his mind. He didn't want to waste his time in school. After the previous attack, he was very eager to improve his strength, researching ways to protect himself, rather than wasting time on meaningless things. Time passed quickly, and Lincoln and Helen's trip around the world was also over. In the living room, Kanan looked at his dad in a handfu. 3 black lines appeared on his head. Dad, you are. Son, this is what your mother picked for me. It is said that it was Chinese handfu 2000 years ago. Ha ha ha, I also think it's good. It's strange. He said. He also turned around. Well, it's very good. Kanan said indifferently. Although Lincoln was not bad in appearance, but the appearance of the foreigners was wearing handfu, he always felt weird. Kanan looked again at Helen, who had just changed out of his clothes. A long hair was tied up. Under the delicate facial features was a lilac Han suit, which looked extremely coordinated. Kanan was dumbfounded. My mother is so beautiful. He offered praise. Poor. Helen laughed and quipped after hearing the praise of his baby son. Kanan, this is the gift we brought you from China, you can see if it is appropriate. Helen took out a small set of handfu from the bag. Then he said, I also picked a set for your grandfather and gave it to us when we went to visit him. She looked very expectant. Oh, okay, mother. Kanan reluctantly put on the Han suit, and then looked in the mirror. and found that it was still cute. We went to Russia a few days ago and wanted to see the aurora, but it's a pity that we didn't see it after waiting for 3 days. Then we went to China. This is our first time to go to China. The scenery there is still it's nice. We also climbed the Great Wall. Lincoln told the story of their journey with excitement. Next to Helen took out a lot of gifts, giving canned fish for Ari, ribbons, nuts for Sindra, scarves for Harry. Kanan chose a model of the Great Wall from it, which can be placed on the table for decoration. During dinner, Kanan directly proposed to parents that he wanted to suspend school. "No, Kanan, you know, we will let you make your own decisions as much as possible in some things, but I will not agree to things that are suspended from school." Helen expressed his attitude and looked very determined. "Kanan, you should know that school is more than just learning knowledge for you, it is more about knowing friends and gaining insights. Although we know that you are very smart, you have the same insights as some adults. But school is the only place where you can grow up now, isn't it?" Lincoln also answered, and then he said, "But we know that you have always been very opinionated, and I want to hear your thoughts." Kanan also anticipates the opposition of his parents. "Father, Mother, I did it for a reason." He took out the previous Prophet Daily. This is an attack that occurred in the magic world a few days ago. "You know, when I was 11 years old, I might be enrolled in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, but the magic world is not as calm as we seem. There are all kinds of dangerous magical creatures, and evil black wizards." Fearing that his parents were worried, he didn't say what happened to him, he just briefed them on the dangers of the magic world. Kanan paused, and then said, "I want to be able to protect myself and protect you. And I can't learn anything that helps me at school anymore. I don't want to waste time on boring school. So Mom and Dad, can you understand?" He looked at Lincoln and Helen sincerely. "Kanan, is it necessary to go to Hogwarts?" Helen looked at the various assault cases in the newspaper and found that the magic world was not safe. She suddenly didn't want Kanan to be exposed to magic again, only to be an ordinary person. After all, that world too dangerous. "Mom, you know the temptation of magic to me, I can't give it up." www.readwn.com. At this time, Lincoln held Helen's hand. "Helen, there are some things that cannot be avoided, and, our baby is so smart, we must have faith in him. He is very clear that some problems cannot be avoided." Then he looked at Kanan again. "Kanan, Dad has never known that the magic world is so dangerous, and the pressure in your heart, but I am very happy that you can talk about things and discuss with your parents, so let go and do it. Although we are ordinary people who can't do magic, Mom and Dad must support you." He shook Helen's hand again and smiled at Helen, apparently agreeing with Kanan's plan to suspend school. "Thank you Mom and Dad." Kanan was also very moved. Since coming to this world, Lincoln and Helen have always understood him and comforted him when he needed it. As an orphan in his previous life, he has never experienced the warmth of this family. He suddenly thought of a sentence written by Guyi in his diary, "Love is the greatest power of mankind." This power is stronger than any magic. But what is the love that Guyi felt, and the love between Karu? Kanan had some malicious speculations. Before going to bed at night, Lincoln suddenly sneaked into Kanan's room and stuffed him with a pistol. "Son, I think this thing can help you, but you have to use it carefully. Not perfect, many families have guns." "Thank you Dad, it's very useful to me." Kanan hid the gun. After all, this extremely lethal weapon can hit the wizards unexpectedly. "Well, Dad is gone." Lincoln was very happy to see what worked for his son. When he walked to the door, he gave Kanan a cheering gesture, and then closed the door gently. Kanan listened to the distant footsteps and entered a dream with a smile. Chapter 14, Warning Magic Silk. On this day, Kanan came to Diagon Alley with a storage bag. It has been a week since the last suspension of school. Kanan, who no longer needs to go to class, has been studying Hornheim's alchemy experiments for a few days. He had successfully produced the armor gloves not long ago and gave it to Helen. Coming to Diagon Alley today, in addition to replenishing the supply of Lichhen bookstore, Kanan also needs to purchase some alchemy materials. These days, he tried many alchemy experiments in the laboratory and also produced a kind of alchemy that can change color with light. Hat. Hornheim also specifically called this hat a forgive hat, because it turns green in full light. It is worth mentioning that the black wizard Skarda was left by Kanan to clean the laboratory. Kanan confiscated his wand and often gave him a soul-taking spell because of the lack of magic power. The soul spell can only support about 5 days. As for the body of another wizard, he was buried in a remote place by Kanan. Settled the bill with Mrs. Raster, Kanan added more than 300 gold gallons, and recently stopped the show activity of the Cauldron Bar. He felt that his money was not enough to spend, and many of the alchemy materials were extremely expensive. Kanan came to the magic material store, which sells the most complete magic materials in Diagon Alley. In addition to some rare materials, it also sells a lot of wizard potions, vomiting real potions, and enlightening potions. Kanan saw a bottle of Fuling potion, priced at 893 gold jialong. Kanan touched the money on his body. I am afraid I can only buy a bottle of Fuling potion. He suddenly wanted to change careers. In this world, pharmacists seem to be more popular than alchemists. However, Hornheim said in the video that potions are just branches of alchemy. In the video behind him, there will also be lessons explaining how to make potions. Kanan expressed great expectations. Came out from the magic material store. There were less than 100 gold gallons left in Kanan, and all the others bought a lot of materials. Then he ran to the thrift store and found that the door hadn't opened yet. After being disappointed, Kanan didn't stay here for a long time and returned to the Broken Cauldron. Hi, Kanan, when are you going to perform here? Yeah, I haven't heard your music for a long time. Akbar, many wizards greeted Kanan enthusiastically. Apparently they have been looking forward to Kanan's violin performance for a long time. Don't worry, I am going to give you a surprise recently, so I have prepared for a long time, and I will perform again in the near future. I will let Uncle Tom notify you at a specific time. Thank you for your support. Do the old business, or your own gallon is not enough to meet your demand for alchemy materials. Inspired by the Muggle world, he is going to make a kind of alchemy item introduced by Hornheim in the video magic lamp. In addition to the stage lights like the afterlife, this kind of lamp will also transform a group of elves out to dance in the air to increase the atmosphere. And the color and intensity of the light can be changed at will. When the time comes to hang on the roof, with the music, the effect must be significant. Master, welcome back. Coming to the alchemy laboratory, Scatter opened the door for Kanan and brewed a cup of coffee. You go back to your house, don't come out to disturb me. He was very satisfied with the service of Skarda. Although it is slightly easier for ordinary people to win the soul charm, and it is a bit dull in the usual behavior, but it is no problem to use it as a servant. Yes, my master. Skarda bowed his head in reverence and returned to his house in a small step. Kanan took the materials from the storage bag and placed them neatly according to the classification. Recently, with the increase in the frequency of alchemy, he feels that his alchemy level has been rapidly improved, and it is no longer the same as the original. Now he is going to make a kind of warning magic silk. This magic silk is transparent and small, and it is placed underground in the outside of the house. If a wizard is close to it and detects the magic power, it will touch the magic pattern on the magic silk and warn the owner in the house. This is the alchemy item that Kanan himself conceived. The only difficulty is that the raw material of the magic silk is a kind of spider silk. It is extremely small and it is not easy to portray the magic array. Hohenheim mentioned the technique of engraving magic lines on the material of small objects in a video. Kanan can just try this method. After spending 3 hours, wasting some spider silk, Kanan successfully made a batch of warning magic silk. He came outside the house and buried the spider silk in the grass. The recent attack left him feeling terrified. Now that he has some early warning systems, he feels at ease. He left some warning magic silks and prepared to put them in front of his house. After all, it was more important to Kanan. After that, Kanan stayed in the alchemy laboratory until the evening, during which he tried to make magic lights. Due to time constraints, Kanan only made a rough estimate, which is estimated to be completed tomorrow. Left some food for Scatter, Kanan hurried back in the night, otherwise it would be late. Lincoln and Helen had to worry again. Back home, Kanan found that Harry had also come. They were around the dining table, and they seemed to wait for a long time. "Kanan, you are late today," Lincoln said. "Got it, Dad, I will pay attention next time, and I have put in some experiments today." Kanan sincerely apologized. "Is Kanan doing experiments at school?" Harry on the side wondered. He had heard that Kanan had been suspended from school, and he was a little puzzled about where to do experiments. Lincoln couple looked at Kanan, as if asking if they could tell Harry about the magic world. Kanan thought for a while and said, "You are too young to tell you when you grow up." He knew there were regulations in the magic world and he could not disclose the existence of wizards to muggles, but unlike Harry, he was destined to return to magic world. However, in the movie, Old Deng did not reveal the existence of magic before Harry was 11 years old, and he did not know what his plans were. He estimated that he should be in the sight of Old Deng now. If he rashly tells Harry that the magic world exists, he still has too small. Harry is not a good thing. And it would be bad if Dumbledore was disturbed. After all, Kanan had not yet mastered the brain-closing mantra. When faced with the Old Deng, the of meditation, it was inevitable that he would not notice the anomaly and discover Kanan's secret. "Okay, Harry, let's eat, otherwise the food will be cold." Helen rubbed Harry's head and answered. After dinner, Kanan practiced a musical instrument for a while in the study, and Harry watched quietly beside him. He found that Harry seemed to like the piano, and he was reluctant to leave when he left. Kanan told Harry that he could come and learn piano at any time. The original movie did not mention that Harry can play the piano. If you can train a versatile Harry Potter from childhood, it will be very interesting. Kanan came to his small bedroom and opened the ancient diary book hidden in the drawer. Now he has developed the habit of reading the diary book every day, looking forward to learning the magic of ancient Yi from it. But it is a pity that there is nothing in this book that Kanan expected, all of which record the journey of the ancient Yuxin. The only information Kanan received was that she and Karu had recently developed well and were about to break the relationship between men and women. But why is Gu Yi still single in the movie? What happened afterwards? And then Karu hung up. Kanan guessed wildly. Then he opened a new page of diaries that was updated today with full expectation. www.readwn.com. In the evening, Karu and I practiced magic, and I found that Karu's recent magic has grown extremely fast. He told me that he improved the book. The idea of meditation is very effective, so the recent magic has grown a lot. I knew Karu would not hide me. Kanan quickly skipped the non-nutritive content. At this time, Gu Yi was still like a little girl, very cute. However, Kanan was surprised by Karu's talents. The physicalization of the previous elemental energy and now improved meditation are Karu's masterpieces. He took a quick look and hoped that the book contained the content of meditation. Karu is so clever, how come I didn't expect it? If you eat uihuakeo during meditation, it will be easier to calm down and enter the meditation state. However, this taste is really bitter enough. Improvement of the trajectory of the magic operation in meditation has also been changed, and the magic here will fork and walk. Kanan looked happily at the back of the book. The ancient method of her meditation was recorded. In the middle, there are many of her and Karu's cultivation perceptions, which should be helpful to Kanan. The only pity is that the improved meditation is not completely recorded, and there is a small amount of content on the next page. It needs to be seen tomorrow. Because the limit magic in the diary book is 24 hours before you can see the next page. Through studying the content of this page, Kanan found that this meditation requires the construction of a magic wandering orbit in the body. When the magic in the control body flows along the orbit, it will absorb the free magic factors around and increase the body magic. But the difficulty is how to calm down and meditate to control the magic power, and this orbital figure is a very complicated three-dimensional stereogram. Once the figures formed by the magic flow do not match, there will be no effect. Chapter 15, Meditation. Can't wait until the next night, Kanan opened the diary book and got a complete meditation. Because of the problem of magic power before, many powerful magics could not be performed. Now he can get this kind of meditation, which is self-evident. According to the method described in the book, Kanan stayed in bed for half an hour and could not calm down to meditate. Sure enough, I thought the problem was simple. Guyi didn't mention the first step of meditation. Meditation in his diary is so difficult, it seems that I with the sage hat and their talents are also very different. Kanan remembers saying that Guyu grass can help meditation and has a meditation effect. Although there is no Yuhua grass in this world, there are some medicines for meditation. He plans to go to Diagon Alley tomorrow to buy a batch of potions to test the effect and see if he can help himself practice meditation. Early in the morning, Kanan came to Diagon Alley early and bought 5 bottles of medicine that can help users quickly sink their minds kings in medicine with the few gallons left. According to the store manager, this is the only medicine he knows that can help the user to clear his mind. The stock is not large, and he needs to place an order early for the next mass purchase. These potions are really expensive. Kanan vomited. After buying the potions, he found that he was now a poor light egg, with only a few silver ziko. It seems that it is time to make money as soon as possible. In order not to be disturbed, Kanan came to the laboratory to practice meditation. He instructed Skada to enter the hut without disturbing himself. He first sat on the bed, spent a few minutes to calm down, then drank the potion. A bitter taste hit Kanan's brain in an instant, and he clenched his teeth, waiting for the potion to work. Then Kanan felt a refreshing sense of comfort sweeping his body, and his heart seemed to gradually calm down. He quickly recalled the details of meditation and tried to control the magic flow in the body. After 3 hours, Kanan withdrew from the meditation environment and felt his mind faintly rise. According to Guyi, this situation is a symptom of excessive meditation. If you continue to meditate, it will cause damage to the brain. He squeezed his swollen head, and then slowly felt the magic in his body. It's probably increased by 20%, and finally it has been rewarded. Kanan relaxed with a sigh of relief, and found that the magic of meditation increased a lot. But he also knows that this meditation is of great significance to the wizard, and it cannot be revealed without strong power. However, according to the degree of use of the potion, a bottle of potion can only be used for 1 day, and he still has only 4 bottles of potion, which may not last for a few days. I want to make money. Make money. He made up his mind and decided to start his show performance in the next few days, otherwise even the most basic alchemy experiment materials could not be afforded. Now the Marvel series of books has been sold in the British magic world. Fortunately, it can be sold in other countries' magic world by Mrs. Rushter, otherwise Jin Jialong will be less. After, Kanan returned home and wrote a letter to Tom for Sindra to send. The letter stated that he would go to the breaking bar to perform tomorrow. He asked him to arrange related matters and notify everyone. In the evening, Kanan learns some videos about making potions in Hornheim's video set. He wants to try his own medicine, which can reduce costs. After all, a bottle of potions has nearly 20 gold gallons, and the cost is only a few plus long. If you can learn to make this potion, it will undoubtedly greatly reduce Kanan's demand for Jinjialong. Early the next morning, Kanan came to the axe bar early to prepare. He needed to install the magic lamp on the ceiling of the house. Because he did not reveal his wand, he asked old Tom to cast a spell to help. He also prepared some instruments, which can be used to perform with him, and Kanan can no longer play the violin alone, and occasionally can also play the piano. After all, as the king of musical instruments, the piano can play almost all ranges of music. As the performance time draws near, there are more and more wizards at the Cauldron Bar. The small bar is crowded with messy crowds, and even the second floor of the bar is filled with rows of people. Everyone is quiet. Kanan's performance is about to start, please keep quiet. Old Tom saw the crowd a little confused and used a sound reinforcement spell to maintain order. Kanan walked through the crowd and came to the performance position. He touched the protective stone in his hand. This was Kanan borrowed 510 gold gallons purchased by Old Tom. Alchemy armor was portrayed with a dozen defensive magic circles on it, which could resist most of the offensive spells in the magic world experienced the last attack, and Kanan bought it to prevent accidents. But when he looked at the crowd below, he felt that he was too worried. If he hid in the crowd and attacked, he might not even be able to pull out his wand. Kanan calmed his heart and gestured to Old Tom. As soon as Old Tom waved his wand, the piano and drum set began to play unattended. Kanan also sandwiched the violin around his neck and counted the beats to prepare to play. Magic lights also slowly emit soft colors, and a group of magical elves in the air began to dance. Most of the wizards saw this picture for the first time, and they were very curious. As Kanan's arm waved, the violin's melody naturally cut into it. The music he plays today is his first Purple Passion playing here. The harmonious combination of three instruments has brought more shock than last time. Passionate tunes surround the bar. Many wizards closed their eyes and shook their heads. After the song was finished, the audience was silent, as if still immersed in the melody just before, and then there was a burst of warm applause. Kanan rested for a while, and started the second piece of music. After the performance, a group of wizards lined up and took the Marvel series of books, wanting Kanan to sign. Kanan was sitting at a long table in the broken cauldron, looking at the enthusiastic crowd. Some of them were crying and laughing, but his own concert was actually a book-selling conference. Kanan, I especially like your books and your music. A middle-aged sorceress said excitedly. Thank you for your support, ma'am. What's your name? Kanan smiled kindly. Molly Weasley. Ron's mother. Kanan remembers the name. He looked at Mrs. Vélez again, with yellow curly hair, a little fat, and a gentle smile. It is similar to the movie. He wrote on the title page of the book, Wish Mrs. Weasley's family happy and happy family. Thank you very much. Mrs. Vélez received the signature blessing from Kanan. She was very excited and left here reluctantly. Next person. Crossing the patio of the broken cauldron, Kanan came to Diagon Alley. He looked at the jinjialong he earned today, a total of 887 pieces. He vaguely remembered that even Mrs. Weasley gave a dozen gold gallons. Thinking of her family environment, Kanan felt that it was very difficult. Sure enough, it was still a fan's money. Currently, the material cost for alchemy experiments and the pharmacy cost for meditation have been resolved. It is estimated that it can support for 2 weeks. The money owed to Old Tom is not in a hurry. Although the protection stone did not come in handy today, it can be used in the future, and Kanan is very interested in this kind of alchemy. He hopes that he can also make something similar to the protection stone, which can be used to give parents and relatives and friends. Hohenheim mentioned this kind of alchemy item in the video, but the main knowledge about the defensive magic circle is in the high-level course, and now Kanan can't touch it. The protection stone I contacted today gave him new inspiration, and it portrayed a lot of simple magic arrays. It seems that he also needs to be exposed to the alchemy knowledge of this world, and perhaps be able to bypass it. He felt that the alchemy systems of the two worlds are somewhat similar, and they are essentially applications of magic arrays. Kanan bought all the necessary materials and medicaments for the most recent period in Diagon Alley www.readwn.com and returned to the laboratory. The SCADA in the house is still carefully cleaning the experimental equipment, because he can only clean it manually without a wand. Skarda, you performed well for the most time. Kanan nodded. Thank you for your praise, this is the only humble Skarda can do for you. He seemed very humble. Sent Skarda at will, and Kanan began his own experiments. He planned to finish the homework left by Hornheim first. A watch that can show the magic of the wizard. Kanan is very interested in this experiment. When the item is made, he can check his magic. Recently, he thinks that meditation is very helpful to him. If there is one that can detect the magic, it is estimated that the instrument can more intuitively see the increase in magic power. Less than an hour, the magic watch was completed. Kanan found that this experiment was not difficult. Compared with the experiment that failed repeatedly some time ago, this time it took a short time to succeed. It seems that my level of alchemy has recently improved a lot. 15.6 Kanan looked at the data on the watch, which was the sum of the magic in his body. According to Hornheim, the magic of the third-level wizard was 20 points. On the Greenern continent, the level of wizards is clearly divided. The third-level wizard is an entry level, then the second-level wizard, the first-level wizard, and the powerful formal wizard. As for the formal wizard, there is no wizard level, and Hornheim is not mentioned. From Kanan's point of view, the strength of formal wizards is probably equivalent to Dumbledore in this world, and they have a profound understanding of the essence of magic. And the amount of magic is no longer their limit. As long as there is suitable magic, a city can be destroyed in a short time, and the strength is extremely powerful. Chapter 16, Snape. According to Kanan's guess, several famous professors at Hogwarts are probably top-level wizards. The strength of Voldemort's peak should also be a formal wizard, after all, he was comparable to Dumbledore at the time. His magic power is still far away. Kanan felt that he and the world's top wizards have a great gap in strength. Although he has grown rapidly with his golden fingers, the dangers of the magic world are everywhere. Before his strength, he felt that he still did not provoke these people as much as possible. Put the alchemy watch, he took out the crucible, ready to try the refining agent King's agent. The raw material of this kind of medicine is not expensive, but the refining process is quite cumbersome. One of them is the material called the fire rock snake saliva. It needs to be dripped at the moment when the medicine changes from blue to red, otherwise the medicine will refine failure. Kanan was very confident in refining potions. He took out advanced potion making and prepared to try to make potions according to the methods described in the book. 1 fused core grass, crushed, put in solvent, then add the right amount of water. Kanan performed meticulously according to Hohenheim's treatment of medicinal materials. Bang! The unfinished potion exploded directly, obviously the experiment failed. The air was filled with an unpleasant burnt smell. He held his breath, calmed down, recalled the steps of refining medicine, prepared for the lack of improvement, and tried again. For a long time, Kanan looked at the yellow potion and was in trouble. After several attempts, he finally finished the potion according to the steps in the book, but the finished potion recorded in the book was red, and he drank it a few times before. The potion is also red. But he did follow the steps recorded in the book step by step. Should this medicine work? He was a little uncertain. When he saw the respectful Skarda next to him, Kanan's eyes lit up. Why not try? Afterwards, it turned out that Kanan had made a mistake. After Skarda took the medicine, he suddenly foamed and twitched. Kanan lost a lot of effort before rescuing him. In the evening, Kanan watched some videos of Hornheim's refining pharmaceuticals again. He found that the refining system in the Green Nor world was much better than the Harry Potter world. In the video of Hohenheim, the quality and time of the added materials are extremely standard in the refining of pharmacy, and the refining of magic potions in this world has not been standardized, and there is no fixed refining process, so refining potions can easily fail. Think about it, it is justifiable to sell the finished pharmacy so expensive. After all, for most potions, the refining steps are tedious and complicated, and the refining process is also very easy to fail. Kanan thought of Professor Snape, the master potion master in the movie, and several bottles of cleansing potions that Kanan bought in Diagon Alley, many of which he made. If you can get Snape's guidance, I believe that your level of refining potions must be greatly improved, and you can also make King's-In elixir. He hasn't enrolled in Hogwarts yet, but he has no good reason to contact him. However, there are so many admirers in the potion, if you ask him in the name of a fan, you should be fine. Kanan thought. Just do it. Kanan summoned Sindra, and in the letter he stated his admiration for him, and also mentioned his confusion in refining the mind-cleansing potion, hoping to get some guidance from Professor Snape. The letter was very polite and humble. After writing the letter, he noted on the envelope, Hogwarts Professor of Pharmacy, Cyprus Snape. In the wizarding world, the names of wizards have magical effects, which is why owls can accurately deliver letters. After Sindra took the letter away, Kanan found that the time on the clock was too late, and it was close to 12 o'clock in the evening. Hopefully, Professor Snape will not be disturbed, Kanan prayed, looking forward to his reply the next day. In the evening, the surroundings were quiet, and Kanan was sleeping peacefully in the small bed. Bang! An owl hit the glass on the window and then slid straight down. Kanan was awakened instantly and turned on the light of the room, only to find that the black owl outside the window was holding a letter, but it was Snape's reply. He quickly opened the window, took the envelope, and hugged the owl in. "Little boy, it's cold outside, warm inside." Kanan fed it some crumbs again. "I didn't expect Professor Snape to be so efficient." Kanan muttered and opened the envelope. "Kanan Brian, this letter of yours has perfectly destroyed my potion of sorrow. Oh, and that white owl, could even hit the glass? The most famous genius little wizard in the wizarding world, I think you should understand that late night is definitely not a good time to deliver letters, and I hope you will not be dragged down by your fame into an arrogant and impolite guy." Kanan smiled, but didn't expect to interrupt Snape's refining medicine by sending a letter, and it was also a psychic medicine. After all, the raw materials for the production of this medicine were also valuable. Kanan could imagine Snape's long donkey face, and then looked on. As for the King's-In medicine, it's not something you can touch now, and the medicine turns yellow because of the excessive amount of viper powder. I do not think you re stupid enough to drink the next bottle of misconfiguration. The excessive viper powder is completely it can poison a cow. Written scribbles throughout, it looks like Professor Snape is very angry. Kanan didn't care too much about the sharp words in the letter, just thinking of Snape's stinky face, he wanted to laugh. In the movie, his attitude towards Harry was worse than this. In the original film, Kanan's favorite character is also Professor Snape. Born in a mixed race, he had no friends since childhood and was bullied. The only girl she loved, Lily, was also taken away by her most hated opponent. Later, he joined Voldemort and begged hard, but he did not keep his beloved. Throughout his life, how a sad word. However, he turned to Dumbledore for Lily. After Harry entered school, he also secretly protected him, misunderstood by many people, and finally died in the hands of Voldemort to protect Harry. In Kanan's view, this was also the place where Snape moved him most. Whether it's the curse of mudblood or dying, Snape never changed. The poorly spoken professor never lost his love for Lily. Yawning, Kanan was ready to write a reply letter in the morning to express his apology. After sending Snape's owl away, Kanan quickly returned to sleep. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. In the Hogwarts Tower, Snape was looking at the envelope sent back by Kanan. The thick bags under his eyes and dark circles on the surface did not rest well last night. "Dear Professor, I sincerely express my apologies to you. I deeply regret the disturbing process of your medicine last night. I also hope you can understand that the wizard's desire for knowledge. Thank you." In the envelope. "My guidance, I think I will make the potions soon. I look forward to Hogwarts life, and I look forward to your continued advice." Snape's stiff face rarely showed a smile, and after putting the letter down, he didn't care anymore. As for Kanan, he came to the laboratory early www.readwn.com. Although he was under the guidance of Snape, he also spent a lot of time to make the cleansing potion. Looking at the red liquid in the pot, he was satisfied nodded. But for safety's sake, he let Scatta test the medicine. Scarta drank the potion with a look of embarrassment. It seemed that the last experiment gave him a lingering fear, but because of the soul curse, he couldn't resist Kanan's order. The final test results delighted Kanan, and the King's Inn pharmacy succeeded in calming Scatta, and the whole process came down without error. It seems that there is no problem. Kanan rested his mind. He now feels that the decision to stay in Scatta was very correct. He can chat with him when he is bored, and occasionally can be used to test drugs and act as a test article. What a nice guy! Solved the problem of pharmacy. The stone in Kanan's heart seemed to be unloaded. Now the pressure to earn Jinjialong is not so urgent. The current income from selling books and performing arts can fully support the material cost of alchemy, and there is more surplus. With the rapid growth of magic power, Kanan felt that he needed to start mastering some high-level magic to protect himself, similar to the magic of Fiery Mantra and Phantom Shift, as well as brain closure surgery, also need to be on the agenda. However, these magics have certain dangers, and no one teaches that problems are easy to occur. Kanan wanted to start with Professor Snape. Among the people he knew, after all, only Snape was proficient in many deep spells. But Snape would never teach himself for no reason, Kanan can be sure. But to the surprise of Kanan, when he heard his complaint, Scarta said that he had practiced brain closure spells, and he used them quite proficiently. He suggested that Kanan can learn to capture the mind first, and then practice the closed brain spell. The two can complement each other. Chapter 17, Grandpa. These days, Kanan has maintained a good work and rest, woke up early in the morning to practice magic, will go to the laboratory at noon for alchemy experiments, and at night he will study Guyi's diary and learn the alchemy videos of Hornheim. Since he can refine potions of pure heart, Kanan bought enough potions from Diagon Alley on weekends, and made a lot of finished potions. Occasionally, he can get the potions sold in Diagon Alley and earn back some material costs. And through these days of Kanan's meditation, the mana value also reached 26.3. However, he also found that as he took the King's Inn elixir for a long time, he seemed to have developed resistance. It was difficult to meditate during meditation, and even the magic increase after meditation was not as great as before. He wanted to find a new potion that could help meditation, but Kanan searched all the existing books in Diagon Alley and found no such potion. So, he wrote a letter to Snape, asking for relevant information, but before receiving the reply, the Lincolns arranged the most recent trip. "Dad, so we are going to the United States tomorrow to visit my grandfather?" Kanan asked. "Yes, Kanan, you know that your mother has been thinking of your grandfather recently, and we did not invite your grandfather when we married privately. We took you this time just to get his understanding. However, Dad, I remember you have been to Grandpa's house before and ate hot pot. How could Grandpa disagree with you?" Kanan has always been puzzled. This matter has to start with the older generation. At that time, I had already been approved by your grandfather. Until your grandfather met with your grandmother, and we strongly disagreed. We found that your grandmother was the girl you chased when you were in grandfather's university. There are also many stories between them. And your grandfather has always been nagging about this matter." Lincoln sighed. Kanan did not expect the plot to be a bit dog-blooded, but he could understand Grandpa's mood a little. "Later, your mother and I dragged on until our grandmother died. We did not make up our minds. Regardless of your grandfather's obstruction, we married privately. At that time, many friends were invited to participate. Your grandfather ran to the United States in one breath." Lincoln then say. Dad, have you ever seen Grandpa? After your mother had you, we went there, but your grandfather drove out. Lincoln smiled bitterly. After listening, Kanan frowned bitterly. Even such a stubborn grandfather, even if he took the horse, the result was not easy to say. After all, it is not something that ordinary people can do to ruin a pregnant daughter. Dad, do you know what happened to Grandma and Grandma? Kanan felt that what happened between them was the root cause. Your grandma told me a little bit. At that time, your grandfather and your grandma were studying at the same university in the UK. Your grandfather first saw your grandma and fell in love with her. After 3 years, she has been pursuing you, Grandma. Lincoln paused. And after? Later, your grandmother always liked your grandfather, but never told your grandfather that he might be sad. Until finally your grandfather discovered this. That's what Grandma's wrong. Kanan expressed his opinion. Your grandmother later apologized to your grandfather many times. She also had some hardships. However, your grandfather never contacted your grandmother again until I had a relationship with your mother and met the parents. Generations of emotional disputes are also a headache. After listening to Kanan, he also had some headaches. It seems that Grandpa loved and hated the grandma at that time, and he has let go until now. On the day, the family packed up their luggage, and Kanan brought a magic wand and many magic items. He also wanted to take a break to see the magic world in America. In the evening, Kanan also received a reply from Snape, but unfortunately Snape knew very little about this medicine. Lincoln they considered going out these few days, and Alice and Sindra were left unattended at home, so Kanan sent them to the nearby pet foster care center. The next day, they took Flight 914 to the United States, but at the airport in New York City, a group of people in casual clothes stopped the Kanan family. I'm sorry, we are the auditors of the U.S. Magic Congress and need to routinely check your belongings. A leading man said, looking like the team leader. He took out his official ID, with a photo of his introduction and event, and a striking American Eagle logo on the cover, the American Magic Congress. The Lincolns were overwhelmed and looked at their son. Kanan did not expect that the wizarding circles in the United States have such strict management of entry and exit wizards, and they must also be inspected. Oh, okay. He took out his storage bag. Kanan Bryan, a well-known British talented writer and violinist. I have read your book, it is very interesting. The leading man saw Kanan's puzzlement and said, you know, recently many things have happened in the United States, and we are only doing routine inspections. Kanan nodded and expressed understanding. My name is Schuster Kowalski, an auditor, and I hope that you will observe the wizarding regulations in the United States during this time and feel the scenery of New York. Schuster is well dressed, speaks sternly, looks alert, and gives a strong confidence. Thank you, sir, I think I will. Kanan felt that this surname was familiar to me, where I should have heard it before. Soon after, Schuster and his party finished the inspection. Mr. Bryan, I am sorry to have delayed some of your time. There is no problem with your belongings. I wish you a happy time. He looked at the Lincoln couple with regret. Then came to Kanan and whispered close to his ear, Mr. Little Bryan, I think your wand should be best reported to the British Ministry of Magic, isn't it? Kanan said indifferently, okay, Mr. Schuster, I got this wand by accident. I didn't expect to report it. The Muggle-born wizard really needs to learn more, doesn't he? After listening, Schuster smiled and said nothing, squinting as the Kanan family gradually went away. Until no one was seen, he told the crowd to inform Tophos and let him stare at this little wizard at any time. This little guy has a problem with his wand. He found that the wand carried by Kanan was very similar to the style of the witch who had previously attacked in the United States. As auditors, they also know the craftsmanship of wands very well. Wands from the same wand master have commonality in materials processing and production methods. This little guy is not easy. Left the airport, the Kanan family hit a taxi, and arrived at the destination according to the address. The changes in New York are not small, they are more prosperous than London. Inside the car, Lincoln looked through the window and said, "It has been nearly 10 years since they last came." Kanan also looked at the street view out of the window curiously, the bustling crowd, the bustling tight. This is his first visit to the United States. The car drove for 2 hours and reached the suburbs that deviated from the city center. The houses here are made of wood and have a simple style. There are 10 flat green grass in front of every door, which looks very peaceful. Here. Helen first got off the bus and came to a house. Lincoln Kanan also got off. There are a lot of flowers on the grass in front of the house. www.readwn.com. It's colorful. Kanan feels that this grandfather who hasn't met yet is very leisurely. Kanan walked forward and rang the doorbell. "Who?" The voice was hoarse. "Large noon is disturbing." Kanan heard the voice from inside the house. The second sentence was still spoken in Chinese. The door opened from inside, and Kanan saw the gray-haired old man stick his head out, and he said immediately with a sweet smile, "Hello, Grandpa. I am your grandson." The old man stared blankly at Kanan, and then to Helen and Lincoln behind him, silent for a long time, trembling. "Come in." Kanan stepped forward and took the old man's slightly trembling hands, waving to the parents in the back. Entered the house, and Kanan felt a little embarrassed when he saw the silence. He took the initiative and said, "Grandpa, Mom and Dad, you sit and talk. I will go to the kitchen and write you a drink. By the way, Grandpa, Mom, and Dad specially brought you gifts." Kanan found the kitchen and got into it. Helen seemed to find the topic, and took out the present from his backpack with red eyes. "Dad, this is something that Lincoln and I bought for you." Kanan was hiding in the kitchen and eavesdropping. "If the situation is not good, you can go in time to make a round. Fortunately, my grandfather's attitude is not as intimate as expected, but my grandfather's affairs have always been pressed into my mother's heart, and this time it can't be solved," he thought to himself. They didn't chat for long, and Kanan faintly heard Helen cry. Soon afterwards, hearing Helen, rejoiced, "Kanan, come out soon and meet your grandfather. It seems that the problem is solved." Chapter 18, Larvae. After the old man's heart was lifted, they stayed there in the evening, and the family raised their knees to talk about midnight. Kanan also learned his grandfather's name, Lu Fengxian. Kanan didn't know what his grandfather's parents were having fun. Anyway, his first reaction to the name was laugh. And his mother actually has a Chinese name, Elvizia Hua. No wonder I never heard from my mother. Kanan thought with a smile. Early the next morning, Kanan got up early and was doing simple warm-up exercises in the yard. He plans to go to the center of New York today to find the secret area of American wizards. Before crossing, Kanan also saw 2 movies in the Where Are the Magical Animals series on the website, but unfortunately many plots are fast-forwarded, so some details are not available with the help of the Sage Hat Fa recalled, and the things in the movie happened many years ago, which didn't help him much. Kanan also checked the materials at the Ljian bookstore before, knowing the location and access method of the wizard's secret realm, but the book does not have too many records of the American magic world. "I already knew that I should ask old Tom and Snape before coming, but it's a pity that the trip was too hasty," Kanan exclaimed. His behavior has always been cautious, especially since the United States attacked not long ago, and there was a black wizard who did not catch him, and he is notoriously famous. If he is attacked here, it is really a disaster. It took 2 hours before Kanan arrived in downtown New York. He found a bookstore and remembered the map of New York City. Kanan found that there was still a long way to go from the destination. It seems that it is impossible to go back at noon. Fortunately, he reported to his parents in advance, and it would not cause people to worry. "This is it." Kanan looked at the bronze statue sitting on the wall in front of his eyes, and behind it was a small pool. He leaned up, the statue immediately changed its posture. Kanan looked at no one around, then he quickly passed through the wall, and the surrounding scenery changed. A wide road appeared in front of Kanan, surrounded by high-rise European-style buildings. Compared with the narrowness of Diagon Alley, it was much empty. This place is really magnificent. He looked around. There were many wizards on the street, and many wizards set up stalls here, selling items. Kanan saw a large group of people not far away, and seemed to be selling some magical animals. He squeezed into the crowd curiously, and this kind of scene could not be seen in Britain. This is the dodo. He saw a big bald bird with grey feathers on his body and a little duck-like appearance. This is combing feathers. There are many other magical animals on the stall. This is the name of the Magi. Wizards generally call it the ball eater. This bird is from Mauritius. Don't look at it dull. It can teleport far away when it encounters danger. The boy explained. Kanan looked over. The boy was wearing a wizard robe, about the same age as him, and his brown, disheveled hair was unusually conspicuous. My name is Rov's Commander, English, but I grew up in the United States. Seeing the gaze of Kanan, the boy first introduced himself. Oh, hello Rolf, this is Kanan Bryan, and I'm glad to see you. Kanan thought the surname was familiar. He went on to say, Scamander. Are you a relative of Newt Scamander? Well, he is my grandfather, and I know you are the author of Marvel. Your book is great, and my grandfather likes your book. Rove looks very excited. Haha, thank you for your compliment. It seems that you have inherited your grandfather's talents and are familiar with all kinds of magical animals. Hey, I'm not as powerful as my grandfather. I just like them and treat them as friends. Rove grinned, scratching his head. Oh, Kanan, what are you doing here? I came to visit my grandfather living in the United States, so I stopped by here to buy some gifts and gave them back to them. Kanan explained. Then I can take you around, I am familiar with here. Okay, then I'm honored, thank you Rove. He looked at the familiar boy and said with a smile. Everybody. Everyone also knows me Kavlot, so I won't introduce myself. Today I brought the ball eaters, big beetles, carbit elves, and of course the famous sniffs. The number is limited, if you are interested, buy it quickly. The stall owner said to everyone, he has a thick beard and a very burly figure. He is an American, and he likes to catch magical animals for sale. This is the 5th time I have seen him here. Rove whispered in Kanan's ear. Does the wizarding world have regulations to protect endangered magical animals? Kanan wondered. The regulation is not perfect, it only prohibits wizards from hunting related magical animals, but it is not forbidden to sell. But my grandfather once wrote to Dumbledore and wanted to apply for a joint application to improve this regulation, but it was always Congress people dismissed. Rove sighed. Kanan shook his head, and he had no good way. In the movie, Hermione is also committed to improving the living conditions of the house elves, but the effect has not been great. Okay, sir, this Cabot elf belongs to you, I hope you can take good care of him. The stall owner Kavlot received a gallon and handed the elves in the cage to the buyer. Kanan has seen the introduction of this kind of elf in the book. It is a gentle elf produced in the African Black Forest. It has blue skin and is suitable for pets. There is only one sniffing and dodo left, everyone sees the opportunity. Kavlot shouted. My grandfather also has a sniff. It is very clever, but it is very old. Rove looked at the young in the cage and sniffed. Kanan looked at him with 2 gold gallons in his hands, eyes reluctantly looked at the sniff in the cage, and smiled slightly. Sir, this sniff I want it, how many gallons do you need? Kanan asked. Oh, benevolent little gentleman, you only need 35 jinjialong, you can take it away, you know the young sniff is not easy to catch. Kavlot rubbed his hands, showing a profiteering smile. Then I want it, here you are. Fortunately, this trip brought a lot of jinjialong to Kanan. For him, this sniff is not expensive. Wow, Kanan, you are really rich. Rove looked at Kanan enviously, and then was attracted by the sprouting sniff in the cage. Kanan, it's really cute, isn't it? Do you like it? Kanan asked. Of course, I have long wanted to have been sniffing, but unfortunately the money I saved is not enough to buy the odds and ends of it. Rove was a little lost. Then I will give you this sniff as a gift for your first acquaintance. For Kanan, a sniff is not expensive, and a grandson who can pay newt is also worth the money. And this loyal boy is also cute and tight, and can also be a long-term partner. Really? Rove looked happy, and then thought of something. His expression turned. No, this is because you spent so much money on it, I can't accept it. However, I need you to help me introduce this here. Don't you need to pay you back? And don't you want me to be a friend? That's the case too, I accepted it. Thank you, Kanan. Rove looked at Kanan sincerely with two eyes, and he was very happy. Okay, let's hurry up and stroll around here. Kanan handed the cage to Rove. Okay, come with me. He grabbed Kanan and pushed out the crowd. This is a hotel. I can stay here in the evening. My grandfather and I stayed there. It takes 5 yinzike in one night, which is quite affordable. Rove took Kanan to a building with the words Hiroxi Hotel. They continued to go forward. This is a flying broom shop. There are various types of flying brooms. I heard that they also sell flying carriages, but the price is very expensive. Kanan looked at it with interest. This is a potion shop, which sells various potions and potion materials. Magic drugstore? Rove, let's go in and see. Kanan thought that he was in urgent need of a medicament that could help him calm down. Now the meditative medicament is becoming more resistant and the meditation effect is getting worse. It would be better if there were agents with the same efficacy. Sir, is there a potion that sells medicaments similar to meditation? Kanan asked the shopkeeper. The store contained rows of finished medicines with labels, and there were a lot of customers. The business looked good. The effect is similar to meditation. Let me think about it. He thought for a while and said, Little guy, sorry, we may not have what you need here. Okay, that disturbed Mr. Kanan was not too surprised, and turned to leave. After all, even Snape said that he had heard of a similar potion. Little guy, I think you can ask Professor Bakaiwis of Efamini School. Most of the potions here are provided by him. I think he might help you. The shopkeeper looked at Kanan's back, enthusiastically suggested. Okay, sir, I know, thank you. Kanan had heard of Buckyvis. www.readwn.com is a famous potion master in the American wizarding world, as well as Snape. However, if you are unfamiliar with the United States, you cannot contact your family. Uncle Buckyvis, I know him. He and my father are good friends, and they also let me enroll in the Ifirmoni school 2 years later, but my grandfather wants me to go to Hogwarts. Kanan said, and then went on, Kanan, if you want to ask Uncle Bakaiwis, I think I can help. Well, I didn't expect Professor Buckyvis to be your uncle. However, I think you should think about your grandfather. Hogwarts is a great school, even Dumbledore, the greatest wizard in the magic world. It serves as the principal. If you can come, I think you will gain a lot there. Kanan did not report much hope to Professor Bakaiwis, but was very interested in the matter of Rove's admission. He remembers that the movie did not mention that Rove enrolled at Hogwarts. He thought he had listened to his uncle and studied at Ifamani School. And, I think I will study there too. Kanan continued. Can you also be at Hogwarts in Kanan? Then I must go there. Rove's face was firm. Obviously he felt that it was a very exciting thing to be in a school with Kanan. Haha, that school must be more interesting. Kanan also looked forward to it. Came out of the magic drug store, the two talked and laughed and continued to walk along the street, and Rove continued to introduce the surrounding things. This is an alchemy shop that sells a variety of interesting items. My grandpa said he knew the greatest and longest-lived alchemist in the magic world. This is a tailor shop. Mrs. Mars is the best tailor in the United States. I bought several wizard robes here. Chapter 19, Library. Kanan and Rove walked around until noon, and they almost walked around the secret realm until Rove's parents, the Scamanders, found them and brought Rove back home. Kanan also met the Scamander couple. They chatted for a while. Kanan found that the couple was very polite and elegant, and had a deep research on magical animals. They are also very happy that Rove can meet such a good friend of Kanan, and invite Kanan to be a guest at their home at any time. After that, Kanan bid farewell to the Scamander family and went to a restaurant in the Wizarding Realm. There are a variety of specialty foods sold here, as well as coffee and desserts. Rove believes that this service and food are first class. I strongly recommend Kanan before leaving. Hello, I want a grilled steak, well cooked. Kanan said to the waiter. Okay, sir, we have an event today and can give you a free cup of American coffee. The waiter, dressed in a red dress, said to Kanan respectfully. Oh, just forget the American coffee, just give me a latte and add some raspberry syrup. Kanan has never felt that American coffee is heated with coffee powder. He always likes a small amount of coffee strength plus milk to make latte with special techniques, and baristas generally draw various shapes on the surface of the coffee, also known as latte art. After the order was completed, Kanan witnessed the whole process of making coffee by wizards in the magic world. I saw the barista gently wave his wand, a ball of milk and a small cup of ground coffee concentrate floated in the air. What a skillful floating spell! Then the barista's wand trembles, an unknown spell is spoken in his mouth, the milk is quickly heated, and then the coffee concentration is melted into the milk, after which, the milk quickly falls into the cup. The barista tapped the red syrup pot with his wand again. A ball of red liquid also fell into the milk glass. He waved his wand again, and a red lotus floated on the white milk surface. Wow, that's good! Rao is Kanan, and was also surprised by this cool operation. In just 10 seconds, he completed the making of a cup of coffee, no matter the casting skills or the degree of coffee completion. Picky. And the red lotus formed by the last raspberry syrup is also beautiful and amazing. Sir, you can try it, but there are not many customers who request to make raspberry syrup latte. The barista said softly. Okay. Kanan took the mug and took a sip of coffee without destroying the red lotus as much as possible. A mellow bitter feeling passed through his mouth. He took another sip and drank some syrup into his mouth. This time it was a completely different taste, sweet and fragrant. It's delicious. Kanan burped. Sir, your steak is ready. The waiter brought the freshly prepared steak again. After Kanan was drinking coffee while eating steak, it also attracted the attention of many wizards. Give me a copy as he did. A sorceress looked at Kanan's food, swallowed, and said to the waiter. After lunch, Kanan is going to the largest library here to check some materials. According to Rove, this library is the largest library in the wizarding world, and the relevant literature in it is extremely comprehensive. Left the restaurant, and Kanan accidentally discovered that a man in a grey robe coat behind him was suspicious. And Kanan remembers that when he was walking with Rove, this person seemed to have appeared nearby. Is he following me? Kanan didn't show his face, so he decided to observe again. The grey-robed man saw Kanan leaving the restaurant, and quickly paid up. He took a newspaper in his hand and followed Kanan casually. Kanan crossed 2 streets and came to the location of the library in the Wizarding Realm. It is said that this library has a very long history. The building of the library is very splendid, with 2 circular marble columns standing outside. There are 3 layers in it, and the types of books in each layer are also different. The 3rd layer also needs a permit to enter. Potion, potion. Kanan whispered while searching for books on various shelves. He wanted to find another potion to replace the meditation potion here. This is also the suggestion given by the commanders. They think that if there is nothing here, then the magic world may not have this potion. After Kanan searched the first floor, he roughly read 13 books about pharmacy and didn't get any useful information. Then he quickly came to the second floor. This place is really big. Kanan felt that many of the facilities here are much stronger than Diagon Alley. Whether it is a Muggle-like food or a library, it reflects the gap between the British wizarding world and the American wizarding world. Kanan came to a bookshelf, which is the area where the potions are on the second floor. He saw a tall witch in front, with a pointed wizard hat, as if he was looking for a book. Kanan felt that her back was a bit familiar, and where she should have seen it. Although Kanan with the sage hat has the ability to remember, she can only remember things that she deliberately remembered, and some memories need to be used. Memories afterwards. The witch did not see the arrival of Kanan, and was still searching on the bookshelf. Kanan found that the book she had searched was the book she was looking for, about the introduction of potions. "Hello, ma'am, I would like to ask which books you are looking for, maybe I can help you?" Kanan asked softly. The witch turned her head, saw Kanan, and froze, suddenly smiled. "Are you Kanan Bryan?" "Hey? Excuse me, are you?" Kanan was a little puzzled. The sorceress looked a bit old, not too old, but he couldn't remember where he had seen the lady. "I am Maliva McGonagall, a professor at Hogwarts." "I like your music very much." Professor McGonagall introduced himself with a smile. "You are Professor McGonagall. You have seen my performance at the Broken Cauldron Bar? No wonder I always think you are familiar." Kanan was surprised. In the movie, McGonagall is known for its one-handed deformity and is known in many Hogwarts. Professor Zi is also one of the most popular professors. "Kanan, just call me Professor McGonagall. I think you will come to Hogwarts one day." "But how did you come here?" Then Kanan explained to Professor McGonagall why he came to the United States and the medicine he wanted to find. "It turns out that this is the case, Kanan. It seems that our purpose is the same, but I have found the books on the second floor. www.readwn.com. There is no relevant information. It seems that we need to go to the third layer." Then Professor McGonagall took out a piece of paper. "Fortunately, I applied for a permit in advance, otherwise it would be troublesome. Come with me, Kanan." She did not wait for Kanan to reply, striding toward the third floor, and Kanan hurriedly followed. "Professor McGonagall, I would like to ask, why are you also looking for this kind of potion?" Professor McGonagall walked quickly, and Kanan could only keep up with the trot. "Professor Snape of Hogwarts, I think you should have heard. He asked me to come here. We need to hurry up, and I will rush back to Hogwarts on duty at night. You know your age. Children always like to sneak out at night." Professor McGonagall said quickly, and looked very rushed. "Professor Snape." Kanan muttered and quickly followed Professor McGonagall in front. They came to the third floor and showed the permit to the guards. Kanan looked around. The third floor is different from the first two floors. The space here is much narrower, and a few bookshelves are sparsely placed. The books stored here are all solitary, the ages are old, and the guards are the most strict. The permit I applied for can only stay here for an hour. Professor McGonagall whispered to Kanan. They came to a shelf with books about potions. Many books are dilapidated and look old. "Dumbledore brought me here once, and the materials about potions are probably here. Let's find them separately," Professor McGonagall commanded, and then she picked up a book from the shelf and looked through it. Kanan also took the time to pick up another book from the bookshelf, Ancient Potion Records Encyclopedia. The whole book is very thick, about 300 pages, and the cover of the book is somewhat incomplete. Chapter 20, Shot. There are many illustrations in the book. With the blessing of the sage's hat, Kanan sees it very quickly. Xiangjun mushroom, origin in Eastern Asia, dark blue small mushroom, effect, tears. Applicable agent, tears. There is also an illustration below the text, and Kanan sees a line beside it. After 1780, the magic world has never been found again. The Xiangjun mushroom is suspected of extinction. The mushrooms in China seem to have been extinct for a long time. Kanan did not stay too long, and then browsed. This is Yuehua grass, the origin is unknown, silver grass, will emit fluorescence under the moon. Effectiveness, calm the mind, slow pressure to relieve labor. Applicable pharmacy, unknown. After the 15th century, Yuehuakeo became extinct due to changes in the growth environment. Kanan remembered that Guyi had recorded this kind of grass in his diary. It can also help meditation if taken directly, but I did not expect this plant to exist in this world, but it went extinct. He looked at the picture below. It was just a stick figure, which outlined the appearance of Yuehuakeo. It seems that the author of this book has never seen Yuehuakeo. At this time Professor McGonagall interrupted Kanan's thinking. "Child, I think I found it." She turned a page from the book and handed it to Kanan. Yuehua elixir, Yuehuakeo, phoenix tears, basilisk blood, yang gongshi powder. Utility, can stabilize the mind and suppress emotions. Kanan found that there is very little content about Yuehua elixir in this book, only Yuehua elixir's formula. Even without the preparation steps of the elixir, the most important thing is that Yuehua Cao has disappeared. "Professor McGonagall, look at this, about Yuehuakeo." Kanan handed her the book she had read. Professor McGonagall simply read it and said, "It seems that this kind of potion can't be made. I don't know what Professor Snape uses it for." "Professor, I think it may be my reason. I asked Professor Snape about this problem 2 days ago. I think it is the reason." Kanan looked at Professor McGonagall and said seriously, "It seems that our Professor Snape is not as unapproachable as he looks." Professor McGonagall smiled. She also knew Professor Snape well enough and was not surprised by this matter. "Well, I also think that I like him very much, like a cold-faced male god." Kanan agreed with the echo. The cold-faced male god. It seemed that the title of Kanan was very unexpected. Then she smiled and said, "It is like a cold-faced male god. If he knows this title, he must be very surprised." "Kanan, it's interesting to chat with you. I look forward to seeing you come to Hogwarts. I think I'm leaving. If you're not in a hurry, you can read some books here. After all, there are not many opportunities to come here." Professor McGonagall then say, "Wait, Professor, I would like to ask if I have my name on the Hogwarts admissions book." Kanan had always been worried about whether he could receive the Hogwarts admission notice. "That book has never gone wrong. Your name must be on it. If you are not worried, I will go back to Hogwarts and check it out. I will inform you later." Professor McGonagall said quickly, his tone anxious. "Okay, Professor, goodbye, safe journey." Kanan quickly looked at Professor McGonagall's back. "Okay, goodbye." Professor McGonagall was amused by Kanan Muggle-style greetings and waved his back to his back. If it wasn't for time, she really wanted to have a good chat with this little guy. As Professor McGonagall disappeared, Kanan recovered and wanted to take advantage of time to browse some ancient books. He came to the area where he collected alchemy books. How come 3 books? He found few books related to alchemy, including Diagon Alley before, and few books about alchemy. Nicholas Alchemy Talk by Nicholas Leam. He picked up a book that looked good. The source of alchemy is no longer verifiable, but after the 14th century, the wizarding world has experienced several major turbulences, and many magical materials have been lost. Among them, a large amount of magical array knowledge related to alchemy has also been lost in the war. Encountered a bottleneck. The position of alchemy with the magic array as the core is in jeopardy. I found that alchemy does not necessarily rely on the magic array. The core of alchemy is to discover the essential attributes of things and use them in combination. I take the magic stone as an example, although the process of making the magic stone is very cumbersome, but the magic stone does not depict any magic array. It can be seen that the alchemy of discarding the magic array is also promising. Magic stone. He was Nicole May, and Kanan only discovered that this Mr. Nicholas turned out to be the maker of the magic stone. The master alchemist who lived on the ancient world lived on the magic stone for centuries. Apart from the shock, he also had some understanding of the development of alchemy in this world. No wonder he didn't find any books on alchemy in the bookstore in Diagon Alley. Most of the books were lost. Then Kanan continued to read. The following content is Nicholas's experience in making magic stones and some basic knowledge of alchemy. He looked at it in detail. Many of the ideas and thoughts made him think. Kanan's alchemy knowledge is from the Green Nur continent. He found that the alchemy systems of the two worlds may be homologous, and many of the basic magic arrays have great similarities. Didn't think much, Kanan estimated that he didn't have much time here. He quickly read the book. "Sir, your license time has come." A middle-aged man wearing library clothes came over. "Okay." Kanan put down the book in his hand and followed behind the man. "Uncle, I would like to ask how to apply for a permit." Kanan found that most of the books here are extremely precious, and many are solitary. Some estimates are not even Hogwarts, otherwise Professor McGonagall will not come here to inquire about information. You only need to be a famous wizard to be a guarantor, and then go to the Magic Union to apply. He paused and then said, "Like your permit just now, the guarantor is Dumbledore." "Oh, okay." Kanan said that he was not familiar with Dumbledore, and his current brain closure surgery was just getting started, and facing the old fox, it was easy to expose flaws. "Uncle, what is the fourth floor here?" Kanan saw a staircase leading to a higher floor around the corner. He carefully discovered that many magic arrays were carved on the walls on both sides of the staircase. This is another use of the magic array in addition to alchemy. With some magic spells, the portrayal of the building has great lethality. He remembers where the magical animal is. Grindelwald used a similar magic array in Paris. "It's just a grocery store, let's go." He squeezed Kanan's hand and accelerated his pace. Kanan nodded, looked back curiously, and didn't say much. Middle-aged man sent Kanan to the stairs of the third floor. "Little fellow, go home soon after reading the book. It's not safe recently." He was very friendly to Kanan. "Okay, uncle, goodbye." Kanan left the library, preparing to return to his grandfather's residence, but unexpectedly found that the man was still behind. He pretended not to find anything, but still looked up curiously as if interested in everything. Walked along the street for a while, and then Kanan detoured into a remote alley. He first cast a magic spell on himself, and then his figure disappeared into the air. What about people? Tofos followed here, but found the alley was empty. Although he was one of the trade union's Auror team captains, he followed Kanan for 2 days in a row and found that Kanan was just a normal child. But as Auror, he carefully pulled out his wand and walked into the alley. Kanan waited for Tofos to come to him before he silently murmured in his heart, "I fainted." This time it was a silent cast. Tofos only saw a white light striking, but before he could react, he was stunned by the spell of Kanan. Silent casting can be activated without reading the spell, but the casting speed is slightly slower, but it is a good way to use it for the Yin people. Kanan also only masters the silent casting of several basic spells. Seeing that the enemy had collapsed to the ground, Kanan stepped forward to pick up his wand and check his items at any time. It turned out to be Auror. Kanan turned over from him to an identity document, as he showed him at the airport Schuster yesterday. Tofos, the team leader of the Major Investigation Division of the American Magic Union. Kanan did not expect that he was always tracking Auror in the United States. Now he is eager to know why this Auror followed him. Was it what was discovered at the airport yesterday? He thought about the things in his storage bag. www.readwn.com. There are no contrabands in it, except for his alchemy items and some potions, the other seems to be nothing. Correct. Wand. He remembered that Schuster had mentioned his wand. Is it the wand? Kanan thought again that the wand used by that mysterious organization was also made by Duran. In this way, after seeing my magic wand, the Aurors suspected that I was related to that organization. Kanan frowned as he looked at the lying Auror. If it was only a problem with his wand, he did not need to attack Auror. After all, attacking Auror was a felony. Brother, who asked you to follow me sneakily, did everyone calm down and sit down and talk? It turned out to be the way it is now. I don't want it either. Kanan muttered at Tofuz, who was still unconscious. Now I can only think of ways to hide this thing, but I have done everything. It is better to ask them the real reason for tracking themselves. What do they know? Kanan decided to take the initiative. He was going to turn himself into a Tofuz, and then took him to the previous hotel, opened a room, and asked. Then took a hair from the aura and put the compound soup just taken out of the storage bag. He came to the UK this time to bring a lot of medicines in case of accidents. Kanan took a sip with his eyes closed, and the taste was very strange. Immediately afterwards, his appearance changed, and his body type quickly became larger. He hurriedly took off his clothes from the unconscious aura and put them on his body. He applied an enhanced version of the petrified mantra and narrow mantra to this aura, and put it in a storage bag. He feels that he is getting more and more skilled. Organized his appearance a little, and he came to the Haruoxi hotel he had passed before. Chapter 21, Dive into the Magic Union. Give me a house and stay overnight. Kanan said to the obese man in front of the counter. Tofuz, why are you here, not on duty today? He laughed when he saw Kanan. You know, the public security is not good recently, we always have to do some preparations. Kanan smiled and tried not to show any abnormalities. He didn't expect that this fat man knew his aura. You can rest assured, I know the rules, and I will stare if there are strangers recently. The obese man looked around and then whispered close to Kanan, a very reliable look. Kanan lowered his head and smiled, take me up, give me a good room. Kanan followed the obese man upstairs, a room in the corner, with a window to see the street view. Sent him away, closed the door, and waited for no one outside. Then Kanan took out the aura, who was hit by the petrified mantra, and placed it in the middle of the bed. Quickly get bigger. The curse will stop. Kanan took out a bottle of vomiting medicine from the storage bag, which he had purchased in Diagon Alley. This potion has always been under the control of the Ministry of Magic, and sales have strict records. He also spent a lot of extra garin to get this bottle. After instilling in the unconscious aura, Kanan cast a spell to wake him up. What is your name? Why follow me? My name is Tofuz, my boss Schuster asked me to follow you, he thinks you have a problem. The Schuster at the airport yesterday, what did he find out about me? Kanan felt he didn't do anything that was apologetic to the magic world, and he has always been a legitimate good citizen. And this is also his first visit to the United States. I don't know, the boss didn't tell me, just let me follow you. But he can see through people's hearts and distinguish whether others are lying. Tofuz said slowly. See through the hearts of the people. Is it a goddess? Kanan said in surprise. No, I heard that it is the family talent of the boss, and his mother also has this ability. That explains the truth. After all, he lied at the time, but I do know how strong he is. If you can directly see the thoughts of others, it would be too scary. Did you have any activities recently? Is there any news about the previous Black Wizard attack? Kanan wanted to take the opportunity to ask for more information. We found that the organization affiliated with the Black Wizard recently planned a secret operation in New York, but this matter is very confidential and I do know the specific news. But I heard the boss said that they have identified the identity of a black wizard from the United Kingdom. Duran, the owner of a thrift store in Diagon Alley. Dylan. Kanan didn't expect that Dylan's identity had been exposed. No wonder he never returned to Diagon Alley. Looking at the time left for the effectiveness of the potion, Kanan is going to use the telepathic remembrance that he just learned recently. He practiced on SCADA for a long time before he can get started. Look at my eyes and recall the message your boss told you recently. Kanan's eyes were tightly fixed on Tofos. Through the launching of the sensation, a large number of pictures floated through Kanan's mind. Recall all of your colleagues, the specific location of the magic union, the scene of daily work. Who has carried on a lot of telepathy, and Kanan, who is not very skilled in magic, is undoubtedly a bit overwhelmed. However, fortunately, I finally figured out a lot of details, and it's safer to impersonate Tofos. That's right, Kanan is going to impersonate Tofos and sneak into the magic union to find more detailed information and rescue Duran. There are a few bottles of compound decoction in his storage bag, but it can support a period of time. He suspected that Duran had been caught by the magic union. Although this trip was dangerous, Dylan had helped him in Diagon Alley. Moreover, he brought a lot of things to the United States this time, and the self-confident Kanan felt that life-saving was more than enough. More importantly, by looking at the memories of Tofos, he found that Schuster was not in the Union at this time, but was performing a secret task. As long as Schuster is not encountered, there is no danger of exposure. Kanan imposed a sleeping spell on Tofos again, amnesticized him, and deleted the memories of these days. I had experienced the devastation of Kanan's imagination before, but now my memory has been deleted. Tofos collapsed on the bed, his brow furrowed, and the sweat on his pale forehead. The next step is to go to the Magic Union. Kanan cleaned the room and left without leaving any traces. The American Magic Union is located in the Woolworth Building in downtown New York, not in this wizarding realm. According to the memory of Tofos, the Union was located on Broadway Street, out of the wizarding realm. He spent some time to come here. Kanan looked from afar, and the bustling street stood a towering skyscraper, the Volvo's building. The carved portraits on the outside of the building are very gorgeous and exquisite. He came to a small door in front of the building, and the guards guarded were wearing a cloak and looked cold. "Hi, Pinnit, why are you on duty again?" Kanan greeted. Ushered in Pinnit's grim eyes. "It's really boring, it's like this every day." Kanan shook his head, learning what Tofos said. He is trying to play Tofos well. Walked across the wide staircase, Kanan came to the main hall, and according to the memory of Tofos, the surrounding vigilance was very strict. The space inside is very large, and the style is extraordinary. Kanan swept at random, meticulously remembering the location of each channel. In the center of the hall, there is a roulette with an extraordinary witch hanging on it. This is Serafina, the chairman of the Magic Congress. Many owls hovered around the hall, and some wizards were busy working. Kanan passed through the crowd, came to the elevator in diameter, and the elevator door opened. Stood inside a goblin and saw Kanan saying hello. "Hi, Tofos." "Hi, Curry, send me to the Division of Serious Investigation." Kanan smiled gently at him. Fairy Curry is a waiter in the Union and usually takes care of the elevator. The elevator runs slowly, and in his free time, Kanan chats with him about his family. Ding! The elevator door opened, and Kanan looked up, but the figure outside the door made him shrink his pupils. Schuster! Isn't he going to perform the task? Schuster outside the elevator saw Kanan, his throat could not help moving slightly, and his expression was a little uneasy. "Boss, didn't you go out to perform the task?" Kanan asked first. Schuster heard this and slightly relieved. "I'm back here to deal with urgent matters. The task over there hasn't been completed yet. I'll wait for it later." He then said, "You come with me." Then he turned around and walked into the investigation department, glanced at the goblin in the elevator. Kanan was a little uneasy and didn't see Schuster's very different look. But he vaguely felt that Schuster was a bit wrong. www.readwn.com. In the impression of Tofos, Schuster has always been a person who pays great attention to his appearance. But Kanan found that Schuster's upper body suit was a little wrinkled and behaved abnormally. The most important thing is that Schuster did not find his anomaly. It stands to reason that his semi-trailer's brain occlusion is of no use to Schuster. He has a very clever way of seeing people's hearts, and then cooperates with the gods to capture. Many hidden black wizards have been captured for the American unions in recent years. Kanan didn't feel that his little means could hide him. The only possibility is that this Schuster is also fake. Boss, do you remember the little wizard who asked me to investigate the day before yesterday? I have some gains. He stared at Schuster's expression tightly. Little wizard, oh. I think of it, I have some impressions. You know that there are too many things in the department recently, and I am in a mess. Schuster frowned. Kanan smiled inwardly. He is now 100% sure that this Schuster is fake. After all, they only saw them at the airport yesterday. But he wasn't going to take it through. It was king to fish in muddy water. This matter, you turn around and report to me again. Now you and I come. I need something to help you. This disguised Schuster gradually became uneasy. He was about to leave, and his purpose had been achieved. He stayed there. Union headquarters is undoubtedly easier to expose. Said, he couldn't help but hold Kanan's hand and performed a phantom transformation. Wait. Before Kanan finished, their figure disappeared into the corridor. Then Kanan felt a suffocating depression, as if it was tucked into a small water pipe, and kept spinning. Rely, this is my first time. Soon afterwards, an alarm sounded in the American Magic Union. Chapter 22, Counterattack. The space was distorted for a while, and then they appeared in the wilderness. Kanan took a deep breath and slumped on the ground. This magical experience is terrible. Tofos, what's wrong with you? The fake Schuster slowly pulled out his wand. It's okay, I'm just... Kanan just wanted to raise his head to explain, but faced a white spell. Had no time to react, Kanan was blown out by the spell, and the dizziness on his body had disappeared for the most part. The protective stone he had been wearing at any time saved his life. The expensive alchemy item. He saw a transparent light wave appearing on Kanan, blocking his spell. Damn it, it's a sneak attack again. Kanan hurriedly pulled out his wand, resented. The two attacks he experienced were attacked by the other party first. Aren't wizards in the magic world so naughty? If you want to blame, blame your bad luck. Cracked. He was facing another spell in Kanan. A lot of obstacles. Kanan quickly pronounced the spell defense, and then made a counterattack. Accept your weapon. Schuster blocked Kanan's offensive with a wave of his wand. Are you at this level? He accelerated the casting speed. A white curse shot at Kanan, and Kanan struggled to defend. As time passed, he felt more and more strenuous, and the magic on his body also consumed a lot. He did not expect that this fake Schuster is of great strength, has a very fast casting speed, and has a strong magic power. He can only passively defend now. This is a fake. Schuster suddenly said. You are not Tofos, who are you? He found that although Kanan was extremely proficient in spell casting, the power of the spell was not strong, not like the strength that an adult auror should have, and his performance after changing shape also showed that this guy named Tofos was suspicious. Even the basic space oppression did not adapt. I'm your grandfather. Kanan took advantage of the gap in his speech and sent a dose of 5 splits to fight back. Unfortunately, Kanan was not very skilled at a spell and was easily evaded by Schuster. Very good, I decided, I will catch you alive, and then let you taste the taste of the heart curse. He was somewhat irritated by Kanan. Then give it a try. It is estimated that the people of the Magic Union will soon catch up here, you can't escape it. Kanan tried to distract him with words, looking for opportunities to fight back. Boy, before this I will kill you, you are dead. It seems that he thought of something, he increased the magic output, and wanted to solve the battle quickly. Awada Suo Ming. A green light flashed, Kanan hid in a flexible position, but fell to the ground. In addition to your weapon. Another spell came, Kanan had no time to dodge, and the wand in his hand was blown out. At this time, the medicinal effects of the compound decoction seemed to be exhausted, and Kanan restored its original appearance. Wears a big red hat, and the little wizard robe on his body is also a little messy. Kanan's embarrassed kneeling on the ground, a pair of bright eyes staring at him closely, but he quickly thought of countermeasures in his mind. Haha, still a handsome little devil head, I think, if you remember correctly, you are Kanan Bryan. Schuster raised his wand in his hand. Although I don't know why you are here, but time not much, only you are invited to die. He opened his eyes wide and shouted. It seems to have thought of the picture after Kanan's death. Cracked. Kanan had already prepared, and a golden round shield immediately condensed in his hand's golden shield. The magic from the ancient Yi tradition once again helped Kanan. The curse hit the golden shield, rubbing a spark and emitting a ray of smoke. This is a wandless cast. Schuster was shocked, and he had never seen such magic. But the killing intention in his heart is also getting stronger, this child's talent is too high. He made up his mind to kill him. Otherwise, the threat to the organization will be too great in the future. He fired several spells in succession, all blocked by Kanan's dexterity with a golden shield, feeling the little magic in his body, and he couldn't help feeling anxious. And Kanan squatted halfway, hiding his figure perfectly behind the golden shield, resisting the curse. But he was no easier than a wizard disguised as Schuster, and the magic in his body was almost exhausted. He suddenly thought that the hat of the sage can reflect the magic spell. If he takes a risk, he may use the hat to solve this fake. If you want to do it, you can only do it now. Immediately, Kanan began to consciously expose his head and scolded from time to time, "Grandson, you will have no chance if you don't run, and the aura of the magic union will come. You're dead." Schuster looked at his enchantment combo and didn't get an effect. He couldn't help but feel anxious. He still had the tasks left by the organization that hadn't been completed, so he couldn't delay too much time here. Saw Kanan's slightly exposed tip of the hat, and he was very happy in his heart, wanting to seize the opportunity and hit with a stroke. After he used a spell to drive Kanan into a pit, he saw the opportunity, now. Killing curse. Kanan looked at the oncoming green light, his whole body trembled slightly, and his heart kept praying. Fortunately, after the green light hit the red hat and returned in a straight line, Schuster looked at the magic spell reflected on his body inconceivably. After a puzzled and unwilling look flashed in his eyes, the whole body fell on the ground. Finally solved. Kanan breathed out, he quickly picked up his wand, and then came to the corpse and seized his wand. He saw that the corpse had also recovered its original appearance, and indeed it was correct, he was also the person of the organization. Kanan practiced telepathy on Skada before. In the fragments of Skad's memory, he remembered that this person seemed to be a small leader of their organization called Vimalu. "Me and your organization are really destined." Kanan muttered at the corpse, rummaging over it again, looking at the items on his body. "Hey, is this an emerald?" He looked at the item he found from Vimiru, a green stone the size of a thumb, with no magical fluctuations on it. In addition, there was a small amount of galleon in his pocket. He thought it was just ordinary emerald, and he didn't care much. He wanted to put it in the storage bag, but he couldn't put it in anyway, as if there was a hand in front of the bag mouth, holding the gemstone. This gem is not simple. Kanan put the gem in his palm www.readwn.com and studied it for a while, and found nothing abnormal. This should be the secret of Vimiru's trip, but I don't know what this gem is used for. Kanan guessed that he couldn't see the items that could not be put into the storage space for the first time. Kanan dug a big pit at will and buried the body. I'm also complaining about virtue, and I miss him even more when I'm in hell. Don't retaliate against me. I didn't kill you, you died under your own spell. By the way, if you read my book, you should know what magic I use. After solving the corpse, Kanan looked around and looked at the desolate, silent Lois. Only then did I find myself in a secluded place. Where am I? There seems to be no figure in the surroundings, and, how do I go back? He looked around with a sad face. There is a way. He found a large flat stone and stood on it, casting a floating spell on the stone. Hugatum Leviosa. The big stone slowly floated up, and Kanan sat steadily on it, grasping the wand in one hand and holding the stone in the other. Rose about 20 meters. Kanan was slightly shaken by the wind in the air. He looked at him far away and found that there was a trace of the city ahead. Then he carefully cast the spell and slowly lowered the big stone. He wiped the virtual sweat on his head. This way of exploring the path is estimated to be rare in the wizarding world. As a sorcerer, I'm too difficult, and then I must learn phantom distortion. He made up his mind. After finding the right direction, he walked forward on foot. Chapter 23, New York Wars. Kanan walked for a long time before he saw the road ahead. He spent some dollars and took a ride back to New York. I think I'm embarrassed for the wizard. He thought to himself, it is not uncommon for a wizard to rush on his own legs. Hey, little guy, be optimistic, and you'll be in New York soon. The fat uncle driving next to him comforted. With that said, his body also kept shaking with car music. This is the driver of the ride. He has a bold personality. When he saw Kanan's $100, he did not hesitate to accept Kanan's request. Kanan nodded and did not want to take care of him. The fat uncle kept talking all the way along the way. This was the first time Kanan met someone who could speak more than himself. As expected, there are people outside, I underestimate the world. Suddenly, Kanan's eyes narrowed, and he looked at New York City, not far away in front of him, and a huge magic pattern appeared above him, an eagle. He knew that this was the Auror's emergency signal or the most vigilant pattern. An accident happened in New York. Should have been shot by the mysterious organization, but I don't know what happened. Kanan wanted to stop participating. After all, his strength is still too weak, but thinking of Dylan's life and death, coupled with curiosity, he decided to go and see. Well, sneak into the village, don't shoot. Uncle, can you accelerate? I want to hurry back to New York. Kanan said to the fat uncle who was still immersed in the music. Little guy, everyone is responsible for driving safely, I will not speed. Uncle Fat refused. Kanan took a ladle of dollars from his pocket and placed it silently in front. Sit firmly, little guy. He said. He slammed on the accelerator. Uncle Fat's car skills were not covered. Within 10 minutes, they got out of the bustling car and arrived in New York City. Kanan walked out of the car in vain, and then slipped into a small alley. Took out 2 bottles of compound decoction again from the storage bag, he added tofu's hair in it, and drank it. The more the dose of this agent is used, the longer it takes to change appearance. After drinking 2 cans this time, it is estimated that it can last for a long time. He felt that he was still safe with tofu's appearance, and he didn't want to suddenly restore his original appearance as he did in the battle just now. Then he felt the magical remnants of the signal and hurried to the scene. Crossing the wizarding realm, Kanan came to the New York Library. Many buildings here were destroyed. A few wizards on the street were fleeing in panic. Kanan went against the crowd. He saw a lot of people in front, then he squeezed in, and then squeezed his body, showing only one head and looking forward. This is... He stared blankly at the front. Many Aurors of the Magic Union were surrounding the library, and the periphery of the library was enveloped by a huge transparent light wave. Many aurors are evacuating the crowd, but the effect is not obvious. Tofo's auror glanced at the crowd and saw a familiar head. His eyes lit up and called. "Rely. No glance, didn't I want to come out? Hi, old Reese, what's the situation now?" Kanan had no choice but to step out of the crowd and greeted him. "Now the boss is trapped inside, Daniel is conducting the command, but I think Daniel has a problem." Auror named Lao Lizzie whispered and Kanan explained. "He has a good relationship with Kanto and posing as Tofo's, strictly speaking he is a member of the Tofo's Auror team." "What is the problem?" "I found that Nanil secretly gave it to others." But he hadn't finished speaking, but found that Daniel had hurriedly walked. "Daniel, I just wanted to tell Tofos about the situation. It happened that you came, and you tell him, I'll go to another place." Old Reese looked, and hurriedly explained to the coming Daniel. "Tofos, you are finally here." Daniel nodded at him and said to Kanan again. "Daniel, what's the situation now, boss?" "Old Reese didn't make it clear to me just now." Kanan asked, frowning, anxious, and then made a look at old Reese. The boss was trapped inside. A group of black wizards held many hostages in the library and initiated protection measures in the library. "Our people are now trying to solve the problem and support the boss in time." Daniel had no doubt at all. Kanan said in a hurry. "How many people are there, how is the boss?" Kanan asked again. "It's unclear now, the boss went in alone for more than 10 minutes, and then the protective measures inside were turned on, and I signaled when the situation was not good." "When will our people be able to open this mask?" Kanan walked forward and observed at close range. He found that the principle of this protection mechanism is similar to the principles of several protection magic arrays he is familiar with. It is estimated that it takes a lot of time. This kind of defensive array is very old. Many of the ancient books recorded are missing. The only book with information can be found in the library. However, our people have notified a lot of alchemists who have studied the magic array, and they may be able to unlock this magic array." Daniel explained again. Kanan turned his head and stared at Daniel. "Maybe? Daniel, this is not like your usual style." According to Tofos's memories of Daniel, the Black Auror acted decisively and his ability was quite good. He has been faintly regarded as Schuster's successor. And now the style of Daniel is very different from usual, plus the words of old Reese just now, he can be sure that Daniel may have been dropped, and should be a member of the Black Wizard organization. Although Kanan has always disliked the American Magic Union, the group of Black Wizards is now fierce in their means, doing everything they can, and has shot him many times. If you catch this Daniel, you might be able to get a lot of information about the organization from his mouth. Tofos, you know, even the boss is trapped inside, what good way do I have? He said with a narrowed pupil. Kanan looked behind Daniel. Under the notice of old Reese, the aurors around him had already surrounded him. Daniel, today I grabbed a wizard named Vimiru, he said everything. Kanan carefully looked at Daniel's expression. What Vimiru? Who is he? Daniel still looked blank, pretending not to know anything. Do it. He has a problem. Kanan issued a decisive command, and he keenly found that Daniel's pupils could not help shrinking after hearing Vimiru's name. Obviously he can't get rid of that organization. Daniel just wanted to take out his wand. Before he had time to cast it, he was hit by the crowd and the wand flew out far away. Looking at the subdued Daniel, Kanan asked the aurors, "Who of you have vomited the real potion?" Although the magic world has regulations, the use of the vomited potion to interrogate the prisoners needs Congress to pass, but now things are urgent. Can be handled with authority. Where are the bosses? We don't have them. The people shook their heads. Kanan was a little helpless, and he vomited a real potion, which was just used not long ago. I originally wanted to ask for some news from Daniel's mouth. Now it seems that there is nothing to gain. Kanan pointed his wand at Daniel. Recover quickly. This is a spell that can restore the original appearance. But Daniel's appearance has not changed. Is this Daniel himself? Kanan frowned deeply. He felt that the water in New York was getting deeper and deeper, and this dark wizard organization was hiding too deep. There are claws in the wizarding world of various countries. Now even the aura of the American Magic Union can be one of them. But how did Daniel escape Schuster's level? You send 2 people to send Daniel. The rest of the people are optimistic about the surroundings, and they are not allowed to come. If there are suspicious people coming, they will arrest them directly. Kanan is now afraid to be sure that there are others among them. There are no traitors, but he has no time to think so much. Anyway, he is not an American auror, so there is no need to be so desperate. Kanan came to the light mask and scrutinized the lines of the magic array. He remembered that there were similar magic arrays on the 4th floor of the library. www.readwn.com. It seems that this library is coming not small. After studying for a while, Kanan found that his mastery of the magic array was necessary to crack this large-scale defensive magic array. It is estimated that it cannot be done in a short time. Unless a strong attack, the energy supply to the magic array is exhausted, but the manpower is not enough now. A large number of aurors are still on the way to rush over, and there are still many hostages in the library. Only this method can be tried. Kanan is ready to use the idea of meditation to let the magic power in his body flow according to the trajectory of the magic array, so that he may not be rejected by the magic array, and he can enter. However, the situation inside is unknown, and I am afraid that it is a bit dangerous. Kanan was hesitant. He looked around, the crowd watching in the distance, the alert auror, and some journalists from the magic world taking pictures in the distance. He thought of his parents and grandfather again. It is estimated that he was still waiting for himself at home. He didn't want to risk his little life, but there were many hostages in it. If he could get in, he might save their lives. He suddenly felt as if time had stopped at this moment, and there was a moment of silence around him. Then go first, but protecting your life is the most important thing. Kanan made up his mind. He thought of the things in his storage bag, and he had a little more assurance in his heart. Drank a bottle of meditation potion. Kanan closed his eyes, let himself sink into his heart, and concentrate his consciousness. Running the magic power according to the trajectory of the magic array, it didn't take long for him to open his eyes. Obviously this time he accomplished very efficiently. Felt that the mask in front of him seemed not to repel himself. Kanan glanced back, then walked in without a second look. At this moment, he felt like an actor in a blockbuster movie. Chapter 24, Advent Library. Walked through the mask and Kanan's figure appeared inside the library. He took out his wand, cast a magic spell on himself, and then walked in a small step. Coming to the 1st floor of the library, he found that all the hostage wizards were driven to the center of the hall. They were confiscated with their magic wands and hugged in horror. There were dozens of wizards in black robe costumes holding them around them. There are many scattered books around the ground that are randomly discarded on the ground, and there are several corpses that have just died, the blood flowing underneath, reflecting the jade floor. Seems to be a wizard who rebelled against them. Suddenly felt inexplicable anger in his heart. These bodies with body temperature let him once again see the cruelty of the wizarding world. Dare not to relax his vigilance, Kanan stepped on the footsteps and walked forward carefully. These black wizards are not easy to deal with. He thinks that what saves the hostages depends on the mood. Keeping the life is the most important thing. I know you still have a lot of people hiding nearby, and we have no intention of killing you. As long as you stay here obediently and wait for the time to come, it will be safe," said a black wizard who appeared to be the leader. "Of course, if you seek your own way of death and you must resist, the result can only be like those of your dear ones lying underground." He also pointed at some dead bodies on the ground. Kanan observed many black-robe wizards and found that their positions were extremely particular, and their black robe also seemed to be an alchemy item, making them unclear about their faces. He looked up to the third floor, where there were also a lot of black wizards. He roughly counted the total number of wizards on each floor plus 23 black wizards guarding the exits of the stairs. The strength of this organization is beyond his imagination. After he was more careful, he slowly moved to a corner, daring not to make a sound. Then he took out the storage bag, and pulled out a small metal ball and a palm-sized wooden cylinder from the inside. Then he brought himself special earplugs and goggles. These two alchemy items were all homework from Hornheim. In all his video collections, these two items are also considered intermediate alchemy items. Kanan also took a lot of time to make. Metal ball is called infrasound ball. After launching, it will emit infrasonic waves with extremely low frequency, which can cause huge harm to human body. The wooden cylinder is like a smoke bomb used for muggles. The name is cloud bomb. After use, it will emit a lot of smoke gas. In this gas, Kanan adds a lot of coma, even if the wizard inhales a small amount into the body. Will be put. He gave himself another antidote to the coma, sweet and delicious. These two things are also the foundation of Kanan's dare to break into the magic union, but now it seems that they will be used on this group of black wizards. If there is no accident, the purpose of this organization should be the fourth floor of the library, where the magic array is carved on the entrance staircase. However, I don't know the situation of Schuster yet. It seems that he has not been caught. Kanan thought. In Kanan's view, it is still safest to stay downstairs. When it is not necessary, he does not want to participate in American Aura in this organization. Moreover, every staircase of the library is guarded, and Kanan, which cannot move phantoms, can't reach the fourth floor only by the magic body curse. Just like this, Kanan squatted quietly in the corner, watching the development of the situation. I'm so steady, he thought. Not many times, a loud shout suddenly came upstairs. He is on the third floor, grab him. Bang! Kanan heard a fierce fighting. A black robe wizard was shot down from the third floor, and the black wizard wand leading on the first floor waved to catch him. Go up to 10 people to see, the wizard who is guarding the stairs should not move, pay attention to vigilance. He issued a command with a strong tone. Kanan raised his head and looked around. He found that the fighting on the third floor had stopped. At this time, the whole hall was silent and terrible. Then a black-robe wizard came down and muttered in the ear of the leading wizard. Then the leading wizard said aloud, "Originally we just intended to get something and left, and there was no intention of hurting people, but there were always some people who did not cooperate. Mr. Aura Schuster of the American Magic Union, I know you are here, and you know you have the key on it, as long as you hand it over. I cannot hold you accountable. Even if you hurt us, it won't hurt you anymore." He pointed at the whole hall again. "If you don't pay, then I will kill one randomly here in a minute. You know my determination for that thing." He suddenly increased his voice and said fiercely. Kanan became a crowd of melon eaters. Although he had always had a bad impression of this Auror, he was also curious about Schuster's decision. But even if Schuster doesn't shoot, he will shoot when necessary. After the lead wizard finished, he looked around with caution, and after a while, there was no movement around. "Okay, then I will show you my determination." He pulled a little girl out of the crowd. The girl's eyes were red and she seemed to cry for a long time before. After the girl was pulled out, she didn't cry, but she looked at the leader with her eyes wide open, as if she wanted to remember his appearance in her heart, but unfortunately she couldn't see anything. "Piece of. Her parents have just been killed by me, and I hate those who resist. I still want their blood to be warm." He paused and pointed his wand at the woman. "Now, I will send her to reunite with her parents." At this time, Kanan also clenched his wand and prepared to throw out the infrasound ball. Although it may hurt the innocent, it is also not at this time. There are too many black wizards in this group. I am afraid that Yunwu Bomb cannot solve that many people. The key is for you, the person put it. A key fell from the sky and rolled to the foot of the chief wizard, and Schuster's voice echoed throughout the library, making it impossible to locate his position. Under the direction of the lead wizard, a wizard in black robe stepped up to pick up the key, checked that there was no problem, and handed it to the lead wizard. Very well, if you do this early, maybe you won't die so many people, will you? He replied loudly, and smiled at the crowd again. A few of you stay here and watch. After the chief wizard asked, he took the key and prepared to go to the third floor. Looking at Kanan, there are 5 black robe wizards on the first floor, one is at the stairs www.readwn.com. The remaining 4 are surrounded by the crowd. It's not easy to do it. Kanan muttered as he saw the leading wizard gradually leaving. He found that the organization was too vigilant, and with his strength, there was absolutely no way to solve 5 people at the same time. He had no illusions. He jumped out and killed 5 enemies at once, clearing the audience. Well, if I didn't hurt the hostages, I wouldn't do it. Seemingly convinced myself, Kanan decided that he wanted to be a steady old dog, and his own life was very important. Suddenly, the originally hidden Schuster suddenly showed his body and shouted, "Do it!" Saw that several wizards suddenly appeared from around, attacking the 5 black-robed wizards in the hall. The 3 black-robed wizards were instantly knocked down and lost their fighting power. Only 2 black-robed wizards escaped the spell by chance. They immediately pulled out their wands and retreated to the shelf outside the hall. "You stay here to protect the people in the hall," Schuster said to several people, then he rushed up to the 3rd floor by himself. "What a martyr!" Kanan exclaimed as he looked at Shust, who was advancing. Now that the hostages are safe, he won't be ready to rush up silly. Looked at the 2 black-robe wizards who were still resisting. It should be no problem to kill them. Then, he still maintained his phantom body curse. Quietly slipped behind the 2 black-robe wizards who were fighting. Tong Tong Petrification. He took out his wand and pointed at the back of a black-robe wizard, then shouted, "Accept your weapon," to another black-robe wizard who had just reacted. The 2 black-robed wizards were unresponsive and lost their fighting power instantly. Sure enough, sneak attack from behind is the correct way to open the wizard battle. Chapter 25, Library Level 4. Kanan looked at everyone who focused on himself, and explained, "I am Aura of the Magic Union, Tofos, everyone is safe." They heard Kanan. They were all relieved. At this time there was a fierce fighting sound from the building. It seems that Schuster had already fought with them. "Mr. Tofos, don't you go help Mr. upstairs?" A middle-aged man with a magic wand asked. He was very brave in the battle just now. "Ah, this gentleman, my task is to protect you, and I don't know if there will be a black wizard hidden in this neighborhood. I will stay here to protect you as well," Kanan said with a straight face. "But there are so many black wizards upstairs, can Mr. Schuster cope with them?" Another wizard stood up and said worriedly. Without Schuster, they could not hide under the search of so many black-robe wizards for so long. "Schuster is the head of our Aurors. We are so strong. Everyone can rest assured. After all, your safety is also important, isn't it?" At this time, the situation upstairs seemed to have changed again, and Kanan saw a green flame turning into a firebird, wreaking havoc on the 3rd floor. "This is Li Huo curse, it is engulfing all the combustible things. We got something. We can go." There was a loud noise from the building. "This is Dellen's voice." Kanan was very familiar with this voice. He had always thought that Dellen might have been caught by the Aurors. But I did not expect Dellen to have been on the 3rd floor. And it seems that their organization has got what they want. Kanan said to the crowd, "You stay here, pay attention to safety, I go up to help. Remember to cover your ears." He said that he hurried to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, the fire was still raging, and many of the loan books were burned. Kanan felt very distressed. But he also has no good way to solve this powerful black magic. Moreover, the more this flame resists burning, the more water and enchantments will become its nutrients. It took a while for this flame to spread to the first floor before Kanan felt a little relieved. He applied a temperature-protecting magic to himself, then quickly crossed the flame and entered the corridor on the third floor. At the end of the corridor is the entrance on the fourth floor. Faintly heard the sound of conversation in front of him. Kanan slowly let down his footsteps, and imposed a phantom body curse on himself. At this moment he suddenly felt that this kind of magic is the wizard should learn the most, life-saving first class. I say it again, give it away, and I let him go. Kanan stopped at the corner of the corridor, slightly outcropping to look at the situation. I saw Schuster grabbed a black-robe wizard, facing his back, and in front was a group of black-robe wizards guarding the stairs leading to the fourth floor, and there were some black-robe wizards in the corridor. Schuster's combat power greatly exceeded Kanan's expectations. Unexpectedly, so many black-robe wizards didn't catch him, and he was killed a few. At this time, 3 people came out of the stairs. They are all modern clothes, not wearing black robes. Kanan suddenly looked at their faces. Dylan is among them, and another person he knows is the guard who sent him out in the library today. The guard walked in the middle of the 3, and it seemed that his identity was not low. It's you, Philrit. Schuster was very surprised to see the guard's face. Strangling the black-robe wizard's left hand unconsciously increased his strength. I didn't expect you to join them. Schuster, you made a mistake. It was not me who joined them, but they joined. Philrit emphasized the last word. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Let him go. I let you go. What we want has been obtained, and it doesn't make sense for you to block it anymore. Philrit continued. Wait, Philrot, I don't agree with your decision. This Auror killed many of us and he can't let him leave alive. The voice passed from the mysterious fourth floor, and a dark shadow slowly walked down the stairs. Joan came out and Kanan fixed his gaze, and was the former black-robe wizard. Fett glanced at the leading black robe behind him. Kill him? Have you ever beaten him? Now that the things are in hand, there is no need to grow a branch. Besides, he still has our people in his hands. Then kill them together. The leading wizard quickly pulled out his wand and aimed at Schuster as a dose of curse. And Schuster didn't expect that the leading wizard would suddenly attack. He dragged the black-robe wizard back and waved his wand in his right hand to defend. Stop, number 3. Don't challenge my patience. You know the rules of the organization. Seeing the leading black robe suddenly shot despite his orders, Philrit said angrily. Oh, don't be angry, Philrot, I'm just kidding. I've gotten used to killing a lot of people recently. The leading black robe wizard said with a laugh, and then put down his wand, as if it wasn't him who just started. Schuster, let's put our people on, it doesn't make sense to continue to spend here. The fiery spell outside has not been resolved, there are still many people on the first floor. Philrit looked at Shoes again. Special. Schuster looked at the group of people opposite, and knew that it would be meaningless to stay there again. Then he pushed away the black robe wizard around him, and disappeared using the shift image. Kanan saw Schuster suddenly disappearing, leaving himself alone, and suddenly the atmosphere did not dare to come out. www.readwn.com stuck to the wall and stood still. Seeing Schuster leave, the rest of the crowd is no longer as tense as before. Did you find the specific location? The leading black robe wizard asked. I found it, but now I can only be sure that it is on the French side, and I still have to find the specific location. Dylan answered. Now I hope that Vimira will go well. After all, without that, we won't be able to enter in the end. The leading black robe sighed, and then he looked at Philrit again, pointing to the top of his head. Number 2, turn off the outer hard shell, we should go. Once this protection measure is turned on, you can only wait for the energy to run out, there is no way to turn it off in advance. Filrit also looked at the leading black robe wizard and said slowly. Didn't expect that Filrit was only the second of this organization, who was that first? Grindelwald? Kanan was secretly surprised. What? Then let's wait here? Then wait for the Aurora outside to set up the anti-transformation magic circle and wipe us all out of the net. The leading black robe wizard was out of control when he heard the answer. After a moment of calm, he said again, I don't believe that you are not prepared at all. In his impression, number 2 can be regarded as the brain of the organization, and will never fail to take this into consideration, let them be here die. I'm really not prepared, but you can rest assured that there is no Schuster outside, they are not so smart, and this time. Filrit said, he also took out a book, sitting on the stairs, slowly it looked like he was not in a hurry. Shit. Seeing Filrit's indifferent expression, the leading wizard whispered in a low voice. But Kanan felt that he had heard the furthest away, and it was estimated that everyone on the field could hear it. Chapter 26, was found. After the leading black robe wizard scolded, Filrit was not angry and still looked at the book quietly. At this time the crowd fell into silence, only the noisy sound of firefighting from time to time downstairs. Kanan was also a little tired, after all, it was very hard to maintain a posture without moving. He gently moved his steps. Someone! Filrit said. He stood up, pulled out his wand, and walked along the corridor. Schuster! The leading black robe wizard asked with a frown. It's not him, he won't come up until Luo is not resolved. Filrit replied. He is extremely sensitive to the sound, and he can be sure that there was a sound of shoes rubbing against the ground just now. Kanan was a little shocked in his heart. He didn't expect to be found just by moving his feet. He heard the footsteps getting closer and closer. He touched his left hand toward his waist and felt the cloud bomb. At the same time, his right hand clenched the wand. Filrit came to the hallway and looked around. I know you are here. The magic spell is not a panacea. He pronounced the mantra, quickly reveal, a magic spell that can show the shape of the people around him, but the scope of action is very small. Seeing that he was about to be found, Kanan decisively threw a cloud bomb and then quickly backed away. Cracked. Filrit faced Kanan with a white light quickly. Barriers. Kanan waved his wand. He felt that Filrit's magic power was very powerful. When he resisted, even his wand was about to pop out. Fortunately, when the cloud bomb hit the ground, a lot of white smoke came out, and these white smoke quickly spread along the surrounding corridors. Kanan also retreated with the help of Filrit's attack spell, and ran quickly in the direction of coming in. Filrit felt uncomfortable when he saw the overflowing white mist. He accidentally took a small sip and suddenly found his head dizzy. Go! Go to the first floor! He shouted. Then the figure disappeared into the white mist. When everyone heard the command in the white mist, they all immediately shifted their shapes and disappeared. Only a few unlucky ghosts inhaled too much white mist and collapsed to the ground, but were quickly dragged away by their companions. Fuck! Kanan came out of Chinese, and just ran to the exit of the corridor, only to find that the third floor of the library had already been burned by fire, and the green flame was burning into the corridor. Looked back and found that the white smoke was spreading here too, but the speed was much slower. Kanan suddenly realized that the smoke seemed to be flammable, composed of a lot of particles like flour, and the concentration was very high. If there is an explosion, Kanan is not sure that he can survive. Run! Kanan turned and ran back. Although there were no visible objects in the mist, he leaned on the goggles to flexibly avoid obstacles in the corridor. Came to the entrance of the stairs on the 4th floor, and Kanan found that the people had long disappeared, and only Dylan collapsed on the stairs. When I wanted to avoid white fog, I was fainted. He dragged around to the 4th floor in a hurry, maybe only the 4th floor with the enchanted array outside could save their lives. Entering the mysterious fourth floor, Kanan found that it was not big, empty, and full of white mist. He quickly closed the small door on the fourth floor, and the golden light flashed on the door and on the wall. Then he dragged around to the farthest corner of the door, and then propped up the golden shield to block them. Now only pray that this magical protection array can not only isolate the air, but also block the explosion. Boom! There was a huge roar. A large amount of golden light appeared on the small door opposite, and the magic circle on the door seemed to be trying its best to resist the explosion outside, and the whole house shook violently. Came from the sound, Kanan only felt his head was hammered fiercely, there was a tinnitus on both sides of the ear, and the brain was blank. Kanan pulled out the special earplugs on his ears. This kind of earplugs for low frequencies seemed to be useless. His ears are now hurting badly. After giving around some antidote to the coma, he slowly stood up and opened the small door. The scene outside surprised him. The middle of the entire library seemed to be hollowed out, the third and second floors seemed to have disappeared and evaporated, and the fire was gone. Kanan found that his small room on the fourth floor was floating in the air. He even saw Schuster and Phil rot on the first floor, and only half of the entire first floor remained. Happens to be attracted by the movement of opening the door. They are also staring at Kanan, looking at each other with an awkward atmosphere. Bang! Kanan closed the door. Calmed down his faster heartbeat. Kanan came to Dylan and saw that he hadn't awakened. He pulled out his wand and said, "Recover quickly." Dylan opened his eyes confusedly, and saw Kanan, then suddenly shrank back alertly, trying to take out his wand. "Uncle Dylan, is it me?" Kanan saw Dylan's reaction and revealed his original voice. "Are you little Kanan?" Dylan said doubtfully. "It's me. I'll show you my wand." "You can't believe it." Seeing Dylan's look, Kanan handed his wand. Dylan glanced at his wand and confirmed Kanan's identity before putting down his vigilance. "How are you here?" Dylan asked. "The long story is that I came to visit relatives in the United States, and then accidentally got involved in this matter. Then I was discovered by the head of your organization, I threw a white fog bomb, and then I brought it here and escaped the explosion." Kanan explained quickly. "What's the situation outside now?" Dylan nodded, but was not surprised by Kanan's experience. "The people of your organization and the Aurors of the United States are both outside. The library has also been destroyed for the most part, and the protective cover above has also been dimmed a lot. It is estimated that it was caused by the previous explosion." "Uncle Dylan, www.readwn.com, I ask you, what is your status in your organization? Do you know that this organization sent someone to attack me before, and just killed many people in the library just now?" Kanan asked anxiously, wondering if Dylan had anything to do with these murders. "Little Kanan, thank you for trusting me." Dylan looked seriously at Kanan's eyes. "I can't tell you too much about the organization, I can only tell you that I am the fifth of the organization, responsible for the organization's capital operation and equipment management. All the assassination tasks are the third responsibility. He is cunning and killing kill, be careful when you meet him. Philrit is the number 2 organization, responsible for collecting all intelligence. The white-bearded middle-aged man who was not wearing a black robe before us was number 6 and belongs to the research department of the organization. As for the specific research in it, I also not sure. Our organization is so deep that I haven't even met the other person in charge. As for number 1, I have never seen it. Number 2 released information to us." Dylan continued. "As for me, I joined the organization a long time ago. I also know that this organization has a fierce way of doing things, but I'm sorry Kanan. I have a lasting pain." Kanan looked at Dylan's gradually red eyes, and nodded slowly. "So what are you looking for this time?" "It's just a piece of parchment. There are many ancient scrolls hidden on the 4th floor, which not only records many magic bands, but also records many ancient ruins." "Ancient ruins?" Kanan was interrupted by Duran while still wanting to continue questioning. Okay. Kid, knowing that too much is dangerous to you, you will stay in the UK afterwards, and don't go anywhere. Dylan said, holding on to Kanan's shoulder, the tone said friendlily. Kanan nodded. Chapter 27, Diagonal Lane Title Deed. Dylan took out a sheepskin contract from his body. This is the title deed of my second-hand goods store in Diagon Alley. Now that my identity has been exposed, it is estimated to be useless. It should be of some use to you. Kanan took the title deed and looked at it, with the chapter of the British Ministry of Magic and the specific location of the thrift store. You just need to take this to the Ministry of Magic to go through the relevant procedures, make a good renovation of the space inside, and play the violin there in the future. Maybe I will visit you when I have the opportunity," said Dylan, nostalgic smile. Kanan also smiled. However, there are a lot of black magic I set up. I will write a letter back to you and tell you the specific information. Dylan thought of something similar and continued. Suddenly, the small house swayed. Kanan hurriedly supported the wall, and the magic array on the door glowed with gold, as if arriving outside to attack. Uncle Dylan, you are here, I will look at the situation. Kanan secretly opened the door, revealing a small amount of space. He looked out and found that a large number of Aurors were staring under the library ruins. The protective cover was gone. By now, Filrit and his party had disappeared. Kanan closed the door and thought for a while, then asked Dylan, Uncle Dylan, can you use Phantom to transform in the air? Because there is a defensive array in the room similar to the outside of the library, there is no way to go out of the Phantom inside, so it can only be activated. It should be no problem. Although he didn't know why Kanan asked so, he answered truthfully. Now, they are all Aurors outside. They just attacked here just now. Wait for us to use the Phantom spell first, and then I will throw a sonic weapon outside. Then we will escape. Duran nodded, curious about the sonic weapon in Kanan's mouth. At this time, Schuster outside took the crowd and stood in front of the ruins. Are you here? Come here and engrave the counter-transformation magic circle as soon as possible, he ordered. Has Filrit's group chased? Schuster asked again. As soon as the protective cover was broken, they all ran away. We followed the space trajectory and did not catch up. An Auror with eyes stood up and replied. At this time, the door of the lonely small house in the air suddenly opened, and a small metal ball was thrown out. Be careful! Schuster yelled. Bah, there is only about 10 hertz of sound, spreading continuously around the center of the small ball. Many Aurors were too late to respond, only to feel the pain in the brain, as if the needle had penetrated. The light ones were dizzy, their ears roared, and the heavy ones had fallen to the ground with 7 holes bleeding. Only Schuster could barely stand in the field. He felt the space fluctuations from the attachment, hurriedly pulled out his wand, trying to chase it, but found that the magic in his body was disordered and could not be mobilized. Fuck! He was very good at raising up, he could not help but scolded. Dylan brought the Kanan Phantom to a remote villa, and Kanan looked around curiously. Don't worry, this is one of the strongholds of our organization, and our mission in the United States has been completed, presumably they have all evacuated. Dylan explained. Little Kanan, give me your wand. Dylan continued. Kanan took out his wand and handed it over, with an incomprehensible look in his eyes. Dylan looked at Kanan and explained with a smile, according to your previous experience, Schuster will doubt you, after all, your wand is out of my hands. Although your wand is not reported in the Ministry of Magic, Schuster still has a way to find out the magic that your wand has recently released. I can simply handle the wand so that the Aurors cannot check it out. He caressed Kanan's wand carefully, and placed a slight sniff on the tip of his nose. The wand also needs proper maintenance. You'd better put some olive oil on it. Hearing Dylan's words, Kanan nodded, but still puzzled and asked, Does Schuster have any means to see through people's hearts? If the situation is true, even if Kanan's wand is okay, he can't hide Schuster. You can rest assured that Schuster is not as powerful as the legend, and he can't really see through people's hearts. At most, he can tell whether other people are lying, but his deceptiveness is extremely good. You will be fine if you want to mess up. Dylan gave advice. Kanan felt that this method was good. After all, his brain was closed for a long time before he learned it. In the face of the master of the telepathy, there was no way to use it. And in the future, you can do the same with Deng. Uncle Dylan, help me get back to it. Kanan suddenly thought that he was still holding the face of Tofos, and thought of Tofos still lying in the hotel, hoping that the Aurors would find him sooner. It was pitiful. Dylan waved at Kanan with his wand. Recover quickly. Kanan's body quickly became smaller and his appearance was restored. Sorcerer robe covered with dirt, small dirty face, and a hole in the red hat. You are really miserable. Dylan smiled sympathetically, and he waved his wand again to help Kanan clean up. Vimalu, who is not your organization, has no mercy with his hands. Kanan stunned. Then you really are the nemesis of our organization. Dylan laughed. He was suddenly amused by the look of Kanan. Uncle Dylan, I thought about it, this one is for you. Kanan pulled out the emerald from his pocket, which he had obtained by killing the Vimiru Black Wizard before. Kanan was also very concerned about whether he should give the gem to Duran. www.readwn.com. After all, the cruelty of their organization is evident. If they use this gem to do evil, then it will be too regrettable. But when he thought of the inadvertent grief revealed by Duran, Kanan was a little uncomfortable. After all, he felt that Dylan was really treating him. And this gem must be very important to Duran. Seeing the green gem from Kanan, Dylan smiled and said, actually, after knowing that you killed Vimalu, I guessed it was on you. Then he crouched down, put his hands on Kanan's shoulders, and looked at the stone. According to the speculation of the insiders of the organization, this stone is the key to open a ruin, and it has also been blocked in the Magic Union. Then he looked at Kanan again. Thank you, Kanan, you are very special, did you know? I felt the first time I saw you. He smiled gently. Kanan's willingness to take the emerald for him made him happy. I think the most correct thing I did at that time was to pick you a wand, ash, and the core of the unicorn hair. Only when you are pure in heart and firm can you be recognized by the unicorn. Pure? Kanan doesn't think he is pure, after all, he is a man who often carries Ms. Xiao Nene on his head. Dylan patted Kanan's shoulder lightly, we should go. Then stood up, this gem will be placed with you first, maybe safer. Where are you going? Let you take a second ride. Dylan joked. It is better to be near the lakeside town. Where is that? I have no impression. So where are you impressed? Kanan raised an eyebrow. Chapter 28, Come Back Home. In the evening, Kanan returned smoothly to his grandfather's residence. As for Duran, he left Kanan after he had brought Kanan near the town. Before leaving, he also said that he would give Kanan a gift, so that he wouldn't have to worry about his illusion. Kanan is also looking forward to it. What kind of magical props is it? Kanan, you are more and more ignorant, how come you go out one day and come back? How worried is your grandfather? As soon as he entered the house, Kanan was hit by Helen. Kanan knew that he was justified and did not refute, and sincerely listened to his mother's lesson. Fortunately, Lincoln came up to round the field and coaxed Helen. Kanan breathed a sigh of relief and sent Lincoln a powerful look. If one thing falls, one thing falls. The food for dinner was carefully prepared by the grandfather of Kanan. They put the dining place on the small lawn outside the house. The location here is particularly good, without the hustle and bustle of New York City, and the surrounding is also surrounded by green hills, a green area. At this time, the sun in the distance was still afterglow, and the evening glow was mottled and colorful. Kanan looked at this harmonious landscape, and then listened to the cordial conversation of the family of relatives, smelling the scattered fragrance of flowers, and felt that he was very happy both physically and mentally. Today's experience is really rich. He thought of himself wandering around the line of life and death many times today, and he rushed into the library without turning back at the time, but he didn't do much to help, and finally he was almost caught by the Aurors. It's also his own act to blow up half of the library. Who can think of Li Huo's reaction to the white fog is so strong, but this is also a research direction, and perhaps a powerful bomb can be developed. No matter what happened today, no one can say. He made up his mind, he no longer entangled and put his mind on the delicious food in front of him. The next morning, after repeated farewells with my grandfather, the Lincolns were preparing to return to the UK by plane. The main reason is that Lincoln's vacation is too short to stay too long. Came to the airport, Kanan looked at Helen, who was still red eyes, shook his head, really a sentimental woman. He saw a pedestrian in the distance again, as if waiting for him exclusively. It was the American Aurors, and the leader was Schuster. Kanan Brian, meet again, I believe you still remember me. Schuster wore a simple coat and greeted him, neatly. Remember, Mr. Schuster, I don't know, what's the matter with you this time? If it's a magic wand, I want to go back to the UK and go back to the Ministry of Magic for reporting. Kanan said with a smile. He didn't look directly at Schuster's eyes. Yesterday, a black wizard attack occurred in the magical realm of New York, and the impact was very bad. As the person in charge of this attack, I would like to ask, Mr. Little Brian, where were you yesterday and what did you do? Schuster's tone was severe, his eyes fixed on Kanan. At this time, Lincoln stepped forward and guarded in front of Kanan. Mr. Wizard, I think you may have made a mistake. My son is still young and cannot participate in the Black Wizard attack you said. He also stared live Schuster, saying one word at a time. It's like a hen who is very nursing. Dad, it's all right, let me come. Kanan pulled Lincoln. Mr. Auror, first of all I have no obligation to report my itinerary to you. Secondly, I am only a minor wizard and I do not have the strength to participate in any Black Wizard attack. Finally, if you are okay, I think we are going to board the plane. He looked at Schuster and talked and laughed. Schuster looked at Kanan's eyes and used the sensationalism to want to see Kanan's true thoughts. Kanan met his eyes without fear. Came the picture, shit, what the hell? He saw Kanan squatting in the toilet in the morning, and there were golden objects that could not be described. Resisting the anger in his heart, Schuster tried to calm down. I think I need to check your wand. Sure enough. Dylan guessed right. Kanan took the wand from his body and handed it to Schuster. Come on, hurry, we are still waiting to get on the plane. Schuster carefully examined Kanan's wand and gradually frowned. He was very suspicious of Kanan, whether it was a magic wand with the same style as that organization, or Tofas, which was later found in the hotel. These clues pointed to Kanan. Moreover, he can be sure that Kanan did not tell the truth in front of him. But now, through inspection, he found that Kanan's wand has not exhibited any traces of magic in recent days. Have you not used magic wands to do magic recently? He was still not reconciled and asked again. I'm a minor wizard and don't know much magic. You despise me too much. Mr. Schuster, I think you are wasting my time with me. It might be better to find out who planned the attack. The recent United States does not it's too safe. I'd better go back home with my mom and dad earlier. Kanan said a lot in one breath, his tone full of worries about American security issues. Yes, if the wand is okay, give it back to me, I will catch the plane. Kanan stepped forward, grabbed the wand from Schuster, and then took his parents away without looking back. Schuster frowned and saw Kanan's group gradually go away, with a somewhat decadent look. Since the first attack in the United States, he discovered the trace of this mysterious organization and also found one of the important people behind the organization, Dylan, in Diagon Alley. Then he wanted to put a long line to catch big fish without rushing to catch, but did not expect that his investigation department had already been infiltrated, and several members of the organization were already lurking inside. Daniel, his successor, and the head of the library security department, Phil Rott, were all part of this organization. And the captured Daniel was rescued in the Magic Union's dungeon. How many enemies are there in our eyes? What is the purpose of this organization? I don't know anything about it. www.readwn.com. Schuster, who was usually so enthusiastic, now suddenly has doubts about his ability. Remained silent for a long time, he adjusted his collar and said to the people behind him, "Let's go." On the plane, Lincoln took Kanan and said with a serious expression, "Kanan, what happened? I think you should tell me this matter from beginning to end in detail." Seeing his father's serious eyes, Kanan felt that this matter should not be concealed. "This is the case. Uncle Dylan sent me back later, so I came back so late." "You mean, you blew up the entire library? You killed a man? How dare you do such a dangerous thing?" Lincoln said in a low voice, surprised. At this time Helen also looked over curiously, not knowing what the father and son were talking about, and was shocked. Kanan grabbed Lincoln. "Dad, don't tell your mother, otherwise she is absolutely worried about dying." Lincoln nodded. "I can't tell your mother, but when you go home, I will ban your feet." "No, Dad," Kanan pleaded. "No consultation, let your mother know about this matter, it is not as simple as forbidden foot," Lincoln said firmly. His child had such a big trouble, he did not expect it. The magic world is so dangerous, he is really not sure whether the decision he made was correct. But now that the child has not grown up yet, he feels that he can teach him a lesson and let him know that life is really valuable. Kanan lied in Lincoln's arms, bang bang bang. Chapter 29, Letter from Hermione. As soon as Kanan returned home, he was locked in the bedroom by Lincoln, and he was determined to let Kanan spit and roll, how to plead, would not allow Kanan to go to Diagon Alley in the near future. Kanan had no choice but to think about taking advantage of Lincoln to go out and sneak out, and scat in the laboratory occasionally needed a dose of soul retrieval curse, otherwise he would wake up and it would be a mess. Back to his bedroom, Kanan took out Guyi's diary. These days when there was no diary to accompany him in the United States, it made him empty and tight. He roughly glanced at the contents of the diary, which recorded the daily trivia of Guyi, but there was nothing that Kanan expected. But Guyi and Karu's recent relationship does not seem to be too good. Guyi has been complaining about Karu. Every son was immersed in magic and did not care about her as much as before. Girls in love. Kanan sighed. Putting down his diary book, he took out the Hornheim machine. The 132 episodes of cached videos in the machine have been mostly studied by Kanan. Only the last part of the high-level video class has not been studied, but this part of the course is very difficult. Explaining the depiction of various combinations of magic arrays, Kanan also feels the content is huge after watching a part of it, which is a headache. The key to portraying a combined magic array is to understand the essence of each magic array. The combination of different magic arrays will produce different effects. For example, I will first describe this wall. The world has an essential rule, and many of our pioneer alchemists also invented various magic arrays by studying this rule. Some worlds call this rule the power of runes. The power of runes? Kanan was interested and he heard the term for the first time. The rune is the most fundamental force in the world. For example, our most commonly used improved version of the number 117 magic array is designed entirely based on the shape of the rune, so the number 117 magic array is also the most complete. 90%. Kanan took out a pen and paper and tried to copy out the number 117 magic array. He was very interested in this magic array. And the energy supply of the Hohenheim magic machine also comes from this magic array. If you can master this 117 magic array, then many of the alchemy items envisioned by Kanan can be tried to make. Boom boom. Kanan in contemplation was interrupted by knocking on the door, and he put away the magic machine. Please come in. Kanan, this is your letter, just found in the mailbox. Lincoln took out a white letter, there is no signature on it. Kanan reached out and took a look. The cover reads, Ziowagen District, 33, Lichhen Road, Kanan Breen. This is Hermione's word, he remembers. Kanan remembered that her letter was sent in her mother's envelope before, but I didn't expect it was sent by one person this time, and even the information of the sender was not filled in. This is Hermione's letter. Kanan glanced at Lincoln and explained. Hermione? Your sweetie? Well, looking at this letter, I decided to shut you down for 2 days. Kanan suddenly had a black line, and didn't know what Lincoln's thinking logic thought. Seeing Lincoln still leaning against the door frame, Lai did not leave here, obviously wanting to know the contents of the letter. Kanan had no choice but to open the envelope and take a quick look. The letter says that Hermione will come to our house alone as a guest next weekend, saying that you want to discuss with me the content of the new book The Lord of the Rings. By the way, I will come to London to play, and finally it seems to me to settle the bill. Lincoln said, but he didn't know where he offended the little girl. Looking to you? This is a good thing, does his parents know? Lincoln asked, and he grabbed the key of the letter. I think so. Kanan quickly scanned the entire letter again and said seriously, I don't know. Well, then I will let your mother communicate with her mother and ask what's happening. If it doesn't work, I'll go to her house and pick her up. Lincoln looked serious. The next day, while Lincoln Helen was not at home, Kanan sneaked out. He first visited Skada in the laboratory to make sure that he hadn't escaped the control of the soul charm, and he was relieved. Seeing the spotlessness of the laboratory, various experimental instruments were placed on the table in an orderly manner, and Kanan nodded in satisfaction. Skada, you have performed very well these days. It's all taught by the master. Skada slapped skillfully. Well, let's go to the small bedroom, and today we will practice the mind boosting, and by the way, I will give you a soul-taking spell. Observe my master, this is my honor. Scatter said a noble ritual and said slowly. For a while, Kanan came out of the room contentedly, and wondered if he was used to attracting people recently, even with a big closed spell. Scarda took a long time to attract him, before he got some pictures from his eyes. The progress of the closed spell of the brain made Kanan happy, and also made him feel more confident in facing Dumbledore's kind of mastery of the gods. Although he used a clever way to face Schuster before, but he does not think about other things all the time, and if he is not careful, he may be memorized by others, and the brain closure curse is to resist the delusion. The only way to do this magic. After, Kanan returned to his small bedroom to practice meditation. Although the increase in magic power has been somewhat low recently, it is at least much larger than the natural increase without meditation at first. The only pity is that I have searched for clues that can replace the meditation medicine for a long time. With the extinction of Uehuakeo, I cannot find it anymore. Thinking of this, Kanan recalled Professor Snape. The library is afraid that he can't even go up to the 3rd floor. Unknowingly, Kanan found that he was already thinking a lot, and he didn't know where he was thinking. He quickly calmed down, drank a bottle of meditation medicine, and entered the state of meditation with the help of the medicine. Less than noon, Kanan ended meditation early, he needs to rush back before his parents come back. After explaining some trivial matters to Skada, he quickly hurried home. On the lunch table, Sindra circled around everyone excitedly, and he and Alice were just brought back from the pet foster center by Helen. It looked very happy. Alice also rubbed her face in Helen's arms, and called twice from time to time. In the afternoon, the sun was shining, and Kanan did not slip out. Instead, he set up a parasol and a couch on the lawn in front of his house. He lay lazily on the chair, drinking coffee and bathing the sun quietly. For a long time, he called Sindra, prepared to write a thank you letter to Professor Snape, and told about his encounter with Professor McGonagall in the United States. After, Kanan lay lazily on the couch again, but with golden fingers in his mind. Altar of the Heavens. Number of possible sacrifices, 0, 1 sacrifice at 10 luck points. Luck point, 9. Personal items, none. It has been more than half a month since the last sacrifice I made, but my luck point has not increased significantly during the period. Until now, I have not made up 10 points. www.readwn.com. It seems that unless I am in the magic world again, only by making some fame-building moves can you increase your luck points, and contacting some of the main plot characters does not add too much luck points to yourself. Kanan vaguely guessed the origin of the point of luck changing the original plot of the magic world, or changing the trend of the magic world. I remember that after contacting Harry Potter, he made good friends with Harry and affected the young Harry, which changed Harry to a certain extent and also changed the future magic world. Later, he sold the Marvel series of books in the magic world and performed art in the Broken Cauldron Bar. On the one hand, he increased his fame, and on the other hand, he also affected the magic world. No. He thought that he could have done a lot of big things in the United States this time, but the luck point did not increase, so it was said that changing the trend of the magic world would not increase the luck point. Then only by increasing one's fame or influence in the magic world can one increase the point of luck. He made a new guess. If I say this, if I tell myself about the bombing of the library in the American wizarding world, the luck point is not to skyrocket. Kanan suddenly thought of a way to get a lot of luck points, but the result may be it was the second half of his life spent in death row. He shook his head, denying this unrealistic idea, and he suddenly realized that the most important thing he is now is not to earn more luck points, but to transform the harvest into strength. And the situation in the magic world is complex now, and the mysterious organization with unpredictable strength has not surfaced, and his strength is not strong enough. It is really not a good time to be famous. Recently stay at home now. Determined, Kanan relaxed and settled into the heart, accompanied by soft sunlight, and gradually went to sleep. Chapter 30, Hagrid. The next day, Sindra sent Kanan the Prophet's daily these days, and the attack on the American Wizardry Secret Library was placed on the front page. The library with the most collections in the wizarding world of the United States was attacked by a mysterious organization yesterday. A moving picture of the already ruined library occupies a large layout, and many Aurors' faces are ugly around. Yesterday, the library in the wizarding realm of New York, USA was attacked by a group of black-robed wizards, resulting in the loss of a large number of books. The largest library in the wizarding world has become a ruin. 5 wizards are here killed in the attack. The Aurors declared that it was the organization's long-planned plan, their personnel inside the organization betrayed. 2 consecutive attacks have greatly reduced the prestige of the American Magic Union, and many wizards protested under the Volvo's building. Kanan turned over to the back of the newspaper, and there were many small pictures on it. There was also a picture of Kanan posing as Tufos in the library at that time. The large figure in the photo seemed to carry forward determination. The shooting was not bad. Kanan was very satisfied with this reporter's snapshot. He saw a picture of Schuster. The picture shows Schuster facing the questioning of the reporters with an iron face. Seeing Schuster's embarrassment, Kanan shook his head with a smile. In his impression, Schuster was extremely confident and thought he had the talent to see through people's hearts, so he often acted arbitrarily in the case of serious cases. Not much to listen to others' opinions. This time he suffered such a big setback, should be able to wake him up. After the breakfast was resolved, Kanan received a letter from Snape. The letter contained a lot of content. In addition to answering Kanan's questions about potions, it was also recommended that Kanan should take a small amount of meditation medicine, because this medicine has not a small side effect. Mr. Bryan, the famous person, you should know that the medicinal effect of the viper powder in the raw materials of meditation medicine is not easy to be absorbed by the body, and it will be latent in the human body. Long-term accumulation will lead to violent and brain pain. If you are gone, it is best to mix and write lancha grass juice to drink and eat with the rhizome. This is Snape's original words. After reading Kanan, he said that it was Snape, and the caring people are still so different. No wonder the girl will be chased away by others. I quickly wrote a reply to Snape, and fed some nuts to his owl. I sent the letter at 2 ends in 3 days. This owl was also familiar enough with Kanan. After eating the nuts, he yelled at him affectionately. Diaphi took away. Kanan yawned lazily. He got up too early today. He went back to the bedroom to pick up the storage bag, ready to slip to Diagon Alley. Although Helen was still downstairs, Kanan said that this was a minor problem. He was going to use a floating spell to slip out of the bedroom window, provided that they were not seen by muggles. Before leaving, he put another hair on the handle of the bedroom door. If anyone came in, he would find it when he came back. I'm really witty. Called a taxi outside the door, and Kanan drove towards Diagon Alley. Hi, Uncle Tom. Kanan greeted warmly when he came to the broken cauldron. Hi, Kanan, long time no see, where have you been in these days? Tom saw Kanan, put down the glass he was rubbing, and said enthusiastically. Hey, Kanan, when will the show be held? We have been here for a few days now, adding a lot of business to old Tom, just waiting to listen to your music. Said a bearded man. Yeah. Many people next to him should be together. Fart, Rose, you have come to me but haven't ordered anything. Tom interrupted. Haha, old Tom, I always bring a few friends to support you every time I come. Since you said that, I will be generous today, and today I will cover everyone's alcohol. The man called Rose's very proud road. The wizards around howled, cheering for Rose's guests. Feeling the lively atmosphere of the bar, Kanan also coaxed. Kanan suddenly saw a wine table. A wizard of more than 2 meters in length was doing it alone, looking at himself with a smile. This is Hagrid. Remembered that he wanted to chat with the mixed-race giant who had a lot of drama in the movie before, but he never had a chance. This time, I can talk a lot. Uncle Tom, give me a glass of Venus and a glass of butter beer. Oh, add some dessert. Kanan carried a drink and came to Hagrid's desk in diameter. I am, Kanan Bryan, so happy to see you. Kanan handed a glass of butter beer. This kind of alcoholic beverages is forbidden to be consumed by minor wizards, but Kanan secretly tried it, and it smells a little maltose. The alcoholic taste of the talk is not bad. Oh, hello, Mr. Bryan, my name is Hagrid, and is a Hogwarts gamekeeper. Hagrid stretched out his heavy hands and officially introduced himself to Kanan. Kanan also extended his little hand. He felt Hagrid's hand was rough. His hand seemed to be stuffed into a hard and narrow rock hole. Oh, sorry, it hurts you. Seeing the expression on Kanan's face, Hagrid quickly pulled out his hand. I like your music very much, I think my teeth will like your music too. Hagrid, some words are incoherent. Your teeth. Kanan thought Hagrid was a little cute at this time, although he didn't understand how his thinking logic would jump to a dog. It's a dog I keep. It also likes to listen to music. It's a little timid, but I guard the forbidden forest at night. It always accompanies me. Have you never raised some peculiar animals? For example, a 3-headed dog. Kanan interrupted Hagrid with a headache, otherwise he thought Hagrid could introduce teeth to the morning. You mean a 3-headed dog? I haven't raised it, but I can try it. I like dragons the most, I want to own a dragon. Kanan patted his head speechlessly. www.readwn.com. He interrupted again, Hagrid, I think I can talk about Hogwarts. You know, I will go in 2 years. I went to school there, and I am very interested in life there. Oh, sorry, I should have thought of it. After all, you are still a kid and you definitely want to learn about the magical school of magic. Hagrid took a sip of butterbeer and continued. Hogwarts has 4 colleges, and your freshmen will have a hat when they enroll. Kanan patiently listened to Hagrid introducing Hogwarts, and from time to time he put him on the right track, otherwise Hagrid would be biased if he didn't pay attention to the topic of chat. He found that Hogwarts in the real world was not much different from what he knew in the movie. During Dumbledore's principalship, Hogwarts was still considered to be the most influential magic school in the world. Hagrid highly praised Dumbledore during his introduction, and only when he introduced Dumbledore, Hagrid would not go off topic. Sure enough, he is the most loyal person to Dumbledore. After spending an hour or so, Kanan ended a pleasant chat with Hagrid. He also knew enough about Hogwarts. After all, his knowledge of Hogwarts was based on movies, but in the film there are always omissions. Had another meeting with the people at Pokio Bar. Kanan came to Diagon Alley. Today he needs to buy some blue shoe grass and some raw materials for alchemical pharmaceuticals. The cost of this time is not very large. Kanan's funds are still sufficient, but it does not need to worry about Jialong. But unfortunately, Kanan's Marvel series of books has been saturated in the magic world, and recently earned by selling books there are few gallons. But this is also something that can be expected, and he has long been psychologically prepared for it. Chapter 31, The Arrival of Hermione. After buying materials from Diagon Alley, Kanan hurried back home. He didn't want to be caught by his parents, otherwise it would be a drop of money and a foot ban. Came to the door of the house, and while no one was around, Kanan skillfully used a floating spell against a wooden board, which he placed in front of the door when he came down. Stepped on the floating wooden board, he rose slowly, climbed into the window. Saw that the hair on the door handle did not change, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Kanan now desperately wants to learn the phantom transformation, otherwise he can't eat it every day. Can I also buy a flying broom? Kanan suddenly thought that although he was somewhat dismissive of this flying way on a broom, he had to say that if he was riding a flying broom and added a magic spell, I don't have to run back and forth so hard every day. Well, he decided to do it. He planned to slip out again tomorrow and buy a flying broom in Diagon Alley. Came to the living room, and Sindra and Alice were sitting together watching cartoons Cats and Mice. Looking at their looks, as if they could understand the plot completely, Kanan sighed, and he wouldn't be surprised at what Huibao did now. Kanan, come and try my newly made mousse cake, I made one morning. Helen wore an apron and came out of the kitchen holding a piece of cake with a little flour on her white and tender face. Mom, why did you suddenly think of making a new style cake? Kanan cut a small bite with a knife and put it in his mouth to try it. It was good, soft, and sweet. Your Auntie Jenny said she would come to our house as a guest, and her daughter Hermione would come by then. I'm going to prepare some delicious food for them to taste. Helen went on to say, yes, please ask for dinner. They eat hot pot, they must have never tried Chinese cuisine. Isn't Hermione alone? Kanan asked doubtfully. Yesterday I talked to your Auntie Jenny on the phone. She said that Hermione was sulking and decided by herself. But Auntie Jenny has been to London for a long time, just came together and got together with us, looks very much looking forward to their arrival. Kanan smiled. It is indeed the heroine Hermione, who can see the stubborn and independent personality from an early age. The time soon arrived on Friday of this week. After lunch, Kanan was sent by Helen to buy the ingredients for the hot pot, and she prepared it early in the kitchen. The sun is going west, the thick clouds on the far side, the colors are light and dark, and London in the afterglow is full of traffic and bustling. Mom, is this London? Hermione and her mother got off the bus. There are many tall buildings on the street where people walk by, and she looks at it curiously with her head tilted. Well, this is London, we need to get to your Aunt Helen's house as soon as possible, and don't let them wait too long." Jenny took Hermione's little hand and looked at the sun that was about to fall, anxiously. "Hi, Jenny." Lincoln waved his hand across the road. Helen was called here and waited shortly after finishing his work today. Jenny saw Lincoln and waved her hand in response. She quickly said to Hermione, "Remember what I told you at home. When I arrived at Aunt Helen's house, be polite and call Brother Kanan." "Humph. I don't want to. He kept cheating me. I waited for his letter for a long time, this time I came to him to settle accounts." Hermione looked very angry. Jenny saw Hermione's expression and was amused and laughed. Thinking of her daughter's temper, she shook her head helplessly. Fen Chen, Hermione, and Kanan's family gathered around the hot pot at the dinner table. "This is China's hot pot." Hermione wrinkled her nose and looked at the bottom of the spicy hot pot, not sure. "Well, Chinese hot pot has a history of more than 2,000 years. This is a Mandarin duck pot. It is spicy and not spicy on the one side. You put the food you want to eat and it will be eaten later." Kanan sat next to Hermione and explained patiently. "Humph, how do you use this?" Hermione pouted, pointing to a pair of bamboo chopsticks on the table. She had always been cherished that Kanan would not return her letter. "This is called chopsticks, Chinese tableware. You can hold the force with your thumb and forefinger like me, and then use your to hold it. You can pick up the vegetables." Kanan picked up a piece of lamb and put it in the pot. Hermione is doing the demonstration. Watching Hermione fail several times, Kanan smiled and said, "You can use the clip that your mother prepared for you. The chopsticks need some practice." "Don't, I can." The little girl was not convinced to lose, and still struggled with chopsticks and a piece of meat in a hot pot. Kanan watched the hard work of Hermione, and put a few pieces of meat into Hermione's bowl. When he looked up, he found that the 3 pairs of eyes were staring at himself. Little girl, need to eat more meat and make up." Kanan found reasons for his actions just now, and then rarely blushed, but he thought that the spicy pot bottom was too hot today. "Right, that is it." After the dinner, Helen and Jenny were packing up in the kitchen. Kanan's face was a sweat on the sofa. Hermione was teasing Alice. She had loved pets since she was a child. "Kanan, you have to sleep with Hermione at night," Lincoln said while eating the mousse cake while watching TV. "Does our family still have a study?" "Yes, I will sleep in the study." Lincoln looked helpless. "This is decided by your mother. The study bed is too small to sleep only one person. And she thinks you can't do anything at this age." Kanan listened to the black line in his brain, and it was indeed a mother. "Okay, Dad is willing to sacrifice for you again. I'll go to the kitchen to see you and you have a good chat with Hermione." Lincoln smiled strangely and got up and left. "Do I want to sleep with you at night?" Hermione looked at Kanan with big eyes after hearing the chat. "Well, it was sleeping on a bed, you know, not long after we moved. Many things were not fully equipped." Kanan greeted Hermione's gaze and explained shamefully. "That's right, you have to tell me the story of The Lord of the Rings, and those Marvel books are almost turned over by me." Hermione said naively to Kanan. "No problem." Kanan agreed readily. At this moment, there was movement outside the window, and Kanan found an owl hovering outside. He opened the window, and a white owl flew in with a letter, and landed on the coffee table in the middle of the living room. www.readwn.com. Wow, an owl who can send a letter. Hermione opened her mouth wide, as if seeing the incredible picture. Even the hand that had been holding the cat stopped. "You will receive it in the future," Kanan said while opening the envelope. He was also curious who would send a letter to himself at this time, and he had never seen this owl. From Rolf's commander. Rolf's letter, the American boy who loves magical animals. Whose letter is your friend's? Hermione posted to Kanan with her toes and head stretched out, curious to see the contents of the letter. Kanan saw her delicate face close to Hermione, and said a little unnaturally, "A letter from an American friend." He collected the letter and prepared to read it again at night. He took out some owl feed and fed the owl. "How can you have American friends? Have you been to the United States?" Hermione asked curiously after seeing Kanan put away the letter. "Yes, I went to the United States to see my grandfather at the front end." Kanan had not yet decided whether to tell Hermione about the magic world. He distributed some of the feed to Hermione. "Hermione, do you think there will be magic in this world? Are you talking about what you wrote in the book? There are a group of mages who guard the earth. They can wear it from the side of the earth to the other," she said. She gestured with joy. Almost, but the magic world I'm talking about is a bit different. You wait." Kanan sent the full-bodied owl away from the window. Saw several adults still in the kitchen, then Kanan grabbed Hermione's little hand. "You come with me to the bedroom." He decided to show Hermione the magical world of magic. Chapter 32, Starry Sky in the Room. Holding Hermione's little hand, Kanan came to the small bed in the bedroom. "Our world actually has a magical world hidden in the dark, and only a small number of talented wizards can enter that world," Kanan said seriously, looking at Hermione's eyes. "I don't believe you. You have me. You have been lying to me before." She blinked her bright eyes. "Then I will show you magic, but you are not allowed to tell others that this is a secret between us." Well, if you really do magic, I will definitely not tell others." Hermione thought for a moment and nodded seriously. In her view, this must be the trick that Kanan, the big villain, deceived her. "Give me your hand." Kanan spread Hermione's palm, and then pulled out her wand. Gently in her palm, a pink flower bloomed instantly. "Is this true?" Hermione's eyes widened incredulously, and she extended her other hand, trying to feel it. Fake. Her hand passed through the flowers and didn't touch anything. "You lied to me again." She looked at Kanan, raised her eyebrows, and showed an angry expression. "Then let you see the truth." Kanan laughed and took a pen from the table to let Hermione take it in his hand. He gently waved it with his wand and the pen instantly turned into a blue flower. "How is it?" Kanan looked at Hermione with a small open mouth in surprise. "This time it's true." She held the small flower and sniffed it in front of her nose, with a faint floral fragrance. "Is this really magic?" She looked at Kanan and then moved her gaze to Kanan's wand. She was very curious about how Kanan did it. Noticing Hermione's gaze, Kanan explained, "This is a magic wand, a medium for wizards to cast spells, and with spells, you can cast specific magic." "Then how did you become a magician? Is the magic world always protecting human beings in secret, as in your book?" Hermione asked as if he had discovered the new world. "On the contrary, wizards reject muggles very much. Muggles are people who have no magic talent. They have also fought wars with wizards many times." "Can I also be a wizard?" Hermione asked the question she most wanted to know. "Cough, you know, there are not many children with wizard talents, and I don't know if you have talents, but, if you kiss me, I can sense if you have talents through magic." Kanan revealed a wolf-like look. Hearing the words of Kanan, Hermione blushed suddenly. Even though she was not involved in the world, she knew that the boy in front of him was not good to her, but she was also anxious to know if she had magic talent. "If you lied to me, you would die." She stared at Kanan fiercely. "Close your eyes." Kanan, who closed his eyes quickly, only felt that his face was cold, and he saw little Hermione, who was very close to him, blushing, like a ripe apple. "It's so fast, I'm over without feeling." Kanan's face was a pity. "Tell me quickly, or I'll run downstairs and tell the adults, you bully me." She could see Kanan's ability to measure. Well, I try, give me your hand, I feel it." Kanan pretended to hold Hermione's little hand. Okay, I feel it, very pure magic, it seems that you have a talent for wizards. Kanan dropped his hand and wrote with a messy look on his face. Really? Hermione's face surprised, when will I be able to cast magic like you, and turn out a little flower? Well, it will be soon, but you need to grow up to have enough magic to cast magic. How old is it? Well, it should be at least 11 years old. So long? You won't lie to me again. No, I'm going to tell my mother what happened just now. Hermione finally realized she had been fooled. I really didn't lie to you, you promised me to keep my mouth shut. Kanan was also helpless. This little girl was too difficult to deceive, and if the adults knew it, she would be ridiculed to death. That line, if you want to talk to me about the magic world again, I won't talk to the adults. Hermione's eyes turned and she smiled. Seeing Hermione's sly smile, Kanan could only agree with a smile. We have a very famous magic school in England, it is called Hogwarts, the principal is the greatest white wizard of this century, Dumbledore. Every little wizard we reach will go to school there. Kanan spoke dryly for Hermione for more than an hour. At the urging of Jenny, Hermione pulled Kanan downstairs reluctantly. After washing, you have a good chat with Kanan's brother, don't kick the quilt at night. Jenny said to Hermione with a long heart. Seeing that the two children were very close, she was also very happy, not saying she was very good to Kanan, good feeling, and she always wanted to have a second child. Over London, a full moon hung in the air, swaying silver light on the whole land. Ligastrom, 33, in the small bedroom on the second floor. There is a forbidden forest next to Hogwarts, there are many dangerous magical creatures, usually surrounded by smoke. Close to the forbidden forest, you will hear, from time to time a screaming sound comes out from inside. Kanan lying on the bed, the horror story of Hogwarts is full of who? Hermione was sleeping on the other side and listened attentively, without any doubt www.readwn.com. Hearing the horror plot, she would just hug Kanan's legs. Both children are not big, and a small bed does not appear crowded. The night was getting deeper and deeper. Kanan yawned. Hermione, let's talk about it tomorrow. No, I can't fall asleep. Her heart is all yearning for the magic world, and the horror magic story told by Kanan. Then I will cast another magic on you, and sleep after watching it. Kanan said weakly. He felt that it was already midnight, and he couldn't hold it anymore. Okay. Then close your eyes. Why close your eyes? Quickly obey, close your eyes. Oh. Kanan took out his wand from under the pillow and waved it against the ceiling, imagining the starry sky. This is a magic that can change the scene. The sky of various weathers often appears on the ceiling of Hogwarts, which is Dumbledore's handwriting. Although this kind of magic consumes a lot of magic power, but only arranges a bedroom-sized room, Kanan said that it is not a problem at all. Seeing that the sky was already gleaming with stars, and Kanan, who was surplus, waved to the ground with his wand again, and various flowers suddenly grew in the entire small room. I can open my eyes. Kanan said with satisfaction. Hermione slowly opened her eyes and saw the vast starry sky above her head. The countless stars seemed to be within reach. The whole room was also filled with flowers and bathed in starlight. These flowers were very shy, swaying gently with the breeze. How did you do it? Kanan. Hermione kicked her legs excitedly, shouting. Kanan was so sleepy that he was kicked, and hurriedly said, Hush! Keep quiet. Chapter 33, Shopping in Diagon Alley. Hearing Kanan's voice, Hermione realized that it was too late, and then she whispered. How did you do it? This is amazing, so beautiful. She was a little immersed in this beauty. You will know later, I'm going to sleep. Kanan rubbed his ass. Hermione's foot strength was really not small. Then the room was silent, only Hermione was still rolling, some could not sleep. Kanan, shall we go to Diagon Alley tomorrow? She had heard Kanan introduce Diagon Alley before. There is a place where wizards often gather. There are also various magical items for sale. Don't. Kanan replied confusedly, he was about to fall asleep. Kanan, I can't sleep. It's not my business. Tomorrow morning I will tell my mother what you lied to me. You. Kanan woke up from the confusion, and found that he looked down on this girl. No, you can't just compromise. To talk about the conditions. No, I will take you to Diagon Alley to take a great risk, and my father has banned me. Kanan said firmly. Then what should you do? Let's open up the conditions. She has figured out the routine of Kanan. Unless you kiss me again, you can't threaten me with the previous things in the future, and you have to stay a little longer. Kanan said cheeky. That's it, you have to take me to play longer. Hermione replied. Well, one word is final. As soon as the words fell, Kanan suddenly felt that Hermione got into the bed and climbed up from inside. She showed a head and said softly, no more lie to me. Well. Kanan closed his eyes, his face reddened. Hermione kissed Kanan's face, this time, she paused a little. Kanan only felt that a piece of tenderness was on his face, and he also felt the sigh of talking on his face. At this moment, he felt his heart beating very fast. After her kiss, Hermione quickly ran back, and she blushed on the pillow. The dark clouds covered the moon, and the night grew deeper. In the small bedroom, the starlight and the flowers are relied on, and the two little guys gradually come to sleep. As the magic is exhausted, the starlight and the flowers also fade. In the early morning, at the breakfast table, Kanan and Hermione ate breakfast with a pair of thick dark circles, a Chinese steamed bun. Fritters with soy milk. What did you do last night? Helen asked seriously, looking at the decadent faces of the two children. Kanan and Hermione glanced at each other and decided to conceal what happened last night. Aunt Helen, I and Kanan discussed his new book The Lord of the Rings yesterday, and then they talked late. Hermione lied for the first time and felt her heart beat. Kanan secretly gave Hermione a thumbs up, and then said, Yes, Mom, blame me, you shouldn't take Hermione to talk so late. Then, he gave Helen a small cage package. Forget it, just pay attention next time, Helen, your steamed dumplings are really good. Jenny interjected, looking at the two children with a smile. Really? I spent a lot of time in the morning. Only Lincoln is like an outsider, silently watching all this, laughing without words. After all, after he was woken up last night, he hid in front of Kanan and heard a lot. Sure enough, it is my son. He praised in his heart. After finishing the breakfast, Kanan slipped out to Hermione, saying that he was taking her to visit the largest library in London, and Helen and Jenny agreed with pleasure. Walked out of the Ligustrum community, Hermione asked, Kanan, how are we going? Well, how about flying over? Kanan smiled mysteriously and pulled Hermione into a remote alley. He took out the storage bag and took out a long broom out of the bag under Hermione's curious eyes. The flying broom model with the light wheel 1700 has better stability, but the speed is not fast, and it is worth 134 gold gallons. It is also a flying broom that Kanan can afford at present. Is this the flying broom? You said, there is this course at Hogwarts. Hermione guessed in surprise. It's clever. Kanan complimented, then rode on the flying broom and said to Hermione, come on. The load-bearing limit of this flying broom is about 150 kilograms, and it's no problem carrying them both. Okay, Hermione looked very excited, she was sitting in front of Kanan. Kanan took out his wand with his right hand, cast a phantom spell on them, and then held his broomstick across Hermione's waist. Sit down, be careful. The broom slowly flew up, and after her feet were off the ground, Hermione also grasped the broomstick tightly with her hand. Kanan, this is great, and this broom doesn't sling at all. The enchantments on these brooms are very stable. Hold on tight. I will speed up. Kanan found it difficult to control the broom carrying 2 people. For safety, he did not dare to fly too fast. It didn't take long for them to go to Diagon Alley, and found an unmanned alley, and Kanan landed slowly. Come with me. He naturally took Hermione's little hand. Came to the broken cauldron, Kanan smiled and greeted everyone. Hermione looked at the bar and the people around him curiously. Kanan, is your little girlfriend behind you? Ha ha ha. This is Ross who invited everyone to drink before. His voice is very loud. A lot of people followed, and Kanan ignored them and said to Tom, Uncle Tom, help me open the door. Tom also smiled at Kanan, then nodded at Hermione who was watching him. From the red brick wall of the backyard through www.readwn.com to the diagonal alley where people are coming and going. Although yesterday I promised you to have a good shopping today, but our time is not much, we have to rush back before noon. Kanan said. Kanan, why do you seem to be famous here? Hermione asked. She was very new to everything here. My books are also sold here, so everyone knows me. Kanan explained, and then said, I am going to send you a gift, come, let's go there. Came to the owl shop, Kanan found a handsome boy with blonde hair was also picking owls in the shop. The head of this owl turned out to be black, but it was really ugly. The boy expressed his opinion. Look at this one, it's white all over, it's very suitable for you. The fat lady took him to another owl. I don't like white, you see, it has such a big mouth. The boy approached the owl and looked at it, frowning. Mr. Malfoy, I don't think I have an owl suitable for you here. The fat lady sighed, and she really found it difficult to wait for this discerning and distinguished customer. You guys are so bad here, I should listen to my father and go to Germany to buy, there is the world's largest owl store. Malfoy said disdainfully. Finally, Malfoy stepped on the stride and walked out of the store. He glanced at Kanan before leaving. After someone walked away, he really hates, doesn't he? Hermione said to Kanan. It's just the naughty boy who was blinded by the theory of pure blood, don't worry about him, and see which owl you like, so that we can send letters with owls in the future. Okay. Hermione smiled sweetly, and she also wanted to have a pet of her own. Chapter 34, Professor McGonagall and Number 039's home visit. They spent a lot of time in the owl shop, and finally Hermione picked a white owl, the one that was just rejected by Malfoy. She named the owl Rabbit Ears, and the fat lady gave them away before they left. A bag of owl feed. After, Kanan took Hermione to stroll in other places on Diagon Alley, and it was almost noon before Hermione was taken back by Kanan reluctantly. On the broom, Kanan was heading back with Hermione. He didn't dare to fly too high. When he met a high-rise building, he had to go around. Kanan, can we come here again in these 2 days? Hermione said with her rabbit ears. She thought there were too many interesting things in Diagon Alley, but unfortunately she didn't wait long before returning. If I still have time later, I'll bring you over again. Kanan gave Hermione an accurate answer. It was more interesting to take a little girl to visit Diagon Alley. Kanan, you are so nice. Hermione smiled happily after hearing Kanan's words. Aren't you going to the library? Why did you bring an owl back? Jenny looked at Hermione carrying a white owl. She didn't like this kind of hairy creature very much. Hermione and I found an owl on the way back. He said that this owl tastes great. To prevent this owl from being eaten, I and Hermione decided to buy it and keep it as a pet. Kanan's brainstorming story. Yes, Mom, that person is so abominable. The owl is so cute, how can it be eaten? I want to take it home and keep it, okay? Hermione stepped forward and took Jenny's hand, coquetry. You know me and your dad don't like animals very much, and how can owls be kept as pets? Jenny still frowned. Oh, Aunt Jenny, actually, Sindra is. Kanan motioned Jenny to look over the sofa. Saw that Sindra was lying lazily on the sofa, her two claws were raised high, and her movements looked like cats. And Alice was lying beside her doing the same. But Hermione, my dad and I are very busy at work, you have to go to school, I'm afraid we don't have time to take care of it. Relax, Mom, cat ears are smart, don't need human care, right? Cat ears. She looked at the white owl in the cage. Coo. The cat's ears looked at Hermione with her cute eyes open, and she didn't understand what the master told him to do. Hearing similar calls, Sindra suddenly stood up from the sofa, then flew to the cage, and looked at the cat ears curiously. Cuckoo. Cuckoo. Two owls seemed to be talking, one after another. Okay, let's leave it. Jenny said helplessly, seeing Hermione like pets so much, she couldn't bear to see her daughter sad. Thank you, Mom, you are so good. Hermione hugged Jenny tightly. Kanan also showed a triumphant smile beside her. With this owl, Hermione could chat with him often. He really likes this little girl more and more. Although Hermione is still young, the development of the heroine is also an exciting thing. 2 days after, Hermione had been wrapped around Kanan, which also made Kanan realize the happiness that the previous life could not experience as a single dog. They also quietly slipped to Diagon Alley again. Kanan picked a pen that could always be written for Hermione in a quirky shop as a gift before leaving. Hermione also offered Kanan a kiss before leaving, making Kanan excited. On Monday morning, Kanan found a new letter after washing and doing it at the dining table. This was sent by an owl in the morning. It is estimated that you are a friend in the magic world. There is a strange pattern on the envelope. Lincoln said, eating the dough stick. Strange pattern. After hearing Lincoln's words, Kanan picked up the envelope. This is letter from Hogwarts. Kanan found 4 animals printed on the pattern, namely lion, eagle, snake, and badger. But the time is not right now, why write to me at this time? Kanan was puzzled. He opened the envelope and saw that it read. Warning letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dear Mr. Bryan, we regret to inform you that you have violated Article 34 of the Regulations on the Protection of Minor Wizards, privately collected and used a wand that has not been reported to the Ministry of Magic, but in view of your contribution to the magic world, we will punish your behavior lightly, and we will visit you on April 1st. Vice Principal, female. Milva McGonagall. April 1st, today? So this is a warning letter? Must have been Schuster's bastard, Kanan thought viciously, and sure enough I and he were born with each other. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall came to visit. If it was Dumbledore, it would be terrible. He was relieved to think of this. Dad, I think there might be a Hogwarts teacher coming home today. Kanan looked at Lincoln, who was lying in a chair just after breakfast. He felt that he still needed to ventilate his parents in advance. Hogwarts, that magic school? Haven't you enrolled yet? Lincoln asked doubtfully. Because they found my wand, there are regulations prohibiting underage wizards from using magic outside the school. www.readwn.com. Kanan explained. So, what do you want us to do? Try not to speak, if you ask, you don't know, and leave everything to me. Looking at the fact that you performed well 2 days ago, I listened to you this time. However, I think you have concealed too much from me and your mother. When this time is over, it seems that you should be good. Explain with us. Lincoln found that he didn't know much about the magic world. He felt that he should learn more about the magic world before he could master his son's movements. Okay, when the matter is over, I will tell you what you want to ask. Kanan agreed. After, Lincoln specially took leave and stayed at home, waiting for the teacher to come home. In the afternoon, the Kanan family was sitting on the sofa watching TV, and footsteps were heard outside the door. Ding ding ding. Kanan stepped forward to open the door and saw that the person outside the door was Professor McGonagall. "Good afternoon, Professor McGonagall, come in and sit down." "Good afternoon, Kanan." "Mr. Bryan, Ms. Keller, hello, I am a professor at the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Today I am representing the school to ask some questions about Kanan and impose relevant penalties." "Hello, Professor McGonagall, I heard Kanan talk about you, Hogwarts' most righteous professor," Helen praised. "Professor McGonagall, after we received the letter in the morning, we realized that the magic world had so strict control over the magic wand. You also know that we were all born of muggles and didn't expect it to be so serious," Lincoln also said. "Mr. Bryan, you can rest assured that we at Hogwarts will treat every student in our school fairly, even children who have not yet entered school." Chapter 35, House Elf. Professor McGonagall then said, "I think I still have to ask the person about the wand." She looked at Kanan. "Oh, Professor McGonagall, I bought this wand at a thrift store. I was just in contact with the magic world and used it to practice some basic magic," Kanan said half-truthfully. "So, don't you know that the magic world has regulations on the protection of minor wizards?" She blinked at Kanan. "Ah, yes, Professor, I don't know." Kanan realized what Professor McGonagall meant. "Have you ever used this magic wand to perform any magic? Have you ever been discovered by muggles?" Professor McGonagall took out a red book and placed it on the coffee table. A feather pen floated on it and recorded it. Kanan glanced at the auto-recorded quill pen, and then replied, "I just practiced some simple magic spells, and I have never shown magic in front of muggles. By the way, I used magic in front of my parents." "Very good, can you explain what you did during the 2 days in the United States?" "Oh, do I have to say this? It's been a long time, I have to think about it." Kanan gradually felt that this conversation might not be that simple. He organized the language in his mind. "We were at the New York airport that day. We went to our grandfather's house, we stayed overnight, the next day I went to the wizarding area of the United States, wandered all morning, at noon I go to the largest library to check the materials, and then meet you." Kanan paused and looked at Professor McGonagall. "It is indeed so, gentlemen." Professor McGonagall glanced at him, then raised his head and said to the air, "Who is she talking to? Someone is watching here." Kanan suddenly realized. "Is it from the Ministry of Magic or someone else?" "Kanan, please continue." McGonagall gave Kanan a smile of encouragement. "Later, I wanted to buy some gifts and take them home, so I strolled over there. There were a lot of businessmen stalling on the central street over there. I picked a hat there." Kanan took out a green hat from the storage bag, which was the alchemy item he practiced before. "It's called a forgive hat. As the light changes to light green, dark green, turquoise, and other colors, I think my dad is just missing a hat, so I bought it and gave it to him." Kanan looked at Lincoln. After listening to Lincoln, there was a black line. He could know the true meaning of the green hat, but now, in order not to take off his son, he had to sacrifice himself. "Yeah, this hat is very good, the color can be changed, very suitable for me." Lincoln took the hat in Kanan's hand, put it on his head, and also showed it. "God, I'm guilty," he muttered in his heart. Kanan held his smile, and then said, "It didn't take long for the library to be attacked. I was very scared, and then I watched from afar. I didn't dare to get close. I thought my parents were waiting for me at my grandfather's house. I hurried back. Oh, by the way, on the way back to England, the American Auror also checked my wand. I was in a hurry to catch the plane, and I didn't talk much with him." "Okay, Kanan, thank you for your cooperation. I think I understand it enough." Professor McGonagall waved at the quill with his wand. Then the red book caught the quill and flew to the professor automatically. "Hands!" Professor McGonagall put the book away, then smiled at Kanan and said, "I heard that you have been writing to Snape to learn about potions from him. I think I will be a professor at Hogwarts." 1. There is always something to teach you. If you want to know more, look forward to your letter. Mr. Bryan, Ms. Keller, I think you can watch TV with confidence. I still have classes in the afternoon, so I won't bother any more. McGill nodded to them apologetically. The Ministry of Magic will punish your actions. Pay attention to the letters from the last few days. After Professor McGonagall spoke to Kanan, she disappeared inside the house. After seeing Professor McGonagall disappear, Helen was a little surprised. She didn't expect the magic to disappear. Then she stared at the father and son with sharp eyes. "You seem to hide a lot of things from me." Kanan and Lincoln, still wearing a hat, looked at each other with a heart. Oops. After, the Lincoln family held an unprecedented family fight meeting. The parties Kanan and Lincoln also deeply realized their problems. They confessed their crimes and signed a series of atonement and equality treaties. After dinner, Kanan came to the bedroom. He was going to write a letter to Professor McGonagall. In addition to asking about some techniques related to the transformation of magic, he also asked about the meaning behind this home visit. After all, he was not a fool. What Professor McGonagall said before he left was obviously telling him to write to her if he wanted to know why. Watching Syndra fly away slowly with the letter, Kanan felt more and more comfortable recently. It's a lot fatter than before. It's a living Scottish fat-faced round chicken. When I meet someone who is not hungry, I might be caught and simmered. Immediately afterwards, Kanan took out Guyi's diary. During this time, the content of the diary has changed a lot. According to Kanan's speculation, Guyi and Karu should have collapsed. There are only a few words in the diary in a few days, and Karu is never mentioned in the diary, but Kanan felt a little relieved to see that there are many pages behind this diary. He lay on the chair and opened what he can see today. "I found this diary by accident today. It seems that hundreds of years have passed since the last time I wrote a diary. I still remember to write a diary every day. I want to record my time." www.readwn.com. It was later discovered that time is the most uncontrollable. "I have seen through time that this book may help me in the future, so I will set up magic in the diary, and also record some magic in the diary. I hope it will help you, just hope you remember there is never the most powerful magic." Kanan suppressed his excitement and continued to read. The Book of Emperor Weishan is very interesting. There are a lot of white magic and various defensive magic recorded on it. My favorite magic is the manipulation of space, which can help me be invincible. Space is folded from different dimensions. Kanan read all the rest of the content. He found that Guyi explained a lot of understanding and perception of space on this page, but the content is a bit esoteric and difficult to understand. Kanan tried to follow the method of Guyi and feel the existence of space, which is also a prerequisite for many space magic. He drank a bottle of meditation for himself, and then lay on the bed. For a long time, Kanan gradually felt like he was surrounded by a vast starry sky and could fly freely, as if he was in the deep sea, immobile by the sea water, which is exactly the same as Guyi described. He also found that the previous experience of phantom shifting has helped him a lot. The pressure of the space almost suffocated him and gave him an intuitive experience of space. At this time, Kanan suddenly felt a wave of fluctuations in the surrounding space. What happened? He quickly opened his eyes. "Hello, my name is Lucy." A strange creature wearing simple grey fabric appeared out of thin air in Kanan's room, with pointed nose and pointed ears, and was thin. "This is Domestic Elf." Chapter 36, Punishment. "Are you?" Kanan asked with some doubts, and at the same time took out his wand. After all, he could not remember that he knew a wizard who had a house elf. All of these creatures are pure blood or powerful. "Wizard. My former owner is Dylan, this is the letter he asked me to give you." Lucy took out a white envelope from her pocket and gave both hands to Kanan. Kanan opened it for a while, and found that Lucy was indeed given to him by Dylan. In his letter, he said that Lucy was a house elf of their family. It had nothing to do with the mysterious organization, so he could rest assured. It was also a gift he promised to Kanan. Kanan smiled after reading it. He looked at the house elf in front of him and found her look a little uneasy. He said softly to her, "Is your name Lucy?" "Yes, master." Lucy lowered her head and dragged her clothes. "Don't be afraid, I get along well, you don't need to be afraid of me." "Well, the host is very kind, and Lucy is not afraid." Lucy lowered her tension a little and looked up at the new owner curiously. After, Kanan asked Lucy some more questions, trying to eliminate Lucy's uneasiness. When he saw that it was not too late, he said to Lucy, "Let's go." Lucy takes you to meet the master's father and mother, and then arranges a sleeping place for Lucy. "Is the owner's father and mother also the owner?" "Well, the master's parents are also considered masters, and you have to listen to them." "Okay, I listen to my master." In the early morning of the next day, the Kanan family gathered around the dining table, and the food on the table was very rich. "Lucy, you are awesome, how can you cook so much?" Helen praised. Since she met this house elf last night, she found that she didn't have to do a lot of things. In the morning, Lucy prepared a variety of hearty foods in advance and cleaned the whole house. This creature is simply a friend of women. It is an honor for Lucy to help the owner's mother. Lucy, who had stood aside, had put on a fancy dress, and she liked the new clothes Helen had chosen for it. It is said that this skirt was Kanan's childhood clothes, but during this time Kanan always denied that he had never had such a weird dress. "Lucy, let's eat with us," Kanan ordered. "Lucy can't drink with the owner to eat together." "Lucy can't eat until the owner finishes eating." Lucy looked at Kanan with big eyes. "But doesn't Lucy want to listen to the master's words?" "The master now lets Lucy have breakfast together, and he will have dinner with the master in the future." Kanan's tone was a little tough. "Lucy can't listen to the master, Lucy can't eat with the master." Lucy didn't listen to the master. Lucy whipped herself while repeating. "Stop, Lucy, the master doesn't want you to eat together now, you are not allowed to punish yourself anymore." Kanan was helpless, and Lucy really punished herself like Dolby in the movie. Slavery was very heavy. Luxie is very happy to be able to serve her master. When Lucy heard Kanan's words, she stopped immediately and stood aside respectfully. Kanan sighed, no wonder in the movie, Hermione broke his heart for this kind of elf, and long-term training made this kind of elf no longer self-ethnic. He decided to subtly change Lucy's opinion in the future, otherwise it might have the opposite effect. Lincoln and Helen shook their heads when they saw this situation. They also heard Kanan's habits of house elves last night, but they didn't expect it to be so serious. On the table, everyone was silent, and the rich food seemed to taste like chewing wax. At noon, Kanan received a reply from Professor McGonagall, and he finally understood the reason for the last home visit. It turned out that the American Magic Union reported to the British Ministry of Magic and stated that Kanan had a magic wand in private and had close contact with Duran, one of the heads of the organization. He suspected that Kanan also participated in the library attack this time. They hope that the British Ministry of Magic will thoroughly investigate this matter. But after learning about this, Dumbledore believed that the evidence given by the American Magic Union was not sufficient to judge that Kanan was connected with the mysterious organization, and that Kanan was a minor wizard and could not participate in such attacks. He also said that the name of Kanan was already on the Book of Admission, and he, as the principal, was responsible for protecting every student. In view of this, the Ministry of Magic decided to ask Professor McGonagall of Hogwarts to conduct an investigation on Kanan. They used magic props to remotely monitor and then negotiated to punish Kanan. However, according to Professor McGonagall's reply, the Ministry of Magic has not found any abnormalities in Kanan, but it will punish Kanan for violating the magical regulations for the private possession of wands. Kanan could not help but understand the complete process. This time, if this matter was not helped by Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, he was afraid that he would be invited to the Ministry of Magic for tea, and the process might not be as easy as a home visit. He realized that he had some pride and complacency since he had golden fingers, and he underestimated the wizards of this world. This incident also made Kanan understand that without strength, even the most famous, it may become the meat of the cutting board. On the third day after, Kanan received the punishment letter from the Ministry of Magic. Dear Mr. Kanan Bryan, in view of your purchase of a magic wand, which you used to practice magic privately www.readwn.com, we will punish you as follows. 1. Collect your wand. 2. Penalty money 50 pieces. 3. The warning is written once in your personal magic file. 4. Submit a 3,000-word error report. Please go to the Ministry of Magic to deal with related matters within 3 days. Okay. Kanan was discouraged after reading the letter. These punishments were not too heavy for him. After the wand was taken away, he could get another one from Dylan. But he also appeared in the field of vision of Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic, and he needed to be more cautious in doing things in the future. He is going to arrange some anti-monitoring magic at home to prevent him from being monitored by the Ministry of Magic as he did last time. The location of the laboratory also needs to be changed. Although it is remote, it is very easy to expose. Fortunately, there is Lucy now, you can take him to Phantom Transformation, it is much more convenient to do these things. The time passed quickly, and a week later passed, during which Kanan also handed over the wand, the fine and the report to the Ministry of Magic. Now he is making his elaborate anti-space installation in a new laboratory, which is located not far from Kanan's house. He let Lucy use magic to stabilize the space here, and then let Scatta it was renovated here day and night, but with the help of magic, it was completed in just a few days. There is a lot of space here, and the huge round sun on the ceiling is Kanan's work, the little sun. This kind of alchemy article can emit soft sunlight, which can provide plant growth. Kanan is going to set up several greenhouses here, planting some raw materials for pharmaceuticals, which can usually be taken care of by Scatta, lest he be bored. Chapter 37, The Role of Green Gems. Kanan put down his unfinished square metal box and twisted his sore neck. This alchemy item was almost half finished, and it could be completed in less than a day. This anti-space installation was inspired by Guyi's diary. During this time, Kanan had a deep understanding of space through the study of the ancient diary. Combined with his alchemy knowledge, he suddenly had a whimsy. Is preparing an anti-phantom migration alchemy item. In the current magic world, only a small number of forces possess anti-space moving magic arrays, but the time and materials for arranging such magic arrays are extremely expensive. For example, Hogwarts, which has a lot of protection spells, cannot move phantoms, but Kanan remembers that the Phoenix in the movie can take Dumbledore to move in space. As for the anti-space device in his hand, Kanan is very confident. As long as the energy is enough, no matter how you move the space, you cannot succeed near this device. However, this device consumes a lot of energy, which was also made after Kanan successfully portrayed the number 117 magic array. The space nearby was distorted, and Lucy's figure appeared in the laboratory. Seeing that Kanan was not working, she said respectfully, "Master, the dinner at home is ready, we can go back. Scarta, remember to tidy up here." Kanan nodded at Lucy, and ordered to scatter again. Back home, Kanan hurriedly settled the dinner, and went to the small bedroom to open Guyi's diary. This has become his habit. Space is non-unique and dependent. I remember 30 years ago, when I was traveling through the universe, I found that the spatial structure of a place is very weak. Later, I found that there is a small dimensional space attached to this. The contents of Guyi's records are not only boring spatial knowledge, but also some of her personal travel experience. These strange records also opened Kanan's eyes and also felt the knowledge of Guyi. At that time in the Vigud galaxy, I once again heard the legend of infinite gems. I saw a square magnet that exudes fluctuations in space. This kind of treasure can not only give people the power to directly control space, but also can help the human body understand the mysteries of space. With the help of Agamotto's eye, I pry a small piece of debris from the magnet, which reveals a rich atmosphere of space. I believe it can help me grasp the mystery of space faster. The debris cannot be put into the space equipment, so I have to carry it with me. Can't put it into space equipment? Kanan read this, and suddenly thought that the green gemstone could not be put in the storage bag. Is the gemstone similar in nature to fragments? But the gem has been kept in the new laboratory by Kanan, after all, it is safer there. So he called Lucy and asked her to go back to the lab to retrieve the gem. Kanan took the gem that Lucy had retrieved and studied it for a while, and found nothing. He can't see the spatial fluctuations at a glance like Guyi, but he can use the stupid method. He put the emerald on his eyebrows, then slowed his mind and felt the power of space. The frequent practice these days allows him to succeed without relying on the power of meditation potions. There is. Kanan felt a cool feeling in his eyebrows, as if letting himself enter the state more quickly. He felt that the surrounding space seemed to change again, and he could see the dense lines in the space. Everything around is distorted, colorful lines are regularly interspersed among them. Guy said that this is the structure of the space, and it can only be seen after a deeper understanding of the space. Kanan withdrew from the state of enlightenment and put the emerald in the palm of his hand, rejoicing. With the power of this gem, he was able to directly see the structure of space, and according to Guyi's description, even a talented magi would need decades to successfully see the structure of space. To enlighten. I really am a genius. Kanan said with a grin. He is going to make this emerald necklace like the eye of Agamotto and put it on his body. He can mobilize the power of space at any time. Although he doesn't have any idea at present, there is no similar experiment in Hornheim's alchemy video class. But Kanan is very confident in his alchemy. Early the next morning, Kanan came to the laboratory and he was ready to make the anti-space device first. After Skada brought a cup of coffee to Kanan, he planted herbs in the greenhouse next door. Because Kanan had never missed the taste of the coffee in the United States, Skatter was also a part-time barista and usually prepared coffee for him. Now, it seems that the results are not bad. Kanan sat down with his gloves and started working with satisfaction. 3 hours later, Kanan put down the tools in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. The anti-space device has been completed, and the back door he still left inside. As long as the caster carries his special bracelet, it will not be affected by this device. In this way, he is going to put this device in his home and laboratory. As long as Lucy wears a bracelet, it will not affect travel, and the safety is greatly improved. Kanan also envisioned a lot of defensive props. He prepared to make them one by one, and then placed them in the laboratory. In his plan, he wanted to make the laboratory an indestructible fortress. It's better to be like Hogwarts one day. www.readwn.com. Kanan is looking forward to it. In the afternoon, Kanan asked Lucy to take him to a remote and empty place, because last night, Kanan felt that he had a deeper understanding of space, and it was time to learn the magic of displacement in the magic world phantom migration. He has long been longing for this magic. Now he feels that Lucy is on the side to guide and protect, and he is very familiar with the structure of space. It is not difficult for him to think of this magic. Kanan took out a bronze wand, which was left by the black wizard who had attacked him before. After his own wand was handed over to the Ministry of Magic, he asked Lucy to find Dylan, but Dylan said he would make a wand for Kanan again, but there is no news yet. Kanan also has 2 magic wands in his hand, but after the attempt, only the bronze wand is now a little smoother, and the resistance when casting magic is also very small, which does not affect the use. Kanan stood at the spot, holding his wand and looking at the big tree not far in front of him. The destination where he was preparing to perform the phantom migration for the first time was next to the tree. The target distance was close, and the difficulty should not be great. Goal. Determination. Take it easy. He thought about the 3 principles of phantom migration recorded in the book. At this moment, Kanan wanted to reach the tree with a very strong desire. In front of the tree is Xiao Tapo Mountain, and there are 2 weeds on it. Yes, that's right there. Still calm. Kanan exhaled, letting herself not be so nervous. Gradually, time seemed to stop, and the wind around didn't seem to move. He once again saw the structure of the space, and dense lines appeared again in front of his eyes. Now, as the body moves, the figure of Kanan suddenly disappears in place, and then appears next to the tree in front. Succeeded. Chapter 38, The Fall of Uihuakeo. Kanan looked excitedly at where he is now. Obviously, the first attempt of phantom migration was successful. He looked at Lucy's place again, and then the figure flashed and appeared beside Lucy. It's really good. He found that the dizziness caused by the space during his movement had almost disappeared, but the magic was consumed very quickly. Played for a while, until Kanan's magic was exhausted, he left here reluctantly. Back home, Helen is preparing food and making today's lunch. Recently, she found that she has been doing nothing since she was contracted by Lucy. She doesn't want to be like Mrs. Disley, and gradually becomes a long-term family wife. That feeling. Kanan, I just received a letter from Hermione, and I put it in your bedroom. Helen saw Kanan coming back and leaned out and said. Okay, Mother. Recently, Hermione wrote to both sides in 3 days and asked about the story of the magic world. Kanan was going to Diagon Alley in the afternoon to buy a few books of common sense and send them to her. After lunch, Kanan came to the Broken Cauldron. Hey, Kanan, we have heard that your private collection of wands, no wonder you haven't come to Diagon Alley recently. I heard about it, and I saw it in the newspaper. There was a lot of discussion. The talented little wizard Kanan Bryan was found to be punished by the Ministry of Magic for hiding his wand. A sorceress took out a newspaper and read the photos of Kanan going to the Ministry of Magic. Kanan patted his forehead, but he didn't expect that he was photographed secretly, and he also appeared in the Magic World newspaper. When did the newspaper come out? How can I not know? He asked. Like this morning, the weekly newspaper that surprised you, said the witch. It really surprised me. Kanan vomited. He decided to buy such a small newspaper when he was rich. This kind of unscrupulous newspaper is simply a scourge of the magic world. Under the leadership of Tom, Kanan came to the backyard of the Broken Cauldron bar. He made some difficult openings. Uncle Tom, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied to you all the time. The fact that he concealed his wand from Tom made him feel very ashamed. Kanan, if you let me know, it may be more than you who are being punished now. Tom laughed, showing wrinkles on his face. After thinking for a while, he continued, what you did is yes, everyone has their own secret. It seemed that he was not angry because Kanan had concealed his wand from him. Seeing Kanan's guilty expression, Tom paused and whispered again in Kanan's ear. Secretly telling you that I used magic to punish muggles when I was young. Just don't get caught, there are a lot of stupid people in the Ministry of Magic. Obviously you are too careless. After listening, Kanan opened his brows and smiled. Okay, Kanan, I have to go back, otherwise they must have stolen my wine. Seeing Kanan no longer annoyed, Tom said, and then skillfully clicked on the red brick wall with his wand. Thank you, Uncle Tom, then I will look for you when I come back. Kanan said with a smile, and then showed his wand at Tom. That bronze wand. Tom suddenly smiled after seeing Kanan's small movements. He didn't expect Kanan to have a magic wand. This time he did not hide it from him. You are really smart. This time you have to hide it. Do not worry. Bid farewell to Tom, Kanan came to the Ljian bookstore, where he was going to pick some magic books and give them to Hermione. Kanan, I haven't seen you in a few days. Recently, your book hasn't been very good. But today I sold several sets. I don't know what happened. Have you advertised in the newspaper? With the newspaper in his hand, Steve looked at Kanan with a smile. Kanan's face suddenly turned black and said with a straight face, "Aunt Rast, close the nearest account. I'm anxious to buy some books next to me." "Isn't Aunt joking with you? That's more real. What book do you want? Go pick it, Auntie will give you 95% off." After hearing Kanan to buy a book, Rast's face changed, and his voice became a lot more friendly. "No, I'm angry, unless 10% off." Kanan pouted her mouth. "Oh, my little ancestor, my aunt apologized to you, and you can't lower it by 90.4%. Okay." Kanan also knew that it was almost Rast's bottom line. After all, he had known him for so long, but he had never seen Rast suffer a loss in money. Seeing Kanan picking 2 books, Monsters and Their Origin, and A History of School at Hogwarts from the bookshelf, Rust said, "You picked it for your little girlfriend. How do you know? You almost finished reading all the books in my bookstore. Buying these books can only be given to your little girlfriend." Rust explained on the bookshelf, then went on to say, "In this case, I gave you the book is 10% off. The little girl I like tightly, so children who love reading are not common. Don't I like to read books too? Why don't you give me more discounts?" Kanan felt unfairly treated and was a little bit angry. "Did you ask you to drink milk then?" Rast stared at Kanan with a smile. "Well, you won." Kanan was helpless, left her alone, and turned to continue to choose books. After buying a book from Lichhen bookstore, Kanan came to the pharmacy again. He was ready to sell some spare-time pharmacy to ease the economic pressure. Recently, as the frequency of alchemy experiments increased, his gold gallon was also consumed quickly. A total of 24 bottles of excellent quality, 315 gold gallons and 45 silver zico. "Do you need anything else?" the pharmacy owner said kindly. "Take me as written above, and the fee will be deducted from it." Kanan handed a piece of paper. "Oh, okay, let me see, dew grass, hot bat feces, but it's a lot, you wait." He shook his old body slowly toward the storage room. The owner of the pharmacy was busy for a while before finding all the things that Kanan needed. "Little guy, everything is here. After deducting 54 gold gallons, find you 261 gold gallons and 45 silver zico." "Thank you." Kanan tucked things into the storage bag, ready to leave. "Yes, little guy, didn't you say you wanted to find Uehua grass last time? I heard www.readwn.com someone found this kind of grass in France." The shop owner stopped Kanan. He remembered some time ago, this little guy specially asked him if there was any such grass in his shop. "Really? Sir, what happened?" Kanan was interested, and he now desperately needs Uehua to assist in the practice of meditation. Now he is getting more and more resistant to meditation medicine, and the side effects of this medicine are not small. It is necessary to drink lancha grass fluid frequently to relieve the efficacy of viper powder. Kanan feels that this grassy liquid tastes like a mixture of garlic and snot. It is a torment every time you drink it. "I just didn't expect that this extinct grass really has news." "What happened yesterday? I mean, I heard this news yesterday. You know that it will take 2 or 3 days for the news from France to reach here." Seeing Kanan's excited expression, he scratched his greasy hair and then said, "Don't be too happy, I heard that there is not much grass, and it has been bought out." "That sir, can you get that kind of grass?" "Seedlings are okay, money is not a problem." Kanan looked at the potion shop owner with a stern look. He thought that there was a greenhouse in his laboratory, so he could just try to see it. "Can you plant Uehua grass?" "I don't have such a great skill, I can't get it, but I can suggest that you can go to France to see it, maybe you can still buy a few grass leaves now." The boss of the potion shop waved his hands, joking halfway. Well, sir, if there is any more news, you can leave a letter to the old Tom at the kettle bar, and I will pay you. Kanan walked out of the potion shop helplessly, not to mention that Lincoln could let him go to France alone. Listening to the potion shop owner's words, it was estimated that he could not even see the shadow of Uehuakeo. Chapter 39, Cloak. In the evening, Kanan had just finished practicing meditation in the laboratory, rubbing his developing head. At this time, Scat brought a cup of thick green liquid, which was lancha grass liquid. Kanan needs a drink of this every time after meditation. Zanim is bad. Kanan squeezed his nose, poured a large pot of liquid into his stomach, and then hit a huge burp. A green mist came out of his mouth. Bring me a glass of ice water. He slumped in his chair and ordered to scatter. Okay, master. Took a sip of ice water, and the nausea in Kanan's mouth subsided. Then he took out his magic watch and wanted to test his increased magic value during this time. 39.8. Remember that the magic value of the last test was about 26.3, which increased by 13 points in about half a month. Although the rate of increase is gradually decreasing, this rate of increase in magic power is already very good. Kanan believes that his current magic level is already equivalent to the level of Hogwarts 4th grade wizards. Unfortunately, if there is Uehuakeo, the magic power will increase even more. Kanan sighed, and he now felt that he had been fed up with the smell of the blue shoe grass liquid. Bathed in the soft light of the little sun, Kanan stretched out and stretched his waist. He looked at the time and opened the golden finger in his mind. Now he looks at the golden finger every 2 days. Altar of the Heavens. Number of possible sacrifices, 1. 1 sacrifice at 10 luck points. Luck point, 11. Personal items, none. Luck point increased from 9 to 11. Kanan found unexpected joy. Is it in the newspaper today? Kanan guessed. After all, he really didn't do anything else recently, except for the fact that he was reported by the newspaper because of the hidden wand. It seems that this is not a bad thing. Kanan narrowed his eyes with a smile. He was planning whether to donate some money to the newspaper company that surprised you and asked them to write a genius little wizard selling blood donations, support the endangered industry of the magic world, maybe earn some luck. But what is good to sacrifice this time? Kanan was a bit worried. Although the previous sacrifices proved that the sacrificed items were related to the rewards received, but who knows what the big brothers like, sacrifices who will take the fancy thing. If what he got did not help Kanan, he would probably feel distressed. After all, the luck point is getting more and more rare, and it is not easy to get together the 10 points needed for a sacrifice. Think about it this time, no hurry or no hurry. Kanan decided to be more stable and prepared to carefully select the sacrifices before offering sacrifices. Then Kanan put on a silver bracelet and gave a call to Skada. Then he took out his wand, cast a phantom shift, and disappeared into the air. Came to the bedroom room, Kanan opened the ancient diary, and now he is looking forward to the contents inside every day, hoping to learn more magic of Gai later. Especially the magic of the door opening in space. If the magic power is enough, you can reach the moon from the Earth, and directly carry out interstellar crossing, which is much longer than the phantom travel. I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. The last standard spell collection is very interesting. The magic in your world is very simple. This time I hope you can sacrifice a magic book with a deeper point. I will look forward to you, Kanan. I'm leaning. Kanan looked at the words in the diary, stunned. He didn't expect Guyi to even know his name, but also knew that his golden finger could sacrifice today. She seems to know everything. Don't worry, little guy, you will see me in the future, your name was also told to me at that time. We have also fought together. I will see you. How is it possible that Guyi will come to this world someday in the future? And how could Guyi know what I was thinking? Kanan resisted the excitement in his heart, and then looked at the back of the diary. You know that the future is not unpredictable for me with the gem of time. For your question, I think I can do it as long as I use the Agamotto eye a few times. Kanan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. After all, he also knew the power of the time gem. In Marvel 3, Stephen Strange used the time gem to see 14 million future fragments, so Guyi can guess what he thinks and can understand. Of course you don't have to worry about me knowing everything. There are too many possibilities in the future. Your encounter with me in the future is just one of the possibilities. Maybe you have destroyed this diary book now, and there will be no more between us. Intersect. Kanan smiled bitterly after reading it. Guyi's diary said a very powerful protection magic. With his current strength, there is really no way to destroy it. If you can, I look forward to your next sacrifice. I will give you a very helpful item. After reading all the contents in the diary, Kanan exhaled deeply. Today's contents shocked him too much. And from the information that Guyi revealed to him, it can be judged that he may meet Guyi in the future, and even he will help Guyi, and has a good relationship with Guyi, so Guyi is now effortless help him. So, what do I use as a sacrifice next? He thought of Guyi's last words, as if hoping that he could use the spell book to record the depth of the sacrifice. Kanan suddenly thought of the burnt black magic book, which contained a lot of high and deep black magic. His enchanted curse was obtained from that book, but unfortunately the book is incomplete, and many of the contents are already unclear. He thinks that Guyi may be able to restore this book with the power of the time gem, and that Guyi can also teach the above content. Do it at the thought, Kanan took out the black magic book, and mixed a small note on the title page. Then write on it, Master Guyi, I think you better explain your magic in the next diary. I don't think it's too much. Don't forget the magic of the door that opened the space. Also. Finally, Kanan looked at the note paper with full writing, and satisfactorily drew a flower in the last small space. He also used a colored pen to paint the red flower. Guy should be able to see my sincerity. Hold the scorched black magic book in his hand. www.readwn.com. Kanan summoned the altar of heaven. Sacrifice. Ding. A wooden box *1 presented by Guyi was drawn. The magic book disappeared in Kanan's hands, the blue light flashed, and an ordinary wooden box appeared in his hands. Haha, it succeeded, but there is a style of express delivery across the world. Kanan sighed, and then looked at the wooden box in his hand. The material seemed to be very ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. Hope what Guyi gave me will help me, preferably something like a time gem. He fantasized and opened the wooden box. A neatly folded crimson garment was placed inside. At a glance to alchemy proficient Kanan, the garment was covered with dense magic patterns, and a lot of magic arrays were also depicted. Could this be that this is a suspended cloak? Stephen Strange Swan. Kanan clearly remembered that in the movie, this cloak seemed to have his own consciousness, which helped Stephen fight against the tyrant, but in the end it seemed to be torn in half by the tyrant. Even so, the power of this cloak should not be small. Watch for. However, this cloak was given to me. What about Doctor Strange? Kanan shook his head, and he did not expect to give him this robe exclusive to the Supreme Master. He took the cloak out and tied it to his body. Oh, lean on it. The robe is really long enough. He found that the cloak was more than 2 meters long and was dragged on the ground with a large length. Wear it on him, very mismatched. As if hearing Kanan's complaint, the suspended cloak quickly shrank until it was reduced to fit Kanan's size. It's so cool. Kanan praised, a little admired. Chapter 40, London Night View. One night, Kanan basically understood the function of the suspension cloak, in addition to helping the master to fly as described in the movie, and having self-awareness, it also has a good defense. At least under several of his attack spells, the floating cloak was unscathed, but Kanan didn't try a powerful black magic like a death spell. After all, he was nt sure if the floating cloak could resist it. Broken, he is estimated to be distressed to death. In the laboratory, Kanan put his hands on his chest and rubbed 2 golden shields. The red floating cape floated automatically without wind behind his back, and the red hat on his head was against each other. Destroy the hegemon, catch without a hand. Kanan yelled in front of the empty man, and at this moment he felt cool. Side by side was silent, and he was almost used to the master's cramps from time to time. Master, the food and some materials in the laboratory are almost used up, and you need to go out to buy some recently. He felt that it was necessary to interrupt it properly to avoid mental problems. Well, you and Lucy have recently opened some more space. I want to build a mantra practice room. The space here is still too small. As for things, I will purchase these 2 days. After practicing magic, Kanan came to the experimental platform. He took out the emerald and planned to design a device that could mobilize the power of the space inside with reference to the Eye of Agamo. He first painted the shape of the Eye of Agamo on paper, then prepared to make a shell with a suitable magic metal, and finally portrayed a series of magic arrays. After spending a whole afternoon, Kanan tried 5 kinds of fiendish metals available on the market, and found that none of these metals could withstand the power of space in the emerald, and he originally designed the combined magic array carved on the metal. Can't meet Kanan's expectations. The magic transportation node is always easy to interrupt, unable to fully mobilize the power of space. It's too difficult, even if the combination of magic array can be improved, but the existing materials cannot meet my needs. He scratched his hair across the hat and sighed. It would be good if it was in the Green Nur continent, where there are all kinds of materials. Kanan remembered Hornheim. According to his words, the continent is the alchemist's paradise, there is no shortage of materials, the magic array culture also extremely prosperous. By the way, it seems that the Hornheim machine is made of rare magic materials. Kanan suddenly thought, he remembered that Hornheim also mentioned in a course that his magic machine was expensive, and the materials used were all top. Then, Kanan hurriedly fetched the magic machine, preparing to remove it and stripping the metal of the shell. Fortunately, I recently watched the video inside, but this magic machine was completely destroyed. Kanan's expression was very sad, and he still thought about being able to reproduce this in the world of Harry Potter. The magic machine now seems far away. Put the magic machine on the table, and Kanan removed it with great care. It took about half an hour for Kanan to complete the disassembly work, put the rest of the parts away, and he took out the metal casing of the magic machine. I hope my effort is not in vain. He is going to melt the metal shell first, and then cast it into the designed parts. Master, dinner is ready. Lucy's figure appeared in the laboratory. Okay, let's go back then. Kanan replied with his work put down. Family is more important than work, he has always been able to distinguish clearly. In the evening, Kanan took the time to use phantom migration to come near Hermione's residence. He was about to give Hermione the book he bought last time in Diagon Alley and stop by to see her. At this time, Hermione was writing her homework in front of the desk in the small bedroom, and suddenly found a small red flower floating in the front window, and a line of "Guess who I am?" appeared in the back. Is Kanan? Hermione realized immediately. She looked excitedly out of the window and found that Kanan was standing downstairs, wearing a red cape than before. The font on the window changed again. Is there anyone in your house? Hermione shook her head at him. Then, the figure of Kanan disappeared in place and appeared in Hermione's bedroom. Kanan, why are you here? Hermione lowered her voice, but she was very surprised. I will give you something and come to see you. Kanan pulled a small bag from his pocket. Is this a storage bag? Hermione's eyes lit up and took the small bag and said happily. She can't forget the storage bag that Kanan showed before. It's really smart, I put some books I bought from Diagon Alley in it, you can usually look at it to relieve boredom. Kanan said with a smile. That's awesome. I've been bored to death recently. I want to go to you recently, but my mother said I'm too dangerous alone. Hermione's innocent eyes widened. Auntie Jenny is right. There are many bad people outside. If you miss me, let Owl send me a letter. I can come to you at any time. Who misses you? Hermione said with a blush. By the way, you swiped in just now and came in from the outside. What magic was used? This is phantom migration, you know. But, don't you say that it is a very powerful adult wizard that can be used. I'm also awesome. He touched Hermione's head. Okay, I'm leaving. I'll see you next time. Kanan was still looking forward to the contents of today's ancient diary. No, I want to go out too. I want you to take me out to play with the magic just now. Hermione looked forward. Kanan looked at Hermione's raised head, revealing pitiful eyes, and couldn't bear to refuse. Well, I can only play for a while. Upon hearing the answer, Hermione smiled happily, and Kanan smiled. He stepped forward and grabbed Hermione's little hand, and said softly, the first time you perform a phantom shift, you will be very unwell. At the next moment, their figures disappeared in the room. Because of fear that Hermione could not stand the dizziness caused by the space, he made several short-distance movements, and stayed there for a while. Even so, Hermione was paralyzed in Kanan's arms when she arrived at her destination. Kanan looked at her frowning, pale-faced Hermione, feeling distressed. Then he took a bottle of medicament from the storage bag. This is a medicine he made to relieve brain pain, which should be useful to Hermione. Drinking will make you feel better. Hermione took a sip, well, sweet. She felt the taste was good, and she took a few more sips. I added a lot of honey without affecting the pharmacy. He smiled as he watched the little girl finish drinking the pharmacy. Where are we? It seemed that the potion had worked. Hermione's face was much better. She stretched out her long neck and looked around. This is the Elizabeth Tower in London, we are now on the top of the building, and almost half of London can be seen here. London was brightly lit at night, and Hermione looked around to see the small crowd and the flashing cars. She felt very new. For the first time, she stood on a height overlooking London under the night sky. Feel the strong wind on the roof. Kanan slowly hugged Hermione. www.readwn.com. The little girl did not resist, enjoying the warm embrace of Kanan. Long time. How are we going back? Seemingly tired, Hermione turned to look at Kanan, who was nearby, and asked, seemingly unwilling to experience phantom migration again. Let's fly back. Flying broom. Let's fly a different pattern this time, hug me. Kanan hugged Hermione tightly in her arms, and the red floating cloak behind her suddenly became larger, wrapping the two and flying into the sky. Was caught off guard, and suddenly Hermione flew into the air and screamed, "Is this new magic? Hey, keep it secret." This time Kanan was flying very high. Fortunately, the suspended cloak had a warming effect. Under the cloak, they only felt warm. Only Hermione looked at them farther and farther away from the ground with a little fear, her small hands tightly wrapped around Kanan's waist. The figure on the ground is getting smaller and smaller, and Kanan is flying higher and higher. Kanan, how long do we have to fly? Hermione's voice trembled, and her eyes did not dare to look down. A fragrant snorkel invaded, and Kanan turned his head to see Hermione's small blown cheek, her tall, raised nose, and her eyes closed with long eyelashes. He stepped forward and kissed gently. Hermione's eyes widened, her face unbelievable. It shouldn't be long. Kanan looked indifferently in front of him, trying to do nothing, and bluntly followed the topic. You are dead, Kanan Bryan. She exhausted the power of the wilderness and twisted her small hands on Kanan's waist. In the sky, an unknown red object shuttles at a very fast speed. From time to time there are bursts of laughter and scolding, and the sound of begging for mercy. Chapter 41, Old house. Sent Hermione home, and Kanan couldn't wait to return home. He looked forward to the contents of today's diary. If Guyi received his note from yesterday, I believe today's content will definitely satisfy him. You are really a greedy little guy. I received that book and it contains a lot of evil magic, so don't expect me to teach you these magics. Of course, as compensation, I will give you other magic. I believe it can help you. The magic system in our world is not the same as the magic system in your world. You don't need a magic wand and corresponding spells, so to learn my magic, you need to have good physical qualities and extraordinary talent. The following are the movements that our Karmatage master practices every day, which can help us to sense the magic in our body and strengthen our physique. The key to successful spell casting is to guide the magic in the body through gestures, and good physique can help us cast spells quickly. So, now I want to practice these things every day. He looked at the various postures of the human body drawn on his diary, like the radio gymnastics he did in his previous life. Put away the diary book, Kanan stood up, took a deep breath, and simply tried it in the bedroom according to the posture recorded in the book. After a set of movements, he only felt sore and sweaty. After a short rest, Kanan rubbed out the golden shield. He found that the cast was much more comfortable than before, and the magic flow was smooth. Feeling significant effect, Kanan decided to use this set of movements as one of daily practice tasks to lay a solid foundation for learning the magic of Guyi in the future. The time passed quickly, and a week passed. In these days, Kanan has been practicing a set of actions left by Guyi, which makes him feel that it is a pity that Gu Digi did not display content after that night. It seems that Gu 1 is to let Kanan lay the foundation and teach him higher magic. On this day, Kanan fiddled with the pseudo-Agamotto eye that he completed not long ago in the laboratory. Although compared with the real Agamotto eye, the power of the law contained in it is different, and the power is very different. But Kanan could feel the powerful power in this necklace. Besides, it was made by himself, and the sense of accomplishment was self-evident. Skarda, attack me! Kanan said to Skarda in the newly created spell practice room. He wanted to see how much his own strength had grown during this time. Accept your weapon. Skarda reached out and waved a white light. Kanan closed his chest with his hands, and two golden shields appeared, easily blocking Scatter's spell. Exhaust your full strength, don't stop. Kanan rode. Skarda heard the order and stopped hiding. The spell on the wand fired like a bullet, constantly attacking Kanan's dead end. Kanan found that his golden shield technique was not the same as before, the casting speed was faster, and the defensive magic pattern he built was more stable. Faced with the full-scale offensive of the adult wizard such as Skarda, he stepped back and flexibly used a gold shield to block all kinds of attacks, which seemed easy. While Skarda had just released the Kung Fu that stayed in the middle of the spell, the green eyes of the pseudo-Agamotto in Kanan's chest flashed, and then he disappeared in place. The figure appeared behind Skarda, the sharp edge of golden shield close to Skarda's neck, less than 2 centimeters. With the power of emeralds, Kanan found that his phantom movement was really like teleportation, no need to cast power in advance, and he did not feel the pressure of space after launching. Moving in the space seems like a fish into the water, very flexible. The alertness is too bad. After seeing me disappear, you should be prepared for defense. Blindly ineffective attacks are just a waste of your magic. Kanan said severely. Yes, my master. Under the loyalty brought by the soul charm, Skarda thought it was normal to lose to Kanan, with only respect on his face and no other expression. Kanan shook his head helplessly when he saw the look of Skarda. In his daily interactions, he found that the side effects manifested by the soul charm became more and more obvious. Although the caster was extremely loyal to the caster, he only instinctively acted according to orders, as if he were a puppet, and he did not know how to work. At this time, Lucy suddenly appeared in the laboratory, and her voice was rapid. Master, the old master has written to you, saying that let me take you to the old house. She looked very happy. Old house. It is the old house of the old host family, which has been desolate for a long time. Why do you go there? Kanan puzzled. The old master did not say in the letter, but it seems that something was given to you. Something? Is it a wand? Kanan thought that Dylan had been preparing a new wand for him, and now it seems that the wand has been completed. He went on again, when I pack something, I happen to have something for him. Under Lucy's phantom migration, they came to a remote little forest. Kanan looked around and found that it was full of primitive atmosphere, trees and lush foliage, dense vegetation, not like a place where people live. It seems that you rushed over as soon as I received my letter, very fast. Dylan's figure emerged from a large tree. Before waiting for Kanan to reply, he took the lead to walk forward. Come with me, I won't have much time to come out. This is the old house of our family, which has a history of more than 1,000 years ago, but I haven't been here for a long time. www.readwn.com. Dylan stepped on the dense weeds and sighed. Kanan, you must be curious about my origin. He looked back suddenly at Kanan and said with a smile. I'm not curious that it's a fake. Kanan followed closely, holding a stick in his hand, and from time to time clearing the surrounding blocking bushes. Seemed to feel that Kanan's answer was very interesting. Dylan laughed a few times and then said, there is still a way to go, I will talk to you on the way, but with your cleverness, I believe you have already guessed some. Have you ever heard of the last name Grigovish? Master of wand making in the same name as Ollivander. Kanan remembers Grigovic as the three masters of wand making in Europe, and seems to be the first generation owner of the old wand. Yes, the famous master of wand making is also very famous, everyone will call him Grigovish, just like Dumbledore, proud to call their family name. Grigovish is my mother's younger brother, and the Grigovish family is also closely related to our Hoffman family. Hoffman family? So your full name is Duran Hoffman? Kanan interjected. It is indeed the case. Although I don't like the name very much, our family is also a German pure-blood family and has always been famous for making wands, but that was a glorious long ago, and now it has fallen, just like the castle in front of him. He stopped and waved his wand at the open field covered with grass in front. Looking up at Kanan, a long old castle appeared. The high grey walls were covered with dark green vines, and there were many vegetation in front of the gate. As the sun goes down, the light becomes darker, and with the wailing of unknown birds around, looking far away, the picture is extremely gloomy. Chapter 42, Inheritance. It looks terrible here, it is estimated that no one dares to go in. Kanan expressed his opinion. Dylan shrugged, I haven't been here for about 10 years, who knows what it's like now. Come with me, there are a lot of dark magic in it, just don't touch things. Duran walked in front, slowly pushed open the gate of the old castle, a burst of dust shook from the door. Look, who is here? There was a dull sound from inside. Kanan was full of excitement and looked at Dylan with a trembling voice, is anyone in there? It's just a broken picture, don't be nervous, he is still my great-grandfather according to seniority. Dylan looked at Kanan's expression and said with a smile, he rarely saw anything that Kanan feared. With the opening of the gate, the lights were lit up inside, revealing the magnificent hall. This is where our family greets guests, and the painting that I just spoke is there. Dylan said, pointing to the wall on the second floor. Looking at Kanan, I saw a huge portrait hanging on the opposite wall. The people in the portrait had a lot of white beards, and they looked like they were looking at Kanan. Dylan, I haven't seen you for a long time. This is your child. He also used his hands to pluck the rough beard. I don't have such a clever child, well, I am here today to prepare to hand over the inheritance of the castle. Dylan led them into the house and said to the painting on the wall. You have found that place, are you ready to go all out? The old man in the painting frowned. Almost found, so for the sake of insurance, find you an heir, lest you be lonely and bored in this villa. I'm not bored. By the way, I told you that I recently thought of 3 new magic wand designs. If you make it, you will be able to reproduce the glory of our Huffman family," he said enthusiastically. "Come on, I don't have that effort, and the glory of the Hoffman family has long been thrown into the stinky ditch. If you have energy, teach this child in the future." Immediately, Dylan no longer cares about the people in the painting. He took Kanan to the second floor. In addition to the bedrooms on the second floor, there are also our family's collection of books for hundreds of years. Many of the books are already isolated. I know you love reading, and you should like it here. Uncle Dylan, why did you put the castle? Give you the inheritance of the old castle? I may soon go to a place where life and death are unknown, and also a place where I have been searching for a lifetime. I don't want such a big castle to be inherited by no one, do we? Nan's words, said with a smile. I want to ask why I chose me. He did not understand why Dylan treated him so well, and gave him the first wand in his life a few times. Who asked you to come to my shop with a big red hat at that time, and the ghosts and heads looked like my childhood? Dylan went silent for a while, and then said, My mother gave me a red hat when I was a child, I took it for a long time. He seemed to think of something again, his expression was solemn, he closed his mouth and did not speak, but just took Kanan to walk along the corridor step by step. In the silent castle, only footsteps echoed, and the lights on the candlestick by the window flickered slightly. I sewed this hat by myself, and I stuck a lot of needles. At that time, my fingers couldn't even get my fork. Kanan's exaggerated voice broke the silence, and he tried to dispel this somewhat heavy atmosphere. I said this hat is so ugly, much uglier than mine. Hearing Kanan, Dylan once again looked at the little red hood on Kanan's head and ridiculed. When Dylan returned to normal, Kanan replied with a grin, The hat is ugly because I look handsome, and the hat looks good but I can't tell for sure. Dylan also smiled and said, It is estimated that no one can say you, but you are also the only one who turns around and scolds people. Hey! Dylan took Kanan to the innermost room on the second floor. This is the collection of books owned by our family. They pushed open the heavy wooden door and entered the room. There was a lot of space inside, but it was full of worn bookshelves. Kanan counted at least 22 bookshelves. It seems that there are indeed a lot of books here. If you remember correctly, there are a total of 746 books, most of which are related to wand making, a small amount of other contents are recorded, and a few are related to black magic. Oh, by the way, there are some here. Duran touched his head and took out a storage bag from his arms. This is the book we organized on the 4th floor of the New York Library. I have copied it all, just right. It can increase the collection of books for our family. Your organization really lacks virtue. Kanan muttered. Our organization is pretty good, it's better than someone bombing someone's library. Kanan. Dylan still put the storage bag on the wooden square table in front of the door. Let us go to the basement, where the highlight is, you can take care of these things. Duran took Kanan to the innermost corner of the library, and then he tapped on the floor, followed by a large black hole in front of him. This is the only way to the basement, follow me. They walked along the dark stone steps for a few minutes, and gradually saw the faint light spot exposed in front of them. What's inside? Kanan found that the institution here was similar to Diagon Alley's thrift store. He asked Dylan somewhat curiously, his voice echoing in the narrow passage. Some useless magic props, and the inheritance of the entire castle. Inheritance right? Yes, with inheritance rights, the old castle will not exclude you, otherwise you will not find it without my leadership. Even if it is in front of your eyes. Like the audacious loyalty curse. Kanan remembered that Harry's parents in the movie had leaked the address where they lived because of the audacious loyalty curse www.readwn.com and was brutally killed by Voldemort. It's safer than Chitin faithful mantra. After all, the dead will not reveal the secret. Dylan smiled and seemed to disdain the Chitin faithful mantra. As soon as the words fell, they came to the bottom of the castle. The space here is not large. Kanan felt almost as big as his 2 bedrooms. The surroundings were filled with scattered objects. There were also several magic candlesticks on the wall. Before they, the light seen from afar should be from this candlestick. I think I'm going to find it. Dylan squatted the messy objects gently with his hands. Aren't you going to use flying to curse? I don't know the name of that thing. Besides, there are some magic props here that are very sensitive to magic spells. In case something bad happens, I don't want to accompany you to die young. Don't you send someone to clean up regularly? Feeling that the light here was still very dim, Kanan looked around with fluorescent flashes. He found a thick layer of ash on the candlestick, frowned, and then said, "This place is really dirty and messy. I'm not sending you now. Don't complain, I found it." Duran picked a small box from the grocery pile and put a small red stone in it. "Bring your hand. To complete the ritual, you need your blood." He gently stroked the palm of Kanan's palm with his wand, and immediately the blood flowed down the thin wound. "Don't waste it, children can't put too much blood on them." Kanan looked at the palm that was bleeding more than once and said distressfully. Gradually, the red stone seemed to have absorbed enough blood and gave out a faint red glow. Seeing this scene, Duran stopped the bleeding to Kanan and healed his wound with a wand. Chapter 43, Chief Robe. At this time, Dylan took out a long wooden box from his arms and handed it to Kanan. "Hey!" Kanan opened the box with anticipation, and inside it was a white round wand. He took it upside down in his hand and waved it gently. The wand suddenly gave out a soft light. "Stick core made of ash and unicorn hair, but I have changed the manufacturing method. Even if it is discovered by the Aurors, I will not think of me." Dylan looked at Kanan with joy. Playing with his wand, smiled proudly. "Yes, Uncle Dylan, I have something for you too." Kanan put down his wand and took out several items in succession from the storage bag. This is the alchemy item he specially prepared for Dylan. This is called an infrasound ball, the one you saw last time. This is a cloud bomb, the one that stunned you last time. And this one, the anti-phantom shifting device I made recently, this is my masterpiece. Turn this on, and you can't use space magic within 50 meters. Although I don't know where you are going, but your strength is so poor, I think that these things should be of some help to you, but I can't beat it and run away." Kanan said meticulously. "Is this all you did?" Dylan carefully looked at some of the alchemy items brought out by Kanan. Something weird said. "In particular, I think that the anti-phantom migration strategic device can also be made by Kanan." "Yes, I'm an alchemist, please call me Brian in the future." Kanan raised his small head. "Haha, okay, great Brian, I think we should leave. Dinner is not served here. And you should really put these things in a small wooden box. It's too dangerous." Dylan carefully took these alchemy items. "Put it in the storage bag. Then let's go quickly, Lucy should be anxious in the lobby." "That's not easy to say, the old guy in the painting is a nagging ghost, he likes to play with elves. Your family's hobby is really strange. Little guy, remember to come see me more and I will teach you how to make a magic wand." Seeing Kanan they were about to leave the castle, the old man in the painting waved at Kanan with a sad expression. "No problem." Kanan waved his hand. "He looks strange and miserable." Kanan faced Dylan again. "If you want to help him, you can take it home and hang it on the wall, which is much better than a watchdog, and you can chat when you are bored." Dylan closed the gate of the castle and turned to Kanan. "Gee, you really have no respect for your family's ancestors, and they talk bad things behind." Kanan couldn't help laughing. "Anyway, I have been dead for so long, and I can't jump out and beat me." Dylan shrugged. Chatting with Kanan always makes him feel comfortable. "Look what I saw, Dylan and his son, oh, and a silly house elf." At this time, a black-robe wizard appeared next to the old castle, holding a wand in his hand, watching the Canaanites with a loud voice. Canaan heard the sound and saw that the man's dress was exactly the same as the black-robe wizards who appeared in the American library at that time, and the sound was familiar. He was the leader of the group of black-robe wizards at that time. That ruthless black wizard. Canaan thought suddenly. Number 3, why are you here? Dylan also took out his wand and stood in front of Canaan, with a heavy voice. Of course it came with you, rest assured, I don't want to start with you, but behind you is your bastard. The black-robe wizard pointed at Canaan with his wand. What do you mean? Dylan also raised his wand. You know what I mean, to join us, only one voice is needed in the organization, and I need you. We are not all the way, you know, I don't see your style. Dylan said slowly. Then force it, otherwise, you won't be able to leave today. Although the voice of the black-robe wizard was calm, he revealed an unquestionable determination. Then there is nothing to talk about, but I am dead, Philrit will not let you go, and the organization still needs me. Dylan took Canaan back slowly. Don't worry about him, I also said on the first, you don't need to come back if you don't agree. As soon as the black-robe wizard finished, Dylan took the lead in attacking, and a curse hit him. The black-robe wizard used a wand to block Dylan's attack. You re-annoying me a little, Dylan. Lucy, run quickly with Canaan, and I will come later. Dylan commanded, taking the opportunity to know that he was never an opponent of the black-robe wizard, and Lucy was only proficient in phantom migration and auxiliary magic, on the front. There is no way to help him too much in the case of the enemy. Now let Lucy leave with Canaan, and then he may be able to escape with Canaan's alchemy props. Unable to escape, I remember the boy's appearance, I will catch him. The black-robe wizard said viciously. Uncle Dylan, it's okay, let's do it together, believe me. Canaan pulled out his wand and heard the words of the black-robe wizard. He felt that now the black-robe wizard would not let him go, but he would not let go. Black-robe wizard. Except for your weapon. Canaan made a quick blow, then distanced from Duran and wanted to attack him from another direction. Dylan saw Canaan being so determined that he had no time to think about it and attacked decisively. Very good, such an excellent little wizard, I haven't seen it for a long time. The black-robe wizard exclaimed excitedly, but the wand in his hand didn't stop, blocking the attacks of Ghana and Duran, and struck back sharply. Flame. Two serpent-like spells struck Canaan and Dylan respectively. www.readwn.com. Good control. After Canaan blocked the blow, he couldn't help but admire the strength of the black-robe wizard's control of the spell. In the face of his joint attack with Dylan, the black-robe wizard not only blocked it perfectly, but also responded so quickly. Dylan, my previous words are still valid, as long as you join us, I will never hurt you. The black-robed wizard said slowly. He didn't seem to do his best, and seemed to be able to deal with the attacks of the two. I don't believe your words. You killed a lot of people before. Duran gasped, his strength is not strong, and the main attack of the black-robe wizard was also against him, making him feel very difficult for a while. Lucy, do it. While speaking, Canaan suddenly shouted, and the wand in his hand never stopped. I saw that the long-lost Lucy suddenly appeared behind the black-robe wizard, holding a rusty long sword in his hand and chopping towards him. Take care of you early. The black-robe wizard seemed to be prepared for a long time, using his wand to lightly touch him. Lucy, who was close to the black-robe wizard, felt a strong attack, and the young body was flicked out. Dropped in the grass. Lucy. Are you okay? Canaan shouted worriedly when she saw Lucy's miserable situation. Master, Lucy is all right, just dizzy. Lucy slowly crawled out of the grass. Very good, then you can just put the interference spell in the distance, let us give the rest. The spell in Canaan's hand never stopped, and the magic power used a lot. He found that this black-robe wizard not only squeezed many spells, but also simply cast without a wand. If he could not get the Black Robe Wizard, he decided to cast magic from Guyi. After all, he would not let go of such a dangerous Black Wizard anyway. Chapter 44, Collision. It's rare to see such a weak house elf, but a huge magic power. The Black Robe Wizard looked back, then shook his head, his tone full of disdain. Cracked. Kanan took the opportunity to make another fierce spell, but unfortunately it was easily avoided by the Black Robe Wizard. Your strength is really weak, I will start to be serious. The Black-Robed Wizard wand waved, holding the various spells flying in front, and slowly moved forward. Awada Suo Ming. A green light rushed towards Kanan quickly, so fast. Kanan hurriedly rushed to the grass next to it, dangerously evading the blow. Dalan couldn't help but yell at this scene, "Shit, you can do it to children too. I'll do it for you. You have some too, don't worry." The Black-Robed Wizard smiled, facing Dalan again with a life-threatening spell. Dalan quickly hit a roll on the grass, evading the life spell. In this case, I have to be serious. Kanan threw his wand on the ground, spread his hands, and said lightly. Seeing Kanan throw away his wand, the Black-Robed Wizard suddenly laughed, "Do you seriously surrender to me?" Kanan did not answer, then folded his hands together, rubbed out 2 golden shields, and quickly walked forward. What kind of magic is this? Seeing Kanan's movements, the Black Robe Wizard was shocked. He had never seen this kind of magic without wands, but he seemed to feel the pressure brought by Kanan, and he kept releasing magic, trying to stop Kanan's advance. However, the ensuing spells hit the golden shield, and only a little spark appeared, which had no effect. Kanan is still steadily moving forward, he taunted, "Are you this strength?" Awada Suo Ming seemed to feel the humiliation. The Black Robe Wizard yelled, with a strong killing intention, he issued another dose of life curse. It's now. The figure of Kanan suddenly disappeared in place, appearing on the head of the Black Robe Wizard, and he threw it hard with the golden shield of Jin Kankan. The wizard in black robe saw Kanan disappearing in place, alertly mobilizing some exhausted magic in his body, but found that Kanan appeared above his head. Too late to think, he hurriedly turned his wand into a long sword and blocked it. LB. The golden shield hit the long sword. The Black Robe Wizard only felt a strong attack, and the long sword in his hand could not hold it. Saw a red cloak drilled out of Kanan's clothes, wrapped Kanan and made Kanan float in the air. And Kanan also took the opportunity to hit it hard with the golden shield of the other hand. Wow! This time the sound is quite different, crisp and heavy. It is the sound of metal hitting the bone. Kanan's golden shield steadily hit the Black Robe Wizard's head. The Black Robe Wizard wobbled, and then fell down, falling down in the grass unwillingly. Kanan was not at ease, holding the golden shield and smashing it a few times, until the red liquid came out of the black robe. He slowly stopped his hand. Endaran was stunned to watch from the side. In just a few seconds, the fighting situation suddenly reversed, which surprised him. This is the magic of the Supreme Master. Obviously, he read Kanan's book. Kanan nodded at him and wiped the virtual sweat on his head. When were you so powerful? Dalan asked curiously. It has always been so powerful. Then you don't need it. Dalan thought he had escaped several times in the previous battle. Who can think of you like that? Look at the sweat on your head, wipe it, more than mine. Kanan looked disgusted. It's time to touch the corpse again. Kanan muttered to himself, and then came to the Black Robe Wizard. He has always wondered what such a brutal wizard looks like. Pulled out the black robe on the head of the corpse. He saw the face of the Black Robe Wizard, a face of middle-aged white man with blonde hair, and he looked handsome and majestic. It's really unrecognizable. Kanan exclaimed. He seems to be a Frenchman. I have some impressions. He has a very beautiful wife. Dalan nodded, as if remembering. Kanan glanced at Duran, shook his head, and then said, Does he have any identity? It seems to be a pure-blood family. I also forgot the specific name. After all, I can marry Miwa, and my status will never be lower. Kanan glanced at him again, sighed, and then put his eyes on the corpse in front of him. He touched the corpse and found a storage bag. How strange is your eyes? No. Kanan poured out the contents of the storage bag and saw a large amount of Jin Jialong falling from the mouth of the bag, as well as some miscellaneous things. Your eyes are weird, and I feel a little pitiful. Dylan didn't care what was in the bag, and still asked Kanan reluctantly. I have a girlfriend now. Kanan decided not to explain the words. After he finished, he counted Jin Jialong. What do you mean? It literally means. Kanan thought about it, put down Jin Jialong in his hand, and then said, I think you should find a woman, have a child, and let him inherit everything from your family, right? And, you should quit that organization now. Everyone in an organization can start with you. I really don't know what you are still doing there. As he said, Kanan suddenly stood up and his tone became intense. He really didn't understand what Dylan was insisting on. If he was not present this time, Dylan would definitely not be able to escape the Black Robe Wizard's pursuit. Every member of our organization has been cursed in the soul and cannot tell our common secrets. In fact, I also want to find a woman to live a stable life and even restore the glory of our family. Dylan sighed angrily, and then found a piece of clean grass and sat down, then said, But, Kanan, sometimes fate is very strange, we cannot choose. He stared at Kanan with deep eyes. I want to make up for the mistakes I have made, even if it takes my life. Kanan's heart softened, and it seemed that he felt the grief in Dylan's heart. He no longer insisted on his previous views, and decided to give Dylan more support. Well, although I don't know what you are looking for, but tell me where you need me, my strength is not bad, I think I should be able to help you too. He said slowly. Thank you, little guy. Dylan was very moved, but he knew that the place was extremely dangerous, not only survived a large number of ancient creatures but also had many unknown dangers. He did not plan to let Kanan Ginseng join in. Don't, you protect your life is the biggest thanks to me, I don't want to participate in your funeral one day. Kanan squatted down again www.readwn.com counting Jin Jialong. The expression of a wealth fan. Ha 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 saw Kanan's reaction. Dylan laughed and stepped forward to help Kanan organize things. A total of 2,400 pieces. Really rich. Kanan counted the money and pulled out the black robe on the body. He was very curious about the principle that this black robe could cover his face, but there were some mottled blood stains on it. Cleaned it again with a wand. Lucy, are you okay? Kanan turned his head to see Lucy standing next to him, and a lot of grass dust was also on the skirt. Master, Lucy is okay, but Lucy didn't help the master. Lucy is not a qualified domestic elf. She looked very blamed. When she saw the argument between Dylan and Kanan, she did not dare to get too close. It's not your fault, Lucy, blame your former master, never taught you really useful magic spells. Kanan glanced at Dylan with a soft touch of comfort. Don't look at me like this, you know that the wizards are not so worried about house elves, and they rarely teach them offensive spells. Everyone does this. Dylan returned, he was studying the black robe wizard the wand. This wand was not made by him, looks like the style of the French magic world. Since this is the case, I would like to ask Mr. Deland to take the time to make Lucy a magic wand and let me teach. Also, all these things belong to me. The body is left for you. Lucy and I left first. Mom and Dad are waiting for me to go home for dinner. Kanan put the booty in the storage bag and stood up. Waiting for Dylan to answer, disappeared with Lucy. Oh, hell! Dylan said when Kanan was leaving, he said. He now feels that the child is getting less and less cute. Chapter 45, Hanging Ring. More than a week has passed since the last time the Black Robe Wizard killed the mysterious organization. During this period of time, Kanan has maintained a good work and rest. In the morning, he practiced the alchemy taught by the ancient Yi, studied alchemy in the afternoon, and allocated free time in the evening. Sometimes he went to Hermione to cultivate feelings. Until last night, the ancient diary that Kanan had long been waiting for finally appeared, a new content: how to make the hanging ring. Seeing the new content, Kanan was extremely excited. After all, the hanging ring is an indispensable prop for practicing space door opening. And it also shows that Guyi will teach him the mystery of the space door opener later. In Guyi's diary, she called objects such as hanging rings and floating cloaks as magic instruments, and wizards often used different magic instruments to increase their abilities. The hanging ring is to help users feel the space intuitively. Although for Kanan, with the help of the pseudo-ego motorcycle eye, he can also achieve the mystery of intuitive space, even better than the increase effect of the hanging ring. But he was still curious about the principle of the dangling ring, and since he knew how to make the dangling ring, he was also happy to make it. In the laboratory, Kanan is melting metal and pouring it into a hanging ring style. The core of the hanging ring's function is the magic patterns portrayed on it. Many of the magic patterns have never been seen by Kanan. Fortunately, Guyi introduced all the magic patterns in the diary, and also let Jia South has gained a lot. Very good, it's the last one. Kanan is using a magic microscope to carefully draw magic lines on the hanging ring. Finally finished. Kanan looked at the bronze dangling ring in his hand and showed a contented smile. The hanging ring is like two rings fused together, with some strange patterns engraved on the surface. Guyi said that this pattern can make the hanging ring look more beautiful. Kanan also deeply agrees that these patterns add a lot of mystery to the hanging ring. Kanan took the hanging ring on his hand and wanted to see how the hanging ring would affect the user. After closing the anti-space device in the laboratory, he quietly felt the power of the surrounding space. Soon, the structure of the space appeared in front of his eyes. Very good, there is indeed some help. Kanan found that the hanging ring did allow him to enter the state faster than usual. Not only can he quickly feel the surrounding space, but also help to calm the mind. If there is no accident, wearing a hanging ring is also helpful for meditation, Kanan guessed. He is going to try it out in the meditation afterwards. Skada. Master, I'm here. Skarda heard the sound quickly came from the greenhouse next door, and his pants were stained with mud. In recent times, the greenhouse in the laboratory has expanded a lot, but only Skada takes care of it, which makes him busy. Try this with you, use Phantom to see how it feels, right, just try it in the laboratory. Kanan asked him to see if the hanging ring would help other wizards. Okay, Master. Scatter took a hanging ring with some curiosity, then cast a phantom and disappeared in place. For a moment, he came out of the greenhouse again. How does it feel? Kanan asked. No feeling. Skarda looked innocent. Kanan touched his head helplessly. Well, I will go with you to the abandoned laboratory this time to see if there is any difference. He thought it might be that the distance moved was too short. Skarda couldn't detect the difference. Okay, Master. After, their figures appeared beside the abandoned laboratory. How are you feeling this time? Kanan curiously said. There is a feeling, it seems that the sense of space oppression is not so strong, and the speed of phantom shift is faster. Sure enough, it is still useful, and I will devote my energy to make it. Kanan said happily that he was ready to make a few more and leave it to others. In the evening, Kanan was waiting again for the update of the ancient diary. He spent a lot of time this afternoon making several hanging rings. In addition to planning to give Lucy and Dylan, he was also going to give Hogwarts a few familiar professors one by one. After all, they had not helped Kanan. Open the ancient diary. Fortunately, there is new content. Today, I will talk a lot, most of them are about the use of space. I believe you have made the hanging ring. The hanging ring can help you feel the space better and make you open the door faster. Location space coordinates. Kanan felt a little strange when he saw this. Guyi didn't seem to know that he possessed his self-made pseudo Agamotto, which could also help him quickly master the magic of space. In addition to the magic of space, I will also teach you some of the melee skills and magic of our mage. In the future screen, seeing you use such a rough use of golden shield, I think these are better to teach you in advance. So rough. Kanan suddenly thought of the previous picture of him smashing people with a golden shield. Let us start with space magic. www.readwn.com. Space magic is basically the basic manipulation of space. For example, space door opening is to use the hanging ring to open the two ends of the space and directly cross the space. The mirror space is a deeper level of use of space. The mirror space can help you monitor, hide, fight, and even defend. This kind of magic requires extremely high talent and powerful power, otherwise it is very easy to get lost. In the space. Mirror space. Kanan took a deep breath, and he discovered the unexpected joy that Guyi gave him. Mirror space. A more powerful magic, compared with the space opening door movement that can only be moved. This magic has undoubtedly greatly enhanced his strength. However, Guyi also mentioned in his diary that this kind of magic needs powerful magic power to open, or to use the treasure with the power of space to perform. Even so, it is possible to get lost in the space where matter is folded during the magic. Okay, the magic of the space is over. Let us talk about how the mage conducts melee combat, not just relying on brute force, but smart and changeable. Facing different battles, it is our style to use different magic skillfully. In this long period of time, I have improved the golden shield technique. After reading all the contents in the diary, Kanan found that 2 hours had passed unconsciously. The content recorded in his diary today made him gain a lot. If he can quickly absorb and digest, Kanan feels that his combat power is expected to rise to another level. Felt that he was still full of energy now, and Kanan decided to start practicing the long-awaited magic space opening technique now. Greeted Lucy and asked her to help stare at Lincoln and Helen. Kanan came to the laboratory with a phantom and he felt that he might have to stay overnight. Chapter 46, Mirror Dimension. For one night, Kanan seemed to be tired, and was excited to practice the space magic taught by Guyi. When practicing space door opening, Kanan found that the previous study of the nature of space brought him great help. According to the casting technique described by Guyi, just relying on the hanging ring, Kanan easily drew a golden circle in the space. Not much worse than strange Dr. Stephen in the movie. And when it is more difficult to practice the mirror space, Kanan feels a headache. This magic casting is too difficult and requires a deep understanding of the space. Kanan spent a lot of time finally mastering the principle of this magic, but he found that his magic power was not enough to maintain the existence of the mirror space when he was performing. Fortunately, Guyi also mentioned in his diary that he can use the treasures with spatial attributes to assist in the display, so Kanan tried again with the help of the pseudo-Agamotto eye. The eyes of the pseudo-Agamo motorcycle on the chest emit green light, and Kanan casts his hands with 2 hands, slowly controlling a trace of magic power in his body to communicate the power of space within the emerald. In front of Kanan, a wall-sized space filled with debris appeared like a broken mirror. This is the entrance to the mirror space. Kanan walked in slowly, looked around, and found that the space inside was like a laboratory in a mirror, but it gave a sense of death. According to the description of Guyi, the mirror space is a kind of shallow latitude space attached to the real space. The scene here is the same as the reality, but nothing happened can affect the reality. Kanan came to Scatter's room and saw that he was sleeping, and there was a book beside his pillow. How to Maintain Your Greenhouse. Is really a faithful servant. Kanan lamented that he decided to increase the benefits of Scatter a little later. Then Kanan used Phantom to move to the street in London. It was already early in the morning. There were not many vehicles on the road, and there were no pedestrians. Kanan was walking alone in the street. Looking around, he found that the spatial structure in this mirrored latitude was very fragile, and there were holes everywhere. He thought that Guyi said in his diary that material folding can be carried out in the mirrored space, the space can be manipulated arbitrarily, and the enemy is attacked by this. Just like at the beginning of Doctor Strange's movie, Master Guyi folded materials in a mirrored space, manipulating the space to stop Domum's fanatic Cassilis. Kanan stopped, urging the necklace on his chest, and the eyes of the pseudo-Agamo motorcycle glowed green. Immediately afterwards, the tall building on the opposite side began to fall slowly, and the concrete floor at the foot of Kanan also changed, tumbling upwards, forming an angle of 90 degrees with the ground. This world seems to have changed dramatically, and the space is randomly folded. Kanan suddenly felt that he was the of this world, controlling everything. Suddenly, Kanan heard a crisp sound, like the sound of glass breaking, and the green light of the pseudo-Agamotto eye on his chest was also dimmed. The entire mirror space began to collapse, and various fragments fell from the sky. I depend. Kanan saw this and hurriedly opened a space door with a hanging ring to return to the real world. The entire mirror space behind him becomes nothingness. What's going on? It's too dangerous. He patted his chest with fear, and the sudden collapse of the mirror world just made him caught off guard. If he reacted slowly, he might not be able to return now. He looked at the necklace on his chest and found that there was one missing piece of green gemstone in it, which was much smaller than before. Is it because the power of the space used is beyond the load? Kanan guessed. He estimated that it would take a lot of energy to open the mirror space. In addition, he folded the material in the mirror space and manipulated the space, making the pseudo-Ago the eye of the motorcycle cannot maintain such a large energy consumption, which directly exceeds the use limit of the emerald, so the mirror space will collapse immediately. Sure enough, it can't be compared with the real wireless gem. He sighed, looking at the pseudo-Agamotto's eyes that had been damaged in his hand, and there were some black spots on the surface of the green gem. On the next day, Kanan made up for most of the day in the laboratory, and did not wake up slowly until the afternoon, kneading his sore body. Scatta, give me a cup of coffee. He needs to go to the Broken Cauldron bar today, because Hagrid wrote to him not long ago, inviting Kanan to be his guest. Kanan readily agreed, and he was also curious about Hogwarts, who was about to enroll in the future. It would be better if he could visit there in advance. And thanks to the help of Scarda, now Kanan's brain occlusion surgery is also very skilled. Even if he meets Dumbledore, he does not have to fear that the secret in his heart will be discovered. In the Broken Cauldron bar, Kanan, who arrived early, ridiculed everyone in the bar, and it was completely impossible to see that he was a 10-year-old child. Hey, Kanan! Hagrid came to the bar and found Kanan's figure among the crowd and greeted loudly. Hi, Hagrid, you are finally here. Kanan also stood up and waved his hand, and then said to several people at the same table, Friends, I think I'm leaving. These wizards are all in the bar. Regular customers have a good relationship with Kanan. They like to tell their strange adventures in front of Kanan. Hagrid, how are we going to pass? Kanan saw Hagrid holding a small red umbrella in his hand, and brought nothing else. We use Fan to go to Hogsmeade Village first, and then to me. Hagrid said with a rough voice. No problem, I have never tried Fan yet. They came to Diagon Alley and found a fireplace connected to the flyway net. This is it. Hagrid pulled out some shiny powder from his pocket, grab a hand, and then read the name of the destination. Kanan grabbed a hand in his hand and stood in the fireplace, with the standard voice saying Hog Mode. A green flame wrapped Kanan, and then he disappeared into the fireplace. Very good. Seeing Kanan's operation, Hagrid nodded with a smile, grabbed a handful of flying powder, and disappeared into the fireplace. Is this Hogsmeade Village? Kanan looked at the row of houses in front of him. www.readwn.com. Most of the roofs are still covered with thatch. I heard that all the people living in this village are wizards and there is no muggle. Yes, Kanan, let's go quickly. There is no room for little wizards under the 3rd grade. Hagrid looked around nervously. I'm not a Hogwarts student yet, it should be okay. Kanan thought for a moment. Oh, it seems so, but let's go to me first, don't you want to try Buckbeak? Hagrid remembered that Kanan mentioned Buckbeak in the letter several times in the letter. Of course, I have been looking forward to it for a long time. Kanan replied, seeming to think of something, and then he asked again, Hagrid, can I visit Hogwarts? I don't know, this may need to ask Dumbledore, do you know him anyway? Hagrid asked with some uncertainty. I know him? Oh, Hagrid, I have never seen him. Kanan shook his head. But Dumbledore agreed to invite you to this matter. You know, I'm just the administrator of the Forbidden Forest. I don't know if I can invite a minor wizard to Hogwarts, so I wrote to Dumbledore. He said to me, of course, as if he wanted to meet you too. Oh, hell. Kanan felt that being noticed by Loudang was never a good thing. Perhaps, he also likes your music very much. By the way, did you bring a violin? I think my teeth will have the opportunity to enjoy your music. Bring it, Hagrid, did you invite me to play the violin? Kanan began to doubt Hagrid's original intention of inviting him. Oh. Actually I also want to hear it. Hagrid touched the back of the head and said embarrassedly. Chapter 47, Night Tour Forbidden Forest. The two laughed and came to Hagrid's hut. During the period, Kanan also saw Hogwarts from afar. Many towering buildings. He also took out a Muggle camera and took several photos in a row. A photo, to be remembered. Hagrid, are you not afraid at night alone? Kanan saw the famous Forbidden Forest in Hogwarts not far from the house. Although it was just the afternoon and the sun was shining, he found that the Forbidden Forest was filled with grey malaria, which was a bit gloomy. It's not terrible to have teeth with me, and there are many friendly creatures in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid took out the key and opened the door of the chain. Kanan walked into the hut, the space inside was not large, and the furniture was very simple. Some marinated animal meat hung on the ceiling, and there was a brazier burning water next to it. Come to try the bread I baked, and invite you to have a barbecue in the evening. Hagrid took a grey solid and a white liquid in ceramic from the cupboard. It's only available in March or April, you should like it. Oh, it looks good. Kanan tried some deer and horse's milk, which was a little fishy, but the milk was full of fragrance. As for bread, it is directly ignored. Hagrid, can I stay here at night? I want to go with you to see the Forbidden Forest. Kanan licked the milk stain on his lips and looked at Hagrid. Of course I'm glad you stayed, but I can't accommodate you here. He pointed to the small bed next to him that could only accommodate him alone. I brought a tent with an infinite extension spell, and the space inside is not small. Kanan pulled out a red and blue tent from his arms. This was specifically purchased by him on Diagon Alley before, just tonight. Oh, okay, but Hogwarts prohibits students from going to the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid stretched his head close to Kanan and whispered. I'm not a Hogwarts student, and, Hagrid, we don't go deep, just walk around the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Okay. Hagrid shook his head, unable to find any rebuttal. Later, Kanan saw Buckbeak, the eagle-headed horse. Under the guidance of Hagrid, he rode around in the air. In addition to the wind in the sky, Kanan felt that everything was fine. There is also a dog named Yaya. Hagrid said that Yaya is a Napoli Mastiff, with a fierce appearance, which is very suitable for janitors. But Yaya loves to lick Kanan's robe. Kanan also took the time to go home, filed with Lincoln and Helen, and took out a few pictures of Hogwarts that he had just taken, proving that he would stay overnight at the school and experience the magic school in advance. The perfect lies Lincoln and Helen did not refuse. In the evening, Hagrid invited Kanan to eat the turkey that he had marinated for a long time. The meat was still delicious. It was marinated for a long time. Kanan felt a bit salty. "Let's go, Kanan." Seeing that the sky was dark, Hagrid took his equipment, held his teeth, and said to Kanan. "Hagrid, do you usually visit the Forbidden Forest at this time?" Kanan packed up and asked Shanghai Ge. "Normally, it will be later, but the later the forest is banned, the more dangerous it is. Let's go early today." Hagrid worried about the safety of Kanan. He dared not take Kanan to take too much risk. At this time, the sun had not yet completely set, and a little afterglow reflected the half of the sky. The fog in the Forbidden Forest gradually thickened, and the distant scenery was a little blurry. Stepped into the depths of the Forbidden Forest gradually, the light inside was getting dimmer, the cold air mixed with mist floating on the ground. "Hagrid, are there any dangerous animals in the Forbidden Forest?" Kanan asked, breaking his silence, holding his teeth. He felt a little bored. "There are many, werewolves, horsemen, and some magical animals, but they won't trouble you if you do provoke them. Of course, if you run into those creatures and just run back, they are still too dangerous for you," Hagrid said seriously. "Wait, Hagrid, there seems to be some movement in front." Kanan stopped Hagrid, and he suddenly saw a white figure shaking in front. They took their steps lightly, walked slowly over them, and shook the bushes away. "It's a unicorn," Kanan whispered. He saw a creature like a white horse in front, with a horn on his head. "It is eating ZZ grass, which is a favorite grass for unicorns." Hagrid also whispered that he had not seen unicorns many times in the forest for many years. "No, I have to record this moment." Kanan took the camera out of the storage bag. He had promised Hermione before that he would take more pictures of the magic world to show her. If he could take pictures of the unicorn, it is estimated that Hermione will be very happy. Kanan turned off the flash of the camera, but found that the light was a little dark. With it, he took out his wand. Fluorescent flash. The tip of the rod slowly glowed white. "Hagrid, hold it for me and light it up." Kanan handed the wand to the nearby Hagrid. "Oh, Kanan, why do you have a wand?" Hagrid took the wand and was very surprised, but the sound seemed to alarm the unicorn that was eating grass, and it looked up. "Oh, nice." Kanan took the opportunity to take a picture and found that this photo perfectly took the unicorn's head up. www.readwn.com. "Hagrid, this is my little secret, you can keep it for me. Is it secret?" Kanan took several photos in a row against the unicorn, but unfortunately, it seemed to feel someone peeping, the unicorn wagging its tail and quickly disappeared into the bush. "Of course I will keep secrets for my friends, but I think you should still talk to Dumbledore. Even if found by the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore can help you," Hagrid suggested. "He has helped me, Hagrid. Let's go, maybe we can still meet some magical animals." Kanan didn't stay on this issue for too long. At that time, he pulled out his wand, but he subconsciously believed that Hagrid was a believer, and he did not think Hagrid would betray him. For a long time, they came back from the Forbidden Forest, and Kanan was satisfied, and he later photographed white fluorescent vines in the Forbidden Forest, which were wrapped around a huge willow tree surrounded by 10 people. As for the dangerous creatures in the Forbidden Forest, none of them encountered them. Kanan put the tent next to Hagrid's hut. The space inside is not small, as big as Kanan's 3 bedrooms. "What kind of music do you want to listen to?" Kanan took out the violin and looked at the dog in front of him. "I like the kind of soothing, it's better to be sad," Hagrid said with a smile, then touched his teeth and said, "The teeth are like me." Tooth sticks out its tongue, as if nodding. "Okay, this is a sad piece of music, The Hourglass of Time." Kanan took out a Muggle recorder and released the piano accompaniment. As the music sounded, he gently played the violin, and the sad melody surrounded the entire tent, passing through the mist, as if reaching the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 48, Dumbledore. After the song was completed, Kanan slowly put down the violin. This music is a song he liked very much in his previous life. Playing with the violin made the sad atmosphere even stronger. This song is so sad. Hagrid rubbed his red eyes, remembering his sad experience as a child. Oh, bother, don't you know I can come in? There was an old voice suddenly outside the tent. Of course, Dumbledore. Hagrid heard people's voice, he said with some joy. Then he whispered to Kanan again, the outside is Dumbledore. An old man in a robe with a long white beard came in from the outside, with half-moon-shaped eyes and a pair of blue eyes. Kanan Brian. He stepped forward and looked at Kanan. Yes, Principal Dumbledore. Kanan stood up respectfully. He did not expect Dumbledore to appear here at this time. I have always heard of your name. That book is really good. I like the Master Guyi inside. I was attracted by your music outside. I didn't expect you to be so proficient in violin. Dumbledore praised with a smile. Road. That's really great. If you like my book, I will send you a hardcover version of Marvel. As for music, I think its charm attracts you, doesn't it? Kanan revealed sweet smile. I look forward to it, but I think our concert is not over yet, Mr. Brian. Dumbledore also smiled back, then found a blanket and sat down. It seemed that he wanted to appreciate Kanan's play. My honor, you just call me Kanan. Do you want to listen to any music? Kanan also sat back to where she was. Scarborough Fair, I personally like this music very much, it would be better if you can play it. Dumbledore looked forward to looking at Kanan. No problem, I also like this music. Kanan clipped the violin around his neck, gently pulled the bow with his right hand, and the faint melody sounded gently. This tune is an ancient folk song in Britain. Its origin can be traced back to the Middle Ages. The melody is beautiful and melodic, and the melody is moving, and it is loved by many people. After the song was finished, Dumbledore clapped his hands and applauded, "What a beautiful voice! If you perform with piano and vocals, the sound will be better." Kanan put away the violin and said slowly. Dumbledore nodded, as if agreeing with Kanan's point of view, and he went on, "Kanan, I would like to invite you to visit Hogwarts tomorrow. After all, Muggle School and Magic School are always different. Professor and Professor Snape are also looking forward to seeing you." Really? I am looking forward to it. Kanan rejoiced that he had longed for Hogwarts. It would be great to be able to visit in advance. Of course, no problem, many of the little wizards in the school are your book fans, you should probably prepare a pen. Dumbledore slowly got up. I should go back, there are still a lot of documents to see in the office. Kanan and Hagrid also got up quickly and sent Dumbledore out of the tent. Looking at Dumbledore's gradual departure, Kanan shook his head. He felt that Dumbledore was not completely at ease with him, but he was also very confident. He hadn't shown any flaws in front of Dumbledore. The next day, the weather was fine. Hagrid took Kanan in the direction of Hogwarts. They came to a high suspension bridge. Hagrid said that although it was not the fastest way to enter Hogwarts from the direction of the Forbidden Forest path, but along the way you can see a lot of spectacular scenery. On the suspension bridge, Kanan saw a large open area in the north. There was a large ring-shaped playground in the middle with 4 colors of flags. It was the Quidditch playground, the Quidditch of the 4 colleges of Hogwarts. The game is held there. The scenery here is so good. Kanan looked at the endless mountains in the distance. Hogwarts Castle was built on the mountainside, and behind the castle were bare mountains. When I go to school here, I often come here to see. At that time, my classmates said that there are a group of dragons living on the mountains. Hagrid pointed to the front and said beside him. Dragon? Yes, it is a very large dragon, much larger than the existing dragons. I secretly ran to see it at the time. Hagrid recalled with a smile. Who said there are historical records? Kanan asked with interest. Oh, sorry, I can't say that person's name. In short, he later became a very evil wizard. But then I was the only one who said to him seriously, but the dragon attracted me too much. Can't say the name? Voldemort. Kanan smiled and smiled. Kanan, you can't call that person's name directly, it will be troublesome. Hagrid whispered, a little frightened in his face. He felt that Kanan had not experienced the dark period of Voldemort and did not know the terrible situation of Voldemort. Well, I won't say it later. Seeing Hagrid's movements, Kanan said helplessly. He feels that with his current strength, he can also fight against Voldemort in the peak period. Besides, he still knows all the location of Voldemort's Horcruxes. There is nothing to worry about. However, did you find the dragon there? Seeing Hagrid was still a little uneasy, and Kanan quickly changed the subject. No, there are all bare stones, there is no vegetation, it looks very desolate. Hagrid shook his head. After listening to Kanan, he thought deeply. Then they continued to walk along the suspension bridge, during which Kanan also saw the willow, an ugly willow tree. Hagrid said that this willow tree is very aggressive, but just press the nodule on the willow tree www.mtlnovel.com, it will stop attacking. After walking the suspension bridge, they spent about half an hour. Kanan took a lot of pictures with the camera. They came to the castle. This time seems to be the time for class. Many little wizards around hurriedly looked at the road, but they were also curious when they saw the combination of Kanan and Hagrid. Take a look. Where are we going now? Hagrid asked confusedly. He didn't know where to take Kanan. Now it was almost time for class, and there seemed to be no place to visit. You ask me? Kanan looked around dumbly, and then sighed. He felt that making Hagrid a guide was really not a good idea. Kanan Brian. At this moment, a little wizard with blonde hair approached and asked, looking at Kanan politely. Hello, may I ask what you are? Kanan looked at the young man in front of him, with a handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament, but with a lion-shaped ring on his hand. The style was a little weird. I am Ryan Pendragon, a first-year student of Slytherin. I have always liked your book. If I didn't see the red hat on your head, I can't believe I could see you in Hogwarts. Ryan looked surprised, but was extremely restrained, and he politely extended his little hand. Hello, Ryan, nice to meet you. Kanan also reached out and shook hands. Do you seem to need help? I just didn't have a class this morning, maybe I can help you. Haha, that's great, I think I urgently need a guide. Kanan rejoiced that he had forgotten Hagrid. No problem, my honor. Ryan bowed slightly, please smile. Chapter 49, Hogwarts First Experience. Ryan took Kanan to Hogwarts Castle, and Hagrid followed closely. He seemed embarrassed because he didn't help Kanan. This is the most central area of Hogwarts. Our daily classrooms, professors' offices, and student dormitories are basically here. There are 8 floors here, and there is also a basement. Ryan is very serious. Explain. Come on, let's go to the basement first. That's where our dean often stays. His office and his potions class are here. He took the lead in entering a staircase. Your dean? Professor Snape. Kanan followed and asked. It is him, but he is a potion master I admire very much, but his temper is a little bad. Ryan said honestly. Come on, he is giving classes to Gryffindor College students, haha, this group of students is going to be unlucky. Ryan whispered to Kanan and saw him lying outside the door of a classroom, peeping through the door. Kanan was just preparing to pass, and only heard a cry from the classroom, who is outside? Run quickly. Ryan was frightened and pulled Kanan to run forward, but Hagrid was somewhat at a loss, but also hurriedly followed. For a moment, Professor Snape poked his head and looked dull into the empty corridor. Ryan, you really don't look like a Slytherin. Kanan gasped and said with a smile. I've always wanted to go to Gryffindor, but that sorting cap sent me to Slytherin. Ryan shrugged, and I couldn't help it. Come with me, the public lounge of our college is in front. I will show you around. Ryan walked in front and waved a small hand. Kanan and Hagrid followed slowly. They came behind an empty stone wall. Inside was a narrow circular space, with green candles hanging from the ceiling, and many statues of snakes around them. Do you usually rest here? The environment is not very good. Kanan felt that it was wet and the air was depressed. Hagrid also looked around curiously. He was here for the first time. Of course, don't snakes like this kind of environment? Ryan sat in a beautiful armchair with a huge snake head carved on it. To tell you, our dormitory is at the bottom of the Black Lake. You can usually see a big octopus through the window. The scenery there is great. Ryan said flauntingly. That's really interesting. I also want to come to Slytherin. Kanan smiled. Don't, Slytherin is definitely not for you. You should go to Ravenclaw, where the human brains and seeds are very smart. Ryan advised kindly. Maybe. Kanan said uncertainly. I have to say that Rhineland is an excellent guide. In a short period of time, he took Hagrid and Kanan to visit Hogwarts Castle, but Hagrid felt that he was once a fake Gran Fondo. He has not visited many interesting places today. Finally, at Kanan's request, Ryan took them to the dormitory area of Slytherin to see what the scenery at the bottom of the lake was. I can only show you my dormitory. My roommates are estimated to be still in the library and should not come back. Ryan said as he opened the door of the bedroom. It's really good here. Kanan found that the environment here is very good. Even under the lake, there is no such feeling of moisture, and the surrounding walls should be impregnated with anti-moisture spells. The furniture and facilities in the house are complete, and there is a large window in the center of the house, which can see the scene of the lake bottom. Of course, our elders donated money to the school. I dare say that our college's dormitory environment is the best in the school. Ryan nodded and agreed with Kanan. Oh, what is that? It seems to be a person. Hagrid shouted through the window and saw the picture of the lake bottom. A middle-aged woman dressed in a black robe, holding a magic wand, seemed to be looking for something in the water. That's our professor of black magic defense class, Jolyn Linst. I can occasionally see her here, don't worry. Ryan glanced and explained. It was not long before she came to Hogwarts. I heard that she was also a student of Slytherin, but she has a strange temper and we don't like her. Ryan continued. Do your black magic defense class professors change every year? Kanan asked. He remembered that this class seemed to be cursed by Voldemort, and every professor who had served had no end. It seems that I heard that the last professor who took this course became in Turkey when he practiced enigmas. He forgot that he was a human, and then he hid in the Forbidden Forest. Come back, Ryan said in one glance. Kanan glanced at Hagrid, and then hurriedly asked, later? Did you find that professor? He thought of the game that he ate at Hagrid last night. It was later found, and the Ministry of Magic found him in the stomach of a werewolf. Poor, how did that werewolf handle it? Kanan breathed a sigh of relief. Of course it was executed, although it only remembers that it ate a turkey. Ryan stalled his hand. www.readwn.com is really an unfortunate story. Kanan looked sad. At this time, Hagrid interrupted them, little guys, I think you should look at that. He pointed out the window. I saw that the professor named Jolyn Rinst was chasing a big-headed squid reluctantly. The squid sprayed a ball of ink, and the whole water layer suddenly became black. Immediately afterwards, a green light flashed through the dark waters, and then the big-headed squid quickly fell to the bottom of the water, and the tentacles of the whole body were twisted, as if in pain. What spell is this? What a cool! Ryan asked in shock. It should be a heart-draining curse, a ban on curse in the magic world. You see that the squid has been struggling. Kanan guessed, after all, no one could see in the scene of the professor's spell casting, only according to the color of the spell and the performance of the squid's mantra is speculated. isn't it? After all, she is a professor at Hogwarts. I don't think Dumbledore will invite wizards who can cast bands to be professors in the school. Hagrid said uncertainly, although he also felt that the spell was like it's a hard curse, but he believed in Dumbledore extremely. So what should we do? Do we have to talk to Dumbledore? Ryan was a little nervous. He didn't expect the school professor to be so cruel, and he tortured a big squid with a hard curse. At this time, Jorinster suddenly turned his head, gave a cold look, and then quickly disappeared with the big head squid. Did she find us? Ryan was terrified by the look just now. I think it should be. For your safety, I suggest that you still find Dumbledore as soon as possible and make it clear. If necessary, he can draw your memory to check this. Kanan faced the Rhine and the sea. Ge slowly said, glancing at him just now, he faintly felt that the female professor was not that simple. Chapter 50, Conversation. In the hall on the ground floor of Hogwarts Castle, countless candles floated in mid-air, and it was lunchtime. Kanan was sitting next to Rhine, with a look of joy. He had been looking forward to Hogwarts for a long time. But the little wizards around looked at Kanan with a hostile look. They really didn't know where this strange guy came from. And Hagrid was honored to stay in the faculty seat. Although he was very backward, he could see that he was very happy, and he had few chances to eat here. Dang dang! Dumbledore knocked on the table and said, "Today, we welcome a distinguished little guest. I believe many people know him, and he will come to our Hogwarts next year. We welcome him, Kanan Brain." Professor McGonagall looked at Kanan crowded on the Slytherin table under the stage, smiled, and clapped and applauded first. Snape also gazed sharply at Kanan under the stage. "Who is he? You didn't even know that he was the author of Marvel, he came to Hogwarts." A little witch of Ravenloft screamed excitedly at his companion. "I know him, my mother said he is a little genius in the wizarding world. I also heard that my father likes his music very much." The little wizards under the stage had a lot of discussions. Most of them had seen Marvel and longed for the story inside. Dang dang! Everyone is quiet. I believe everyone welcomes our esteemed guests, but now let our Kanan say a few words. Dumbledore looked at Kanan with encouragement. "Oh, this old guy." Kanan slowly came to the stage. It is an honor to be invited by Dumbledore to come to Hogwarts. These 2 days, under the leadership of good friends Hagrid and Rhine, I saw the magic of magic. I also yearn for Hogwarts. Kanan thought for a while and then said, "Although I would like to say more, I do not want to disturb everyone's interest in dining, so after the meal, I will draw 10 lucky wizards and give them my limited edition refined version of Marvel complete set." He suddenly felt it was a good time to prestige. Wow! Upon hearing this news, the little wizards from the stage cheered. Kanan smiled and nodded at Dumbledore on stage, then returned to his seat. "Okay, thank you Mr. Brian for his generosity, and start eating now." Dumbledore clapped his hands twice, sending a signal to start the meal. On the long table, a variety of foods suddenly appeared, such as grilled meat, salads, desserts, all kinds of food. After solving a sumptuous lunch, 10 lucky book fans were drawn. Kanan was ready to use the time afterwards to play Hogwarts and take more pictures. "Kanan, I haven't seen you for a long time." Professor McGonagall came in a blue coat with a pointed wizard hat. "Hi, Professor McGonagall, thank you for the last thing." Kanan looked at Professor McGonagall with extraordinary temperament and lamented that she must have been a beautiful woman. "I'm just doing my duty. Dumbledore may have something to do with you. He is waiting for you in the principal's office on the 8th floor. The password is iced lemon juice. You should be able to find it. There is a stone statue at the doorway." "That's right," Professor McGonagall said gently. "Oh, I have an impression, I have been there in the morning." Kanan replied, remembering the Gryffindor common room over there. "That's better, I'm going to prepare for the afternoon lesson, so I won't take you over." "Little fellow, see you later." Professor McGonagall smiled slightly, waved his hand, and turned away. Because Ryan has a flight lesson in the afternoon, Hagrid also needs to go back to feed Teeth and Buckbeak, and now only Kanan is left. He came to the principal's office and found the statue said by Professor McGonagall. There was a spiral staircase behind the statue. Ice lemon juice. The stairs slowly turned around and Kanan walked in. "Good afternoon, Kanan." Dumbledore sat in his chair, saw Kanan, raised his head and greeted. "Good afternoon, Mr. Principal, do you have anything to do with me?" Kanan went straight and said that he looked at the environment of the principal's office and found that the surrounding walls were covered with portraits of past principals. "Oh, if you are not in a hurry, can we talk more? Would you like something to drink?" He stood up from his chair and walked to Kanan's side. Let's have a glass of iced honey and lemon juice." Kanan thought for a moment. "I also like to drink lemon juice to help relieve my mind." Dumbledore smiled, and he looked at Kanan's eyes and said, "Your brain is very good at closing spells." Kanan does not change color, you know, there are always elderly people who like to peep at others' ideas. "It's true, lemon juice is here." Dumbledore smiled and took a glass of lemon juice from the table and handed it to Kanan. "Oh, is this made by the house elves in school? It's really fast." Kanan took the lemon juice in his hand and didn't drink it immediately. Although Dumbledore is a decent character in the movie, Kanan felt it was better to be safe. "I had a student who was as good as you before and had an unparalleled talent for magic." Dumbledore saw Kanan without drinking lemon juice and smiled lightly, then continued. "Is it Voldemort? It seems that you know him too, but also, he is so famous, but unfortunately he later went astray and caused heavy losses to the magic world." "Mr. Principal, I am different from Voldemort. I have my own family and my friends. Besides, I am not so bored. Every day I want to restore the glory of pure blood. I was born as a Muggle." Kanan said seriously. He felt that Dumbledore was hitting him with Voldemort. "Child, I believe you, everyone is different." www.readwn.com. Your music is the best proof that malicious people can't play a beautiful melody. He patted Kanan's shoulders back to the chair. "I called you here to talk about something else with you. Do you know about the mysterious organization?" Without waiting for Kanan to answer, he continued, "The organization has been under the banner of my old friend. So not long ago I went to see Grindelwald in person. He told me that the organization was not his. I believe Grindelwald will not lie to me. Mr. Principal, I don't know what you are talking about, but I don't know about the organization. Kanan, I know you have many secrets in you, and please forgive an old guy's unintentional offense before. I later found out that you are closely related to Dylan, one of the leaders in that organization. Moreover, you have your share in the attacks on American libraries, don't you?" Dumbledore took a sip of lemon juice and said lightly. "Mr. Principal, Duran of the thrift store only sold me a wand, and I really did not participate in the library. The 2 days I went to the United States really visited my grandfather." Kanan felt opposite Dumbledore is like an old fox, not at all like the sympathetic old man in the movie. "Well, Kanan, I really don't have any evidence, and the above are all speculations, but your name was written in the Book of Access." Dumbledore blinked and looked at Kanan. "Oh, maybe that book is wrong." Kanan was startled. He finally knew why Dumbledore had always suspected him. "Kanan, that book has never been missed, so there is only one possibility, your magic talent is awakened." Dumbledore smiled like a fox. Chapter 51, End. Seeing Dumbledore's smile, Kanan felt very passive. He really had no way to answer the question about the acquired talents. Moreover, Dumbledore led the nose in the whole conversation. He had no strength to show down. "Mr. Principal, what do you want to say?" Kanan decided to take the initiative. "Don't be nervous, I just want to know how much you know about that organization." I don't want to know the rest. After all, everyone has their own secret, isn't it? I do know some things, but I don't know if the news is useful to you, and should I believe you? Kanan looked at Dumbledore with a naive smile. Dumbledore nodded. Building trust is indeed a long-term process, but you should trust your future principal, and we may have a long time to get along in the future. Hearing Dumbledore's threat, Kanan smiled. You know, the world is not the only school in Hogwarts. After a pause, he continued, of course, I'm very happy to help you. Very honored. Dumbledore began to feel the difficulty of Kanan, not at all like a 9-year-old child. I don't know the origin of that mysterious organization, they have all been spelled in their souls. However, I can tell you that there are people from that organization in your school. Kanan looked at Dumbledore with a smile. Gently shaking the lemon juice in your hand. Dumbledore stood up, his blue eyes stared at Kanan through half-moon-shaped glasses, his expression very serious. She is the professor of Black Magic Defense Class, Jolin Linst. Kanan said softly, but the sound seemed to have some magical power, which had always been surrounded in the principal's room. Dumbledore frowned. How do you know? To some extent, Jorinster was still his student, and he was recruited into the school. Hijr and I saw her using the curse at school, and I have seen her in the United States. I think she can't get rid of that organization. You should know that there is such a dangerous wizard in school. What a big hidden danger. Kanan said half-truly. Anyway, the professor didn't look like a good person. He decided to throw this bait to Dumbledore first, taking the initiative. It seems that I was negligent, Kanan, and the trust was built little by little on both sides, just like Professor McGonagall and I originally believed in you. Dumbledore did not rush to deal with Jolinst. Instead, the sympathetic Kanan said, of course, Principal, I am also happy to help you. If you still need it, you can contact me at any time. Feeling the kindness in Dumbledore's words, he also kindly replied. If it wasn't for the crisis, he really didn't want to stand against the greatest wizard of this century. I'm so sorry, taking up so much of your time, then you can visit Hogwarts again, I will let Professor Snape take you back. Dumbledore nodded toward Kanan. Seeing Dumbledore's chasing gesture, Kanan smiled slightly, bowed, and turned to leave the principal's office. It's such a clever little guy, I think he must have found us. A portrait hung on the wall in the principal's room suddenly said that he was fat and had a prominent red nose. I think so, this child is very wary of our headmaster, I can feel it. It was a witch wearing a white robe. Dumbledore, let's grab the professor in the school first. I can't imagine that such a dangerous person can also be a professor of Black Magic Defense Class. This is your serious negligence. Another portrait action when he got up, his voice was like a harsh train. Oh, shut up, Phineas, your voice is so unpleasant. Amando, you stupid hat, this is my suggestion to Dumbledore. Okay, principals, I think we should call Hagrid first and look at his morning memories before making a decision. Dumbledore's loud voice suppressed the noise in the room, with unquestionable prestige. After Kanan left the principal's office, he walked slowly around the green lawn outside the castle. When he saw a group of little wizards flying in the air on a broom, he took out his camera and took a few photos. Smelling the breath of grass and bathing in the warm sunshine, Kanan's mood gradually returned to calm. Thinking of the confrontation with Dumbledore in the principal's office just now, he felt a lot of gain. It's not easy to fight wisely with this old fox. Extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind. He thought of Ravenclaw's motto that the value of wisdom is sometimes more helpful than powerful strength. Especially when it is weak, Minge keeps his body is what I should do. Squinting at the great sun in the sky, Kanan smiled slightly. Kanan Brian. Kanan turned his head to look around, and a big bat with a blurred picture came across from him, and he rubbed his confused eyes again. Professor Snape, this is the first time we met, but why are you here now, and I'm going to go shopping again. Kanan held out his little hand. Professor Snape looked directly at Kanan without any action. "Oh, I thought we were already familiar." Kanan replied with his hand. "Your stupidity shocked me. www.readwn.com Mr. Brian, Hogwarts is not a good place for you to play." Snape's language was still sharp and indifferent. "I'm still young, my brain is still developing, and you understand a lot," Kanan said with a smile. He was already used to Snape's harsh attitude. Then he took out 3 delicate wooden boxes from the storage bag. "I'm here, don't I want to bring you some gifts, promise, hold it." He stuffed the wooden box into Snape's hands. This wooden box was specially designed by him, and the gift always needs a good packaging, and Kanan has always felt that the best way to eliminate indifference is to give a gift. Snape called a wooden box and found that it was the hanging ring made by Kanan. "What is this?" "Magic implement, you can understand it as an alchemy item, and it will increase the magic of the space type that you bring to you. There are 2 more that you helped me pass to Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore. I believe Dumbledore will feel my sincerity and value." He added another sentence. Kanan was afraid that if Dumbledore found that he had lied to him, this gift should be able to dispel his anger a little. "Oh, thank you, your gift, maybe you should hand it over to them in person." Professor Snape's complexion was much better and his tone was milder. "No, please help me to pass it on. They are all busy. And Hogwarts is too dangerous. I won't come again until I receive the admission notice." Snape nodded. "I will pass it on to them, you come with me." "Where are you going?" Kanan found Snape walking towards the castle. Snape didn't answer, just walked forward. "Oh, okay." Kanan had no choice but to hurry up to keep up. Chapter 52, Potions. Kanan followed Snape to the basement of the castle, and then they walked into a damp room. "Is this your office?" "But the water vapor in the air is so heavy that the herbs will not break. The walls here are dim, and there are many large glass jars on the shelves along the wall. There are various disgusting floats in the jars. Things. I put a curse of protection on it, drying and dehumidifying." Snape explained rarely, and then took out a book from the drawer in the cupboard. "What is this?" "My notebook. This is really thick." "To shut up." Okay. I asked Professor McGonagall to go to the library in the United States to find materials, and then I found materials of Uihuakeo and Uihua elixir, which can help people calm down quickly and the brain enters a subconscious sleep state." Snape quickly said, one hand turned over the heavy notebook. "I also know about this matter, and I was there at the time. I wrote to you later." Kanan read. "Sometimes, some people found a few Chinese yam grasses in France, and I bought a few." Snape continued. "I depend on it, did you buy it?" Kanan yelled. He didn't expect Uihuakeo to be bought by Snape. He tried his best at the time, and later found Duran, but he couldn't help it. Hearing a startled voice, Snape was impatient and turned his head to stare at Kanan closely with his cold eyes. "Okay, I won't say it, you continue." Kanan immediately covered her mouth, like a good baby. "After my experiment, it was found that Uihuakeo itself has strong medicinal power, but if it is made into Uihuawa, the efficacy will increase geometrically. Although there are configuration materials for Uihua pharmacy in the book, there seems to be no detailed scale." Kanan asked. "It is indeed the case, but I used some Uihuakeo to try it, and it has been made." Snape said quietly, then turned to a page of the notebook. Kanan looked over and found that the above detailed records of the various dosages of raw materials of Uihua pharmaceutical, it seems that Snape manually recorded. "You are really powerful." Kanan praised from the heart. He is also proficient in some magic potions, knowing that this kind of detailed formulation of various materials by relying only on the configuration materials, so as to reverse the finished medicine is not an easy task. But also in the case of extremely scarce raw materials. How many moonflowers did you use? Kanan asked again. 2 trees left. Snape came to a counter where the medicine was stored, and Kanan saw a lot of protection spells applied on it. He took out 5 vials of potions from the counter, and the liquid inside flashed as if there were stars flowing inside. This is a finished Yuehua potion, because the potency is so strong, so I divided into 5 vials. Snape found a wooden box and gently put these small potions into it. Did you try to cultivate Yuehua Ko? Kanan felt that as long as there is a constant supply of Yuehua Ko and a detailed Yuehua medicinal formula, then making this medicament is not a problem. There were 3 trees left, but the one planted in the greenhouse withered away soon. The remaining 2 trees can only barely remain active through magic. Then how can the moonflower grow in France? It stands to reason that the current environment cannot support the demand for moonflower. Kanan was a little confused. You should ask Dumbledore that he brought me the grass. Snape said slowly. Oh, hell. Kanan felt that the cake was too deep, he didn't want to see Dumbledore again. Bring these potions, you should go. Snape finished, shook his black robe, and then sat on his office chair. Hey, then I'm welcome. By the way, Professor, don't you give me away. Kanan put the wooden box into the storage bag and said with a smile. He saw that Snape seemed to be correcting homework for the students with a quill pen. It was really hard for him. I believe this is hard to reach you, and close the door before leaving. He said coldly without looking up. Good, see you later. I'll see you again when I have time. Came out of Hogwarts Castle. Kanan saw that there were no more groups of little wizards on broomsticks in the air and thought they had come to class. He was going to visit Hagrid before leaving, and greeted him. But in Hogwarts he still has an idea to verify. Then Kanan slipped to the bathroom on the 2nd floor. This is where the crying Myrtle often stays, so no one wants to be convenient here. After all, no one wants to be watched by a female ghost while hat. After confirming that there is no one here, Kanan slowly took the hanging ring, drawing a circle against the space in front of him. A golden spark appeared in the void, followed by a golden circle with a diameter of about 1 meter in front of his eyes. Connected opposite the space is the underground laboratory of Kanan. A person came across the head and he saw Kanan. Master Scart, it's okay, you're doing a great job. Kanan saw Scat holding a wand and a watchful look. Guyi's space opening technique is indeed different from the two. Kanan closed the space door, guessing. He estimated that the existing magic circles and devices of anti-phantom migration in the magic world should be studied for the phantom migration spell, which cannot limit the magic of other types of space movement. This means that Kanan can freely enter and exit in Hogwarts and other places by relying on the door opening technique. Pulled out his wand, Kanan cast a phantom body spell on himself, and then opened a space door. This time he opened the door in the Forbidden Forest not far from Hagrid's hut. After all, he didn't want to run back along the suspension bridge. If he had the ability, he would have a problem with his brain. Came out of the door of the space, Kanan looked around, and after confirming that no one saw all this, he closed the door of the space. What sound? Kanan looked in the direction of Hagrid's hut, and found that there seemed to be fighting sounds there. He urged the pseudo-ego motorcycle eye on his chest, opened the mirror space, and slowly approached Hagrid's hut in the mirror dimension. As long as the material is not folded in the mirrored space, the energy supplied by the emerald can still be supported and will not exceed the load. Horlenster, I didn't think you really dared to do this. Dumbledore held the wand in his hand, and his voice was extremely angry and incredible. And Hagrid's hand was sitting next to him with a small red umbrella, wearing a gruff. Dumbledore originally wanted to find Hagrid to verify what Kanan said. When he came here, he just found out that Jolin Linst was attacking Hagrid. If he arrives a little late, Hagrid is estimated to have died under Horlenster's wand. He really didn't expect that the students he liked were really as cruel as Kanan said. Chapter 53, Disarming Spell. Dumbledore, you are old. Jolin Linst clapped his hands with his wand, his expression relaxed. In the mirrored latitude, Kanan could see the appearance of Jolin Lindstedt, with a high nose, sharp eyes like an eagle, and short grey hair. I never thought you would become like this. I remember you were not Voldemort's men. Who are you working for? Dumbledore picked up Hagrid and asked slowly. Of course I worked for myself. Okay, Dumbledore. It was quite interesting at Hogwarts these times. I should thank you. Now I should leave. By the way, what I do will not harm the magic world, don't come to me for trouble, otherwise, it won't be as easy as today. She finished, the space was distorted for a while, and the people disappeared. Saw Jolin Linster leave, Dumbledore shook his head, he looked at Hagrid, how do you feel? What happened? Oh, I'm fine, just a little bit off, and my stomach hurts a little bit. Hagrid shook off the dirt and continued, after I came back, I fed a piece of meat to Teeth, and was preparing Buckbeak's feed, and she appeared. Well, she used a life-spelling curse, that evil magic curse, I won't admit it wrong, but fortunately, my teeth gave me a warning. Okay, it's okay. Seeing Hagrid's excited expression, Dumbledore comforted softly. Kanan watched this scene quietly in the mirrored latitude. According to Hagrid, it was supposed that Ruo Linster knew that her behavior at the bottom of the lake had been seen, so she deliberately extinguished her mouth. And the first to find Hagrid. Hagrid, do you feel someone around us looking at us? Dumbledore asked with a frown, and he looked around. Dumbledore, I don't think there is anyone other than Yaya watching us. Hagrid also looked around and found nothing. Only Teeth crouched in front of them, and the previous war terrified it. Yes, there are teeth here, even the phantom body curse can't hide, let's go, I will take you to the St. Mungo Magical Injury Hospital. Dumbledore nodded and disappeared with Hagrid. Old fox, even if I make a face in front of you, you can't find me. Kanan murmured, then opened the space door skillfully, and returned to the laboratory. In the evening, in the old castle of the Hoffman family, Kanan was waiting for Duran. When he came back in the afternoon, he asked Lucy to notify Duran and gather at the castle in the evening. He felt the need to talk to Duran about today's events. Hi, little guy, what's your name? Let's talk. At this moment, the portrait on the wall came with an old voice. I just saw that you were not there yet. Kanan smiled. When he came in, the portrait was white. A person will always be bored, and I will go out for a stroll. The old man in the portrait laughed. My name is Kanan Bryan, a Muggle-born wizard. Oh, you call me Huffman, everyone calls me this name. Grandpa Hoffman, can I call you that? Kanan also felt a little bored. He didn't mind chatting with the old man in the portrait. Of course, you are a polite child, I like polite children, can you take out your wand? I want to see it. Hoffman said softly. No problem. Kanan pulled out his wand, walked to the portrait, and raised it. Ashwood, the core of unicorn hair, the manufacturing method has indeed changed a lot. Huffman commented, bowing forward and opening his eyes, as if he would see it more clearly. Is it true that the wand chooses the wizard? Grandpa Hoffman. Kanan asked, the confusion in his heart. He felt that it was more the wizard who chose the wand, just like going to the store to pick clothes, the clothes could not choose their master. It is true, if the wand can identify with his master, the power of the spell will be stronger. Hoffman thought for a while, and then said, have you heard of the old wand? One of the Deathly Hallows? Also known as the Elder Wand. Kanan replied, remembering that the wand should now be in Dumbledore's hand. That's the legend is made of elderberry with great magic power, and that wand will choose its own master. Hoffman said slowly. Oh, okay, but that's just a special case. After all, many wands can't be compared with old wands. Kanan defended. You should be able to disarm the spell? In fact, when the wizard is hit by the disarm, not only will the wand fly out, but the wand will also temporarily fail, because the disarm spell will cut off the connection between the master of the wizard and the house of the wand, unless you can get the magic wand approval can resist this kind of interference. Huffman scratched his beard and explained to Kanan. It turns out that way. Kanan exclaimed. He felt that he had never discovered the true mystery of the disarming mantra. What are you talking about? Dylan came in from the door. He looked tired and looked like a servant. Grandpa Hoffman is teaching me about wands. Okay, although this old guy is a bit wordy, he really has no comprehension of wands. Come on, let's go to the library, where it's quieter. Duran didn't stop and went directly to the second floor. Kanan followed closely behind. What are you so worried about asking Lucy to find me? Coming to the library, Dylan found a clean chair and sat down. The environment of the library is very different from before. The worn bookshelves have all been replaced with new ones. The rooms have also been cleaned very neatly. www.readwn.com. Lucy spent a lot of time coming to take care of these 2 days. Kanan made a general account of what happened today, including Dumbledore's suspicion and Hogwarts professor suspected of being a black wizard. Dumbledore suspected that you were normal too. After all, I was in an unusual relationship with you at Diagon Alley at the time. However, the professor of black magic defense class you said, Jolyn Linst, surprised me by using the ban on the school, and she turned out dare to openly confront Dumbledore. Dylan listened to Kanan's words with a strange look. Is there any problem with that, Professor? Kanan asked, puzzled. We were attacked on the 3rd by the organization, which was ordered by the 1st in the organization. You also know that in the organization, we have 2 factions, and they want to win me. So, after that attack, I focused on tracking down no one's identity. After all, he is the most mysterious one in the organization. We don't even know whether it is a man or a woman. At that time, I followed the true identity of number 3, and he was indeed a French pure-blood family. And I found that he had a close relationship with a professor at Hogwarts. Dylan said slowly. Exploring the news can cost him a lot of energy. Are you saying that the female professor of Jolyn Rinster is really someone from your organization? Kanan said in surprise. He only wanted to fool Dumbledore at the time, but did not expect to really catch the Lord. Not only that, according to what you said, I guess she is the number 1 of our organization. It is the one with the deepest hiding. Dylan looked at Kanan and said solemnly. He went on to say, there are really not many wizards who can compete with Dumbledore, and, I think she is looking for something in Hogwarts, which our organization has been looking for. Chapter 54, Magical Realm. I really don't know what you are looking for, can't you tell me anything at all? Kanan thought and asked. He really doesn't know what Dylan's organization is pursuing, longevity? Great power? Or is it a way to resurrect the dead? Sorry, Kanan, it really doesn't work. The method of judging the spell is very strict. As long as we have the idea of speaking out, the spell will be launched immediately. Dylan regretted. He had personally seen the end of those who betrayed the organization, but he dared not try it. However, if you are so smart, you will definitely think of a way. Dylan looked at Kanan again, and then he looked at the rows of bookshelves in front of him. Paying attention to Dylan's eyes, Kanan suddenly remembered that the books on the 4th floor of the American Library were copied and placed here. If you look carefully, you might find their intention to attack the library. What information do they want to find in the book? I know, Uncle Dylan. He nodded to Dylan. Very good. As for Dumbledore, you told him everything you know, old fox, you can't hide it. Speaking of Dumbledore, Duran frowned. For such a powerful and prestigious white wizard, he really can't help it. Will he affect the actions of your organization? As Jolinst said, what we do will not harm the magic world. It's just that many members of our organization act aggressively. For those who stand in front of them, they will not be soft-hearted. I also like it. Not used to them. If Dumbledore could kill them with great energy, it would be better. Dylan explained with a smile. Kanan smiled and shook his head after hearing it. This technique of killing people with a knife was really proficient. By the way, although Dumbledore is a white wizard, the magic world has never been purely good. You still have a good eye on him. He felt that Kanan could only be regarded as a precocious child, and Dumbledore's mind-like characters get along easily and are easily deceived. Well, I know, I will pay attention. Kanan nodded. He also knew that the movie was different from reality, so it was better to be cautious. Okay, let me go now. If you feel bored at home, you can take the old guy outside. I believe that the old guy is also very happy. Dylan suggested before leaving. He hoped that Kanan would contact Huffman more, and then inherit the family's rod-making skills. Watching Duran leave in a hurry, Kanan turned to a bookshelf, all of which were new books sorted by Lucy, and they should all be Dylan copied from the 4th floor of the library. He gently waved with his wand, all the books on the bookshelf flew up, quickly became smaller, and then got into the storage bag held by Kanan. Let's take it back to the laboratory and take a look. The environment here is too depressive. Kanan mumbled, and then came to the lobby on the 1st floor. Little guy, are you going? No more time. Huffman said suddenly in the portrait when he saw the back of Kanan's departure. His expression looked sad. Kanan turned his head to look at the solitary portrait, and said softly, Grandpa Hoffman, would you mind changing a den? He suddenly felt that it would not be good to leave the elderly man in this remote environment. Of course, I am happy, my buttocks are about to grow grass. Huffman exaggerated, grinning broadly, and looking very happy. Okay, I can only wrong you first. He used a narrowing spell on the portrait and put it in the storage bag. Oh, it's really dark here. Back to the laboratory, Kanan took the portrait and hung it in the middle of the hall. Hoffman was very curious about this new environment and looked around his head in the portrait. Unfortunately, he could only see one side. But after getting acquainted with the new environment, he was curious about Scat. Hey, that man, what is your name, are you a servant of their family? Old man, I don't want to answer your boring question. Scarda looked like he didn't want to ignore it. He didn't know where the master brought a talking portrait, and he felt that the old guy was particularly wordy. You're so rude. Huffman stared at his eyes, his beard upturned. I also don't want to chat with a moving and rude portrait. Scatter disdained, and flicked away, and then drilled into the greenhouse with a pot of flowers. Kanan looked at this scene and smiled slightly. He estimated that the future of the laboratory would not be boring. Then, Kanan found an empty place in the hall and took out all the books in the storage bag. Counting carefully, there are a total of 54 books, most of which record content related to enchantments, and a few record other content. Kanan simply classified these books. He was going to browse the contents of each book to understand the contents of the book, and then look for it specifically. With the help of the Sage's Hat, Kanan reads books very quickly. The empty laboratory hall was only Kanan's book flipping from time to time, and Huffman, who was hanging on the wall, was silently silent, not disturbing Kanan. This curse is very interesting. Kanan found that the content of Magic Curse Complete Solution is very interesting, which contains many unheard of curses that Kanan has never heard of, and these curses are quite practical. There is a spell called Marker Sensing which is very interesting. The caster needs to develop a special potion www.readwn.com and use the potion to engrave symbols on the human body. The person with this symbol is helped by the spell. You can sense each other and summon each other. Kanan found this kind of magic very practical and solved the problem that the magic world could not communicate in time. And he remembered that Voldemort and his Death Eaters in the movie were also connected by a similar spell. The symbol seemed to be a snake. Remember the recipe and spell of this potion. Kanan quickly looked back. In ancient times, the wizarding system was extremely prosperous. It was said that there were dragons and elves on the mainland at that time. Of course, the environment at that time was also different from today. Later, the magical civilization declined, and human wizards gradually occupied the mainstream. We developed magic wands, curse. However, there are too few wizards with magical talent, and we cannot reproduce the glory of the magical civilization at that time. Kanan found this passage in A Magic Travels. The author of the book seems to be a wizard of the 15th century or so, and he admired that the wizard should occupy the world and reproduce a lot of heirs, and thus reproduce the magical glory. This book records many stories from the ancient times, but Kanan felt that some of the content is very unreal, as if many of them are the author's imagination and speculation. However, Kanan vaguely felt that what the Duran organization was looking for was related to the ancient times. Magic Secret Realm, also known as Wizard Realm. These secret realms exist in the real world, and most of them are left over from the ancient times, but they often require special keys to open them. This is recorded in a book, Declassification of the Ancients. Seeing this, Kanan vaguely felt that he had found the truth. Chapter 55, The Admonition of Ancient One. Perhaps the organization is looking for the Wizarding Realm. Dylan also mentioned the key with me before. But what is there that has always attracted them? Kanan was a little confused. Had a direction, so next Kanan put the focus of the search on the book that recorded the wizard's secret realm. However, there are obviously not too many such books. He did not spend too long to find another one, Explorer's Record, which is co-edited by many explorers. Words. It is said that the elves once built a huge temple in St. Michael. In the Middle Ages, there were many adventure wizards who visited there, and they found that there was another world hidden there, but many people did not return. Great danger. St. Michael. With the help of the sage's cap, Kanan quickly searched for this place name in his mind. He had read many geographical magazine books before, and as long as he had read it, he could recall it. If you remember correctly, Saint Michel should be another name for Mont Saint Michel in France, so many ancient books are recorded with Saint Michel. France. Is the Uehua grass that appeared in France some time ago related to the Wizarding Realm? Kanan suddenly realized that the sudden appearance of Uehua grass may not be simple. If someone has opened the Wizarding Realm and brought some Uehua out of it, then everything can be explained. Knew the goal of the mysterious organization, and Kanan was relieved. However, he was not prepared to join in. He felt that if the mysterious organization really found the Wizarding Realm, he might not worry about Uehua. Then he scanned all the remaining books roughly, and then stored all the books. "Hi, Kanan, have you finished?" Huffman suddenly said. He had been holding it for a long time. "Yes, Grandpa Hoffman, what's the matter?" Kanan replied. He was going to wait for a trip home. After all, he had been away from home for some time. "Are you interested in magic wands? I mean, I can teach you how to make magic wands." Hoffman looked a little shy, like a child. He wanted to teach Kanan to the rod-making knowledge of his family, and he could pass the boring time. "Of course, this is my honor. However, I may have to go home now. When I'm free, I will come over and learn from you." Kanan smiled at Huffman. He knew that these stick-making techniques were the secrets of the magic family, and outsiders had no chance to learn. "No problem, I can do it at any time." Hoffman laughed. Back home, Kanan had some headaches to deal with the investigation of Lincoln and Helen. "Kanan, I need you to give us an explanation. If it wasn't for me to write to Professor McGonagall today, I didn't even know you didn't stay at Hogwarts last night. Where did you go?" Helen was angry. He felt that Kanan had become more and more daring recently, and had no consideration of parenting for them. Kanan didn't expect his lies to be taken away by a letter. He looked at Lincoln like a cry for help and found that Lincoln shook his head at him. An expression of your self-reliance. Mum, I actually stayed at my friend's house around Hogwarts last night. He is a mixed-race giant and especially likes my music. After his repeated invitations, I stayed with him. This is a picture of me and him, you see. Kanan took out a picture of him and Hagrid. Oh, by the way, there is a forest behind his house. There are a lot of magic animals in it. I also saw a unicorn. He took out a stack of photos, all of which he took in the Forbidden Forest. Photo. Unicorn. Helen was obviously attracted. She picked up the first photo above, and a white and clean unicorn bathed in the moonlight looked particularly holy. I didn't expect to have this kind of creature. Helen was addicted to being unable to extricate himself in the photo. It seems that unicorns are a big killer for women of any age. Lincoln silently gave Kanan a thumbs up next to him. He couldn't do anything to calm down Helen in his anger so quickly. Then he picked up the remaining photos and looked at it. He was also curious about the magic creature. An invisible family war dissipated, and Kanan was relieved. Because Lincoln and Helen are ordinary people, he feels that he will show them the best of the magic world as much as possible. Even if something was told to them, it just worried them. But he also understands his parents' worries. He is always a child in his parents' eyes. Well, talk to my dad in the future and give birth to a second child so that their focus will not be on me. Kanan thought happily. Returned to the small bedroom, Kanan opened the ancient diary. Today should be the last content in the diary, and I have nothing to teach you. If you can, try to save some luck, you will find the new function of Goldfinger. Oh, the previous sentence is the future you, let me pass it to your present. Future me? New function of Goldfinger. Press and hold the doubt in your heart, then Kanan looked on. Look forward to meeting you, use your abilities carefully. It's gone. Kanan turned back and found that the remaining pages of paper were blank. www.readwn.com. The original Golden Finger has new functions. Just what is the last sentence of Guyi? Use your abilities carefully. Are you using gold fingers with caution? Or use magical powers carefully? Kanan was puzzled. He felt that Guyi should have something to say. However, since I let me save some luck in the future, it means that the gold finger is not a problem for me, and I guess that if I want to see Guyi in the future, I may have to rely on the new function of the gold finger. Collected the ancient diary a little bit reluctantly, Kanan felt that he had developed the habit of reading the diary every night before, and the days after which there was no diary would be very unaccustomed. He sat on the chair and opened the altar in his mind. Altar of the Heavens. Number of possible sacrifices, 0, 1 sacrifice at 10 luck points. Luck point, 4. Personal items, none. Luck point increased from 1 point to 4 points before, this is only after a wave of goodwill in Hogwarts today. The luck point is still too difficult to earn. In the future, I just let me save more, so let's take it slowly. Kanan feels that he is still not in a hurry to earn luck points, and slowly develops as well. And his current strength is more than self-preserving, but compared with Dumbledore's wizard at the pinnacle, he still lacks a background. Clearing his thoughts, Kanan took out the Yuehua potion given by Snape from the storage bag. He wanted to try this potion to help the meditation. Unfortunately, there are only 5 bottles. It would be nice if there were more Yuehua Ko. The liquid in a small bottle is only about 50 milliliters. Kanan swallowed it in one bite. The taste is bitter, but after the bitter taste, there is a sweet and refreshing feeling. Sitting on the bed, Kanan gradually relaxed, stretched his mind, and entered a state of meditation. Chapter 56, Quidditch. After about 3 hours, Kanan recovered from the state of meditation. After this meditation, he did not feel his brain dilate. It seems that Yuehua elixir is much stronger than meditation elixir. Kanan sighed, and then took out the magic watch from the storage bag for the magic test. 50.3 It's probably increased by 5 magic points at a time. Before the meditation with meditation potions every day, the magic power was less than 1 point, and the efficacy was more than 5 times different. Kanan shook his head. He felt that Yuehua potion helped him. Too big. If there is a long-term supply of this potion, he no longer has a headache for lack of magic power. Got up from the bed, kneading his thighs. His body had not moved for a long time, and some parts had lost consciousness. At this time, it was close to the early morning, the stars outside, a round of meniscus cast the screen. Sleep, go find Hermione tomorrow. Feeling the sleepiness from his body, Kanan jumped into bed violently. Time passed quickly, and a month had passed. These days, Kanan has also been developing in a low-key manner, staying in the laboratory most of the day, practicing magic, learning the magic wand-making skills of the Hoffman family, and of course occasionally going to see Hermione and take her for a ride. Of course, during these times, Kanan also insisted on practicing meditation every day, and the magic value reached as much as 85 points. This magic level is probably equivalent to the wizard who has just grown up. After all, the magic of Skada is only about 150. It is a pity that Yuehua elixir has already been used up, and the magical increase of Kanan every time through the meditation has been less than 0.5. And he also had to endure the unpleasant taste of meditation potions, which made him suffer every time. Gai taught him his fighting skills, and he also learns to be very good. He will often let Scat and Lucy join forces to attack him, to develop attack skills and magic proficiency. Has to say that the magic talents of house elves are really excellent. Lucy, who possesses a magic wand, skillfully exerts all kinds of attack magic to the great pressure on Kanan. Without the help of the space power of the pseudo-Agamotto Eye, Kanan really can't get Lucy. As for Skarda, Kanan felt that he was still suitable to be a servant. He was like an Erlangzi in battle. He liked to stand on the spot and bombard the spell with him. He had a poor sense of position. He is often resolved by one stroke. And Hoffman also brought a lot of surprises to Kanan. His profound knowledge opened Kanan's horizons, especially his understanding of the magic wand, so that Kanan updated many of his previous cognitions. Learned that Kanan was very proficient in alchemy, and he was very happy to describe to Kanan a new wand he thought about, and to make such a wand, it was necessary to depict a lot of magic arrays and patterns on the wand. The disarming mantra is one of the simplest, fastest, and most effective ways of attacking in the wizarding world. Many wizards also use this magic spell many times in battle, so my new magic wand is to prevent the wizard from losing his wand in battle. And designed. Huffman in the portrait explained to Kanan proudly. It is indeed a very innovative design. I think that once this wand comes out, they will be unemployed, Mr. Ollivander. Kanan smiled, and he was also very optimistic about this wand. As described by Hoffman, Kanan wrote down the design ideas and implementation methods of the new magic wand on paper. This wand depends on a ring that casts an infinite extension spell. Usually, the wand can be put into the ring. Even if the wand is lost, it can be called back through the ring, which is extremely convenient. Haha, I think so, but you need to portray a lot of magic arrays on the wand. Huffman heard Kanan's approval, and his face wrinkled and stretched, showing a happy smile. These magic arrays are the core of this new type of wand, which can prevent the disarming spell from cutting off the connection between the wizard and the wand. Although extremely complicated, I think this is not a problem for you, Hoffman continued. After staying here for more than a month, he clearly knew how high Kanan had attained in alchemy, and in his time there were very few alchemists who could compare with Kanan. No problem. Kanan replied easily. He used to engrave a lot of many magic arrays on the magic silk of his own alchemy warning. For wands that are many times larger, this is obviously not difficult. Back home from the laboratory, Kanan accidentally received a letter. This is from a friend he knew in the United States ROF's commander. Dear Kanan. Hi Kanan, long time no see. How are you doing recently? The last time you wrote back to me, I saw that Hogwarts is indeed a great school of magic, and I am looking forward to coming to school in the UK, but my parents are still negotiating with my grandfather. They don't want me come so far. They said they would worry about me. The last letter from Kanan to Rove introduced many interesting things about Hogwarts. He hoped that Rove would come to Hogwarts in the future and go to school with him. But looking at the content of the letter, this hope is not great. By the way, that sniff is almost as big as a ball, but it often makes a mess at home. So I live with my grandfather now. He always has many ways to calm down the sniff. I am writing this time to invite you to participate in the European Quidditch competition in France. I heard that there will be many people going to watch it, but that is the most lively gathering of the wizards. I will go to France with my grandfather. If you can come, remember to write back to me. Your loyal friend, Rove's commander. The Quidditch competition held in France. Kanan felt a little moved to see Rove's invitation in the letter. Although he was not very interested in the wizarding movement of Quidditch, he still didn't want to miss this annual event in the wizarding world. And he thinks he is getting moldy recently. It would be nice if he could take a trip to France by the way. Kanan didn't reply immediately. www.readwn.com. He felt that he still had to discuss with Lincoln Helen before making a decision. Fed Syndra some biscuit crumbs, and Kanan came to Diagon Alley. He needs to buy some laboratory materials and materials for making the new wand. Hi, Grandpa Ollivander, I'm here again. Kanan entered the only wand shop in Diagon Alley. The materials he needed to make the wand were only available here in Ollivander. Little guy, it's you again. What wood do you need this time? Ollivander looked at Kanan with a smile. During this time, the little guy often came to him to buy wood and said he wanted to make his own wand. Aspen, and European sorbus, give me more. The wands made of these two types of wood have the highest stability and are suitable for Kanan to practice their hands. My stock is almost sold out. Do you need unicorn fur this time? Oliver took out pieces of cut wood from the storage room and raised his head and asked again. No, my friend gave me a big bag. Kanan shook his head. The last time he wrote to Hagrid that he needed some unicorn hair, he sent him a big bag the next day. Unicorn hair, he said that there are many things in the forest. It seems that your friend is not ordinary, but there are not many hairs suitable for making rod cores, so you must choose carefully. Ollivander enthusiastically suggested. A total of 43 gold gallons. Ollivander calculated the price and said slowly. These woods are well used to make hundreds of magic wands. Strictly speaking, the price is not expensive. After Kanan paid, he packed the wood into the storage bag. During this time, it took a lot of Kanan to buy the magic wand making materials and reform the laboratory. It almost made him bankrupt, but fortunately, he got more than 2,000 gold gallons from the Black Robe Wizard last time. Support. Chapter 57, Create a New Magic Wand. After coming out of Ollivander's wand shop, Kanan went to the potion shop to sell the usual refining potions. This is his only reliable source of income now. 159 gold gallon 39 silver zyke, count you 160 gold. The boss of the potion shop finished counting the potions brought by Kanan and said slowly. Why is there more than 20 gold gallons less than before? Kanan asked. He remembered that the same amount of pharmacy sold more than this number. Because you recently sold too many meditation medicaments, and then these medicaments are hoarded in our store and cannot be sold for a while, so you can only reduce the price. You'd better refine some other types of medicaments in the future. Very polite and patiently explained. Oh, okay. Kanan shook his head helplessly, and the meditation potion was the one with the highest success rate. If other chemicals are refined, even if they can be refined, making money is not as easy as it is now. Sure enough, there has never been a stable industry. Kanan remembered the title deed that Diran had left him. Should he open a shop in Diagon Alley and become his own boss? Otherwise, he really wants an economic crisis. Little guy, didn't you ask about Uehuakeo before? The boss of the potion shop suddenly stopped Kanan and beckoned to him. You have news again. Kanan stopped and came forward. How much is the message fee? The boss of the magic drug store looked at Kanan with a smile, looking like Qianyan was open. Look at whether your message is true and is of no use to me. Kanan was not linking to, and said flatly. Of course, trading should be a win-win situation. He leaned down, pulled a large wooden box from the counter, and then slowly opened. I believe you should not refuse this. In the wooden box, there is a small blue grass with a crescent shape. Sprinkled some red liquid on it. This is a cheap fresh keeping agent. This is Uehuakeo, where did you get it from? Kanan asked in surprise. This is the first time he has seen this grass. It appeared on the French side, and I took a lot of effort to get it. The boss of the potion shop tapped the table gently with his fingers. How much do you want? Minimum 500 gold gallons. He opened the lion. It's impossible, without saying that I don't have so much money, and it's not worth the price. Kanan was a little angry. 500 gold gallon is not a small amount, and all the money he has now is only more than 300 gold plus long. How much can you get out? He stopped tapping on the table, looked at Kanan, and said slowly. 100 gold, this is already my greatest sincerity, and I don't want to destroy the cooperative relationship between us, and Professor Snape is my mentor. Kanan slowly spit out the following sentence. Professor Snape is your mentor, no wonder. The boss of the potion shop was a little surprised. He stared at Kanan with a serious expression, wanting to see from his eyes whether he was lying. If you don't believe it, you can write to him, all the potions I made are done with his help. Kanan continued to pull the tiger skin, a relaxed look. I'm not so bored, then I will charge you 80 gold gallons. I really took a lot of relationships to get this grass, and I didn't earn you much. The boss of the magic drug store restored his smiling face and said sincerely. Snape is the largest supplier of supplies in his magic drug store, he cannot easily offend. Thank you, sir. Then I will accept it. Kanan paid the gold and then took the wooden box and turned to leave the potion shop. Looking at the background of Kanan's departure, he murmured angrily, damn it. Fortunately, relying on Snape, I can buy this Uehua grass at a low price, otherwise it is really hard to say. Back in the laboratory, Kanan gently took Uehua grass out. This grass is sprinkled with a fresh keeping agent, which is specially used to prevent the withering of the plant and keep the plant alive. But after being exposed to this agent, the plant can no longer be planted in the soil and continue to grow. In addition, the price of this red fresh keeping agent is low, and the fresh keeping time is not much, which means that Kanan must make Uehua into Uehua in a short time, otherwise the activity in the grass will be greatly reduced, and it can no longer be used in the preparation of medicine. Kanan decided to let Snape help refining the potion. Although he also knew the recipe of Uehua elixir, he had never made it. Let Snape help to undoubtedly make it safer. Quickly wrote a letter to Snape, and packed the moon grass again. Kanan summoned Syndra and asked it to bring these things to Snape. Next time, Kanan was ready to make a new type of wand. Within this month, under the guidance of Hoffman, he also produced a large number of magic wands, many of which were unusable due to rough production. Kanan felt that he underestimated the skill of making rods. Many of the concepts and methods involved in making magic wands not only required understanding but also a lot of practice, and it was not much easier than when he learned alchemy. Fortunately, Hoffman is an extremely patient teacher. With his explanation and help, Kanan really made a few excellent wands. This shocked Hoffman. He lived in the portrait for hundreds of years, and had never seen a talented and intelligent wizard like Kanan. Just made less than a month to make a real finished wand, he felt that the glory of their family might be restored in Kanan. Oh, you should first depict several magic arrays with strong magic fluctuations on the wand, and then put the wand core. The wand core is very brittle and easily damaged. Seeing Kanan started to make wands www.readwn.com, Huffman suggested with a beard. Okay, I know. You are very knowledgeable and proficient in alchemy. Kanan said with his mouth, and his movements were not slow. He was polishing the rough rod carefully. Of course, I knew a lot of alchemists when I was alive, and the rod making really needs some knowledge of alchemy. Hoffman was proud, and he liked others to praise him best. Do you know Nick LeMay? The maker of the magic stone, the greatest surviving and longest living alchemist? Kanan asked. He felt that Huffman might have intersected with Nick LeMay hundreds of years ago. I know him. He was famous only after I died. I have never seen him. His magic stone is too famous. He said slowly, although the magic stone can live forever, its side effects are also very big. I think it's still the most important thing. What side effects? Kanan asked curiously. Pills of magic stones can be used to develop elixir, but if you drink this, you can get the life of immortality, but your body will still age, and then all kinds of organs will fail, taste, hearing, and touch will fail. In the end, even it's better to be alive than dead. Hoffman explained with a frown, as if he was disgusted by the side effects of the magic stone. You are not as good as you are now. Kanan murmured in his heart, and he didn't say it. He felt he still wanted to save face for the old man. Seeing Kanan's eyes, Huffman said, Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. We live in paintings differently. This is a very old magic. Then tell me. Kanan smiled, and he put down his stick that had been polished. Chapter 58, Surprise from Snape. Many families in the magic world have this ancient spell that seals the soul in the portrait. All the memories before us will remain in the portrait, but we will also lose our soul forever. The premise of this kind of magic is that the parties are willing to dedicate their souls, otherwise the power of the spell will be greatly weakened. Hoffman explained. Who is that soul dedicated to? I don't know, maybe it's death. Huffman shook his head in the painting, obviously he didn't know. Well, then why do some of the people in the painting look dumb? Kanan asked again, remembering that there were many portraits hanging in Hogwarts Castle, but they were not as smart as Hoffman. Not everyone intentionally sacrificed their souls, they used tricks, so there will always be some defects. Huffman did not know where to take a straw hat on his head, shaking his head said. Asked what he wanted to know, Kanan focused his mind on the new wand in front of him. He felt that if he made the magic wand and spread it in the wizarding world, he could get a lot of luck points. At dinner time, the Lincolns gathered around the table. You said you are going to France for the European Quidditch competition next Tuesday. Lincoln asked in surprise. Recently, he has read a lot of magic books and knows what Quidditch means to the wizards. That is the most lively gathering of wizards. But why didn't you say it on the Daily Prophet? Lincoln complained. He got up and found today's Daily Prophet from the bookshelf next to it, and looked again. Dad, they usually report at the end of the contest, you can't find it. Kanan smiled, since he showed Lincoln the picture he took at Hogwarts last time. After Lincoln's everything is full of curiosity, and every morning the Prophet Daily seems to be his exclusive newspaper. I read in the history of modern Quidditch development. Those Quidditch players are really cool, flying around on a broom. Lincoln went on again, looking envious. Seeing Lincoln like a child, Helen could not help but say, It seems that your father is already impatient, so let him go to France with you. Of course, no problem. After all, Kanan is underage and needs to be accompanied by an adult. Hearing Kanan's answer, Lincoln next to him smiled excitedly. After resolving the dinner, Kanan came to the laboratory, and he was ready to make the new wand tonight. Then designed a magic glasses for Lincoln. Kanan felt that in order to prevent the Muggles from entering the Quidditch competition, he must have imposed a lot of Muggle expulsion spells and Muggle shielding spells. He must make a spell that can resist these spells. Glasses. 3 hours later, under the guidance of Hoffman, Kanan successfully produced a new type of wand. Oh, this is so cool! Kanan put the silver ring on his right hand, then snapped his fingers, and the wand appeared in his hand. The ring will detect the specific movement made by the finger to summon the wand. You can change another specific action, the enemy will not give you the time to ring your finger during the battle. And the wand is summoned from the ring with a delay. You need to change the magic circle. Hoffman suggested with a frown. It seems that this wand has many flaws, and he is not very satisfied. Really, I will change it again. Kanan nodded in agreement, but he always felt very handsome to call the wand. It took another hour for Kanan to put the improved ring on his hand. This time he clasped his right hand and turned his wrist slightly clockwise. The wand appeared in his hand instantly, much faster than before. Very good, very good. Seeing Kanan's performance, Hoffman praised with satisfaction. Try the stability of the wand again, and the strength of resistance to the disarming spell. He continued. Of course. One night, Hoffman and Kanan were testing various performance data of the new wand. Fortunately, this new wand performed impeccably in all aspects, and they were very satisfied with it. During this period, Hoffman carefully and strictly raised many questions. According to Hoffman's original words, the wand is the most important weapon of the wizards, and there must be no mistakes. This is also the family training of the Hoffman family. What an old man who is harsh on himself. However, when he heard that Kanan wanted to make magic glasses for his Muggle father, Hoffman asked weirdly, why not give your father the anti-curse of using a Muggle shielding spell? That kind of spell is time-effective. In case the anti-curse fails in the middle, I don't want to take out my wand to cast magic in public. Moreover, my dad is very interested in magic and I can't stay by his side at all times. Jianan explained that he had thought of these issues before. Muggles interested in magic, that's really interesting. There are such a group of people in every era, they complain that they don't have the magic talent, so they attacked the wizard madly, and several wizarding wars in the Middle Ages were initiated by this group of people. Hoffman said slowly. My dad shouldn't be so bored. Kanan shrugged and then asked, but is there nothing in the magic world that can help people gain magic talents? Kanan felt that he needed to find a reasonable explanation for his magical talent. How could I have never seen it? The Muggle's physique is different from that of a wizard. They don't have any sense of magic, and it's difficult for the magic to stay in their bodies. Hoffman said firmly. He has lived so long before he has heard that Muggles can learn magic. Okay. Kanan shook his head helplessly. He suddenly realized how precious the tears of the goddess were. And it was exchanged for just a piece of chocolate. Will you try a piece of cake next time? Kanan had a whimsy. However, it was not too late. Then Kanan had no time to draw a rough design sketch of the magic glasses, and hurried back. As soon as he returned home, he found that a black owl was slowly flying back with a small wooden box of small size, suddenly high and low, just like a fast-fired helicopter, looking for an emergency landing in an empty space. Kanan remembered that this was Snape's owl. He hurried forward to catch it. You are working hard, little one. Then he touched his head and took the small wooden box out of weight. At this time, Syndra in the house heard the movement, fluttered his wings and flew over, and greeted his good friend. Feeding them some nuts, Kanan opened the small wooden box. Wow! How is it possible? Kanan was very surprised. He didn't expect Snape to send him back so many Yuehua potions. I saw that about 20 bottles of Yuehua elixir were put in it. www.readwn.com was given a narrowing spell, and it was neatly arranged in a small wooden box. He carefully found a letter under the potion. Any fresh keeping agent will bring irreversible damage to the plant, and you still use such a poor quality agent, your stupidity can't be saved. Dumbledore brought back a lot of moonflowers in France, but this kind of grass still cannot be planted. I made a few deadly moonflowers into medicinal preparations so as not to waste them. Also, don't send me a letter with your stupid owl next time. Doesn't it know that you can't on your desk? After reading the letter, he glanced at Sindra, who was still fighting for food. Kanan laughed suddenly, and he could imagine Snape's expression to kill the bird. Ah! Cold-faced straight man Snape. Still looking for /Harry Potter Altar of Heaven /free novel? Beta direct search, / to read novels is very simple. Smiley face. Chapter 59, Boulogne. It was time for the weekend. Lincoln and Kanan packed their bags and then packed them into the storage bag by Kanan. They decided to appreciate the French style in advance and feel the charm of this romantic capital Paris. To this end, Lincoln also specially invited a week's vacation. They are planning to reach France by Muggle by air. Before leaving, Kanan went to the Department of Magical Transportation of the Ministry of Magic to obtain a passport for going abroad, and asked Professor McGonagall to help as the guarantor of the passport. Otherwise, a group of French aurors might have surrounded him when he was out of the plane. Like last time in the United States, he didn't want to come again. Less than 2 hours, they arrived from Paris to Paris, France. Stayed in a hotel that looked good. In the evening, they simply visited some of the famous attractions in Paris and took a break early. Lincoln was looking forward to tomorrow's journey, because Kanan said that he would go with him to Boulogne, the wizarding place in France. The entrance to Boulogne is near the fountain in front of the Hautfort Street in Paris. The wizard who enters needs to dip his head in the water, and then he can enter Boulogne. Kanan spent a lot of time to find the fountain in the description, surrounded by passers-by who came and went. They put their heads in the water and raised their heads again. They found that the crowded scene had disappeared. The strangely dressed wizard has narrow alleys on both sides. Kanan felt that the style here was like a diagonal alley, as crowded and worn. It's amazing. Lincoln experienced this for the first time, looking around and muttering. Let's go, Dad, if you have something you like, you can buy it. Kanan said arrogantly. He made a lot of potions and sold them to the owner of the potion shop before his departure. The total assets reached about 600 gold. No problem. Lincoln smiled, and he suddenly felt that he and Kanan had swapped roles. However, we still have to pick a gift for your mother first, otherwise it would be hard to explain. Lincoln pulled Kanan and walked ahead. Perhaps because the Quidditch contest is going to be held in Paris, there are more wizards here, the small alleys are full of people. The small Kanan held Lincoln's hand tightly, and looked up to all adults in their heads. He even heard the voice of the child being squeezed and crying. Oh, what a pity! Lincoln found that it was impossible to pass in front, and hurriedly pulled Kanan into a bookstore in front of him. There are also many people in the bookstore, and the crowded bookshelves are full of people. Oh, it's terrible! Kanan felt he was suffocating in the crowd just now, and he was relieved to enter the slightly more spacious bookstore. Son, there are also your books here. Lincoln saw many Marvel books on the front shelf. Kanan also looked over. He found that there were not many wizards who bought books, mostly parents with children. It seems that he can make a small profit again. After the crowd decreased slightly, Lincoln took Kanan to leave the bookstore, and then they went to Boulogne's largest gift shop. Ready to choose gifts for Helen. Has a lot of space inside, and rows of shelves are filled with various exquisite gifts. Kanan found that it seems to have imposed an infinite extension spell here. The owner of this shop must be a big man. Kanan lamented. Why? Lincoln asked curiously when he heard Kanan's whisper. Infinitely extending spells are imposed on the space inside. Such spells are generally forbidden to be applied to buildings. If the spell disappears, those additional spaces will immediately devour the surrounding things, and no one can escape. Set in front of a block. Lincoln looked at the direction of Kanan's fingers and leaned back unconsciously. What a smart little wizard! A tall, middle-aged wizard came up and applauded. He is the owner of this shop, and suddenly he was very interested when he heard the chat between the father and son of Kanan. Kanan looked at the man in front of him. He had grey hair, heavy brown glasses, an earring on his ear, and a purple cape on his body. He looked very strange. "Hello, don't you know who you are?" Lincoln asked first. "Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the owner of this shop. You can call me Gyuit." The man reached out and bowed slightly, very politely. "Oh, hello, this is Lincoln Bryan." Lincoln also extended his hand. "Iron Man." Gyuit looked surprised. "Oh, it's just the same name, same name." Lincoln suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and his old face turned slightly red. Hearing Lincoln's explanation, Gyuit smiled and turned his eyes to Kanan. "Mr. Bryan, is this your child? Really a smart little guy." "Of course, he has always been very opinionated and very smart." Lincoln patted Kanan's shoulder and replied with a smile. "Are you the alchemist Gyuit?" Kanan suddenly asked when he looked at Gyuit. "If it is a master alchemist, then it must be me." Gyuit pushed his glasses towards the bridge of his nose and replied confidently. Many books that Kanan has read say that Gyuit has an unparalleled talent for alchemy since he was young. www.readwn.com. Now it is one of the rare alchemists in the magic world. His family is also an ancient family of pure blood and has always been known for alchemy. And Kanan remembered that his fourth sacrifice was a magic ball made by Gyuit, which can store magic power. The protection stone I bought in Diagon Alley was also the result of Gyuit, and later saved Kanan's life. In this way, his relationship with Gyuit is really good. "I'm Kanan Bryan, you can call me Kanan. I'm very happy to see you." Kanan reached out politely. "Kanan? Marvel's author, no wonder. Your book is great." Gyuit was also very excited when he heard Kanan's introduction. He also heard about this genius little wizard. "Are you here to buy gifts? Maybe I can help you. But afterwards, you may need to trouble Mr. Little Bryan to leave a signature on my book." Gyuit continued. "Of course, no problem." Kanan smiled. Looking under Gyuit's guidance and explanation, Lincoln and Kanan scanned all the products in the store, and finally chose a bottle of long-lasting perfume and colored necklace for Helen. The former can allow the applicator to always have a fragrance that will never fade, while Kanan has specially selected the earthy grassy flavor. The latter can emit colorful colors at night, which was chosen by Lincoln. Gyuit made a 50% discount on 2 items, and only received 6 gold gallons of Kanan and 34 silver coins. The price is not expensive, and for some reason, when paying, Kanan suddenly thought of the owner of Liz bookstore, Rast. People are really different. Before leaving, Gyuit sent Kanan a mysterious invitation, saying that it happened that there was a private alchemy meeting tonight. If Kanan is interested, you can come and take a look. Chapter 60, Newt. And Lincoln returned from Boulogne before Kanan had time to open this invitation. This is a piece of golden hard paper, which reads, "Please arrive at the designated place within the specified time. Invited person, Gyuit." The handwriting above is faint and disappears in a short time. Kanan found that the time and place were not stated on it, and he curiously looked at this invitation letter with special materials. Combined with the disappearing handwriting above, he guessed that this invitation letter should be enchanted and only show handwriting at the specified time. Sure enough, at around 6 o'clock in the evening, the invitation letter issued a light yellow halo and flew out of Kanan's pocket. A line of writing appeared on it. "Please arrive at the 44th Avenue in Paris within half an hour." "Oh, hell!" Kanan muttered, then hurriedly found a map of Paris to find Valant Avenue. If he is far away, he will have to use phantom migration to get on the road. There are quite a few wizards living in Paris these days. As a last resort, Kanan did not want to use magic. Fortunately, Valant Avenue was not too far from here, and he explained to Lincoln, and Kanan hurried towards it. Kanan arrived at his destination and got off the taxi. He felt that he should be the only wizard who came by Muggle transportation. But he looked at the Wallant Street in front of him. There was no light in the building inside, and the street was dark, as if the moonlight could not shine in. "I hate this place most." Kanan frowned. He wondered how Hewitt said the private party would be held in such a place. It is estimated that there is not much time until the meeting begins, and Kanan had to walk in slowly. In the weak light, Kanan stopped in front of a building, and the wooden sign not far away read, Wallant Street 44. At this time, a figure suddenly popped up at the fence in front of the house, and whispered, "Little, this is not the place you should come from." "Sir, I have an invitation." Kanan pulled out from his arms and began to glow red. He felt that this was to remind the party that the time was about to begin. Is really a personalized invitation. Why did he still invite children? The black figure murmured, then waved to Kanan, and then said, "Come in with me." Kanan went forward and found that the man was wearing brown linen cloth and a long brim covering his head, making people unclear. It's a bit like the dress of the mysterious man in the magic movie. After you go in, just find a place to sit down. If you can participate in this kind of party, you may be able to brag about your life. The man asked Kanan exaggeratedly. "Okay, sir." Kanan nodded in response. He looked forward to the content of this party. He took Kanan into the house and felt the strong light inside. Kanan narrowed his eyes slightly. The space in the house is very large, half the size of a football field. The light is bright and magnificent. It seems to be the main style of gold and red. Even the ceiling has cast-scene magic. A huge burning cloud floats above the head. Afterglow reflects the small face of Kanan. There are also many wizards, there are probably dozens of them, several of them are gathered together in a group, happily discussing what. There are also several house elves serving various snacks and red wine from time to time, and dressing them up. The whole picture is like a scene of top nobles gathering. Kanan walked in and found a remote place to sit down, but he didn't know anyone inside. He heard that the nearest group of people seemed to be discussing alchemy intensely, so he looked up curiously. The man speaking was wearing a long-sleeved shirt with tight cuffs, thick socks on his feet, and layers of cloth wrapped around his head. He looked like an Indian. "Don't underestimate me, I will take the first place this time," he said, a fluent Indian accent. He is an Indian. "Come on, Isaac, you said the same last year. Last time you couldn't complete the basic combined magic circle within the stipulated time, this time it is estimated that there was no drama." A black wizard in the crowd laughed. "I don't believe it, Isaac, you should go back to India to be your history professor. Alchemy is not for you." Another white wizard in the crowd mocked. Everyone laughed suddenly. "Go to your Luo Ruisi, I don't see you well anymore." Isaac tilted his beard, screamed, and went up with a punch. "Damn Indian, you dare to do it first." The white wizard covered his face with an incredible expression. Kanan looked at this scene with interest, and it was not uncommon for a wizard to fight with bare hands. But soon the two were caught by the people around them, and the crowd slowly dispersed. The party hadn't started yet. Green flames flared from time to time in the fireplace in the house, and then wizards were drilled out. Some wizards also appeared directly in the house, appearing to use phantom migration. Kanan also saw Dumbledore, who had just appeared in the house with an old man with brown hair. And it seemed to notice Kanan's gaze. He nodded slightly to Kanan. The old man beside him looked towards his eyes and smiled gently at Kanan. Dumbledore's prestige in the magic world was indeed extraordinary. As soon as he appeared, many wizards approached with red wine and went to talk. Looking at Dumbledore surrounded by the crowd, Kanan let out a sigh of relief. He still doesn't want to have too much communication with Dumbledore unless he can reasonably explain how his magical talent came from. Took a bite of the sweet and sour orange juice in the goblet, and Kanan took another small cake and chewed it carefully. This was specially sent by the house elf, knowing that Kanan was a minor, it also prepared extra orange juice for Kanan. Kanan Brian. The old man who had stood by Dumbledore just came to Kanan sometime. Oh, hello, are you? Kanan suddenly stood up politely. I think that Rove's kid should have introduced me. My name is Newt Scamander. Newt said softly, his voice sounding intimate. I know you, the author of Where is the Magical Animal. You have also done a lot to deal with the first generation of the Dark Lord Grindelwald. Kanan surprised. He looked at the old man in front of him, with disheveled hair and loose bow tie. You know a lot, can I sit down and have some cake? Newt asked, pointing to the dark chocolate cake on the table. Of course, please sit down. He came over at night and was in a hurry, too late to have dinner. He took a large piece of cake into his mouth, paying no attention to the image. Aren't you with Dumbledore? I don't like crowded occasions. I wouldn't come if this party is rare. Newt stuffed a lot of bread in his mouth and said indistinctly www.readwn.com. You can eat slowly, don't worry. Kanan poured a glass of orange juice to Newt, and then asked, who organized this party? Is it related to alchemy? When Gwitt sent him an invitation letter, he didn't say much at all. You don't know? Newt asked in surprise. Oh, I don't really know, this is the case. Kanan told Newt about his encounter with Gwitt. It turns out that way. Newton nodded, took a sip of orange juice, and then said slowly, this party was organized by Gwitt privately and has been held 5 times. This is the 6th time. You know he is famous alchemist, so every gathering is also about alchemy. Every party Gwitt invites alchemy masters from all countries to come and join them. They discuss alchemy knowledge and exchange ideas. Later, this party became more and more famous, and many alchemists couldn't find a way to come. When he came down, he glanced at Kanan, as if to say, you are such a lucky little guy. Yes. The last part of the party is that participants can take out their favorite alchemy items. If they can win the first place, there will be 5,000 gold gallon reward. How much? Kanan asked in surprise. 5,000 gold gallons. Newt held out 5 fingers. He is really rich. Kanan said enviously. He writes books and shows, and the money he has earned in Diagon Alley for so long does not add up to 5,000 gold gallons. His family is one of the richest families in France. You will know if you look at this house and these house elves. Newt smiled at Kanan's expression, and continued, Dumbledore, it was on behalf of Nicole LeMay that he came to this party.